on the air.
Ignition.
Are we alive?
Check, check. We are.
Live. Blast off.
Folks, can you hear us out there?
That's
All
working.
right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very heart of our town government, which is the annual budget review in anticipation of the town meeting that is going to be asked to spend an awful lot of money. So you who are taking the time to be here do a very important function for the town and for the government to do what we need to do. Before we start, I'd like to mention Ralph DeLuca, whose funeral is this morning. Ralph was a town employee for my whole life, it seems. A most delightful fellow who was never without a smile. His wife, Pat, died about a year ago, and I was at that graveside ceremony, and Ralph was still the beautiful, smiling, saying hello to every single person that he knew. Seems as though he knew everyone in town. Very, very close to Wally Typett, and Wally will be leaving us at 11 to just go up to the service. So could we have a moment of silence, please, in memory of Ralph DeLuca, who loved this town as much as apparently you all do. And thank you for that. And I am going to go out back to stop the bleeding. I take a blood thinner, as many people my age do, and it is a pain in the neck and a mess in the face. So Dan will take over, and I'll be back just as soon as Ann patches me up.
Can you get up all right?
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody, and we'll pass it off to the town manager for a few remarks on the state of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ann is performing some of those duties right now the other duties as required in the job description, as she's helping the chair get back to the podium. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and thank you all for being here this morning. We're going to spend the better part of the day. Is that the computer that I need to point at? Thankfully, our IT director is lurking somewhere. The budget process, which we're in the thick of now, really starts in the fall. And quite honestly, this budget process started last spring when some of our officials started to recognize that we had a sustainability issue related to really what accelerated that was the renewal of our trash contract. But the conversation surrounding this budget really started last spring. Continued through the summer into the fall. Departments started putting their budgets together in November, and you can see where we are on the screen now, working our way toward the town meeting that the chair referenced moments ago. Before we get into the actual budget, we've updated several slides that were used during the budget conference committee process that the town engaged in for the first time in my tenure here. I'm in my 10th year now as a town manager. We pulled the budget conference committee together for the first time. And part of what we did during that process was kind of take a step back and take a high-level view of our financial status, the revenue picture, the expenditure picture. So what you see on the slide here shows the town's total revenue as a pie chart 10 years ago versus today. And we didn't duplicate the pie chart, it just hasn't changed. 3/4 of our revenue a decade ago came from property tax. That's true for just about every community in the Commonwealth, and it remains 3/4 of our revenue today. Some of those smaller categories, there's up and down and change from year to year, but it's pretty stable in terms of the revenue forecast. Putting we talked about property tax representing 75% of our revenue. We wanted to put, this is something we talked about during the budget conference committee, putting that in context, in part due to our commercial base and in part due to the efficiency that our departments operate with. We have objectively low taxes in Danvers, $7,400. You can see across the region where that places us against some of our peers. We're in the lower third of the property tax bill in our sub-region. And representing that a little bit differently, when you take in, property tax isn't the only thing that people pay. We pay our water and sewer bill, we pay our electric bill. So when you take a cross-section of that, of our sub-region, and you look at the average tax bill combined with the average electric bill combined with the average water and sewer bill, the all-in cost for that is around $10,900. Next door in Beverly, that same number is $13,700. In North Reading, it's $13,500. Stoneham is $13,500. The only community that has us beat in our backyard is Peabody, and that's because they receive 77% more state aid than we do based on their socioeconomic status. So they get about $41 million a year in state aid. Danvers receives $12 million a year in state aid. As a percent of median income, our tax bill today is lower than it was 10 years ago. Our property tax bill represented about 15.5% of median income in 2014. It represents about 13.9% of median income today. So that's context. That's the context in which our budget sits. When you look at the expenditure side, the pie charts also look roughly the same, but there has been movement across some of these pieces. Really, there are three budget drivers that have increased as a percent of total spend in the past decade. The public school budget is up 0.3% in terms of where it was a decade ago. We're spending 41.5% of our total dollars today versus 41.2% 10 years ago. Essex Tech and retirement are the only two budget drivers that have increased noticeably in the past decade. Neither of those are costs that the town controls. Essex Tech's admissions are separate and distinct from the town. We have some good news on that front, which the superintendent will share with us this morning in terms of admissions and applications this year. And retirement is a function of the state. We have a statutory requirement to be fully funded in our pension system by 2040. We're on track to beat that by 3 or 4 years. But each year that number goes up by 8% based on the actuarial studies and our requirement to keep up with that funding schedule. And if you go back for 1 second, I guess to state the obvious. So what that means is that all other budget areas, we're spending less as a percent of our total spend today than we did a decade ago on our library, police, accounting, all of the other, library twice, I guess, because we love our library so much. But the other departments have less of that pie than they did a decade ago to accommodate for the growth areas. Thanks, Ronnie. So this slide is not unfamiliar to people who participate in this process from year to year. We talked about the retirement contribution being up. Healthcare, our healthcare renewal this year is up 4.57%. That's a number that's still almost double Prop 2.5. But to put that into context, and we'll talk about this afternoon, we're a member of the Maya health community. Many towns and cities in the Commonwealth. It's the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association. It's sort of the sister organization to the MMA. We partner with Blue Cross Blue Shield. The renewals this year for that group, I think, ranged from 2 to 9%, and their average increase was 6% and change. So we're below trend within the Maya community. And I think the GIC, which is the state run, is looking at double-digit increases this year. So 4.5 is still a scary number for our budget, but it is a very competitive number based on what the market looks like right now in Massachusetts for healthcare. Schools, the 3-year average there, 5.2%. There's a sizable increase this year, which is consistent with one of the goals that the select board set as part of this budget process, which was to try to address some of our growing special ed needs. So that's reflected in this budget. The Essex Tech budget this year is up only $94,000. The 3-year average is still 8.3% based on admissions, but they have leveled off this year, which is certainly helpful as we approach this budget. At the top of the slide, trash and recycling. That's not a 23 to 24 comparison, but I thought it was important to point out, given all the discussion this year, that our all-in cost right now for trash and recycling based on the new contract is about $2.7 million. And that includes adding back in the $280,000 for weekly recycling, which we did before the holidays in December. That's a 90% increase from where we were 2 years ago. $1.28 million more is being spent on trash and recycling, which coincidentally is exactly almost, it's within $20,000 of what the new trash fee that's set to take effect on July 1st will offset. In other words, the trash fee is going to reset our cost of trash collection to where it was prior to the contract renewal, And importantly, and I think consistent with what we heard from the BCC, it holds other departments harmless for that cost increase, so that our library and our police department, our schools aren't helping to offset the increased cost of trash. This is another slide that we showed in the Budget Conference Committee. It tried to, again, show sort of visually when we talk about, the common refrain is, well, just cut your way out of whatever problem you're in. And we can try to do that, and we're going to talk today about around $750,000 that had to be taken out of the proposed budget to get us to balance. But we don't have buckets of money lying around waiting to be emptied out. 80 cents of every dollar we spend is on people, 74 cents on direct employees, and about 5 cents on contracted services to extend the reach of those direct employees. Another 19 cents of every dollar we spend is on fixed cost items like insurance, fuel, things that you can't decide not to pay, debt service. So at the end of the day, we have 2 cents of every dollar is spent on things like books, paper products, the types of things we think of as discretionary spending. Although I think it's debatable whether books are discretionary spending. We want to, again, this is context. So when we talk about making budget reductions, we're talking about reducing people, or what you'll see today, accepting more risk in your budget. And that's part of the way that we were able to balance the budget today. We had to bake a little more risk into the budget than we've historically done. And that's something that we just want to be open and transparent about as we move forward. So this is a slide we show every year. One of the things that the check-in we like to do is, we have a comprehensive set of financial policies that the Select Board adopted in 2019, and it establishes targets for unassigned fund balance and our free cash balance coming out of our town meeting. And this is kind of a snapshot of where we are against those metrics. One note of caution, and the reason it's blue here, $12.1 million on paper is a larger free cash certification than we have seen in the past. But I would make 2 footnotes about that. Number one, we're carrying about $3.5 million in that total that was collected as part of the landfill project to introduce solar. And all of those dollars and then some are to offset bond anticipation notes that the town had to borrow to pay for that project. So there's a $3.5 million spike in there that is associated with existing debt service that we have to pay back. There's another $1.7 million in that free cash certification that is related to the largest investment income return the town has ever seen. That is our most volatile revenue source. 5 years out of the past 10, we have missed our target there. It's a number we choose not to chase. Because you never know from year to year what that number is going to be. When you back out the $3.5 million in landfill receipts and you back out the revenue above projection on investment income, our net free cash number this year would be about $6.98 million, which is exactly what we expected, because last year in the '24 budget, we had to increase local receipt estimates by $1.25 million to balance the budget. And we talked about this a year ago, that when you increase your local receipt targets above projection, you're creating free cash. When you bring them back to projection, you are using free cash. And so the $1.25 million increase in local receipts last year was essentially borrowed against future free cash certifications. So that number is big. Coming out of town meeting, by the time we've paid for vehicles and pavement and debt service, it'll be right back to where it normally is, at about 1% of our net operating revenue. You can go next slide. So this slide shows the 3 sort of goals. We have many goals, but the 3 goals that the Select Board identified as needing to be addressed in this budget. Number 1 was working with the schools to implement a strategy to curb the growth of out-of-district special education spending. I think you'll hear shortly from the superintendent that they have a plan and they're ready to execute that plan. Number 2 is absorb new collective bargaining agreements once settled that fairly compensate town employees while maintaining service levels and budget solvency. We are currently in negotiations with all of the town unions and school unions. That is a process that will play out this spring. We have included in the budget resources that we believe will be sufficient to cover those negotiations. In the fall, the town finished a compensation and classification study. We did our last one in 2017. The Before that, the town hadn't done one since 2001. So we try every 5 years or so to do the same type of study that the unions would do as part of their collective bargaining process, just to check the market and make sure that our compensation is appropriate for our non-union and management employees. And you can see here that the outcome of the study, which was done in 2023, which was after the inflation spike that we saw, we had about a 3% delta to make up to get us to the 75th percentile of our market, which is where we aim to be. So it was not part of the goal, but I think it's important context for that goal as we proceed this spring. And third was to incorporate some of the annual costs with our new technology into the general fund. This is a variation on a long-term goal, which was to try each year to move items that we have historically funded out of free cash that truly are operating costs from the warrant and free cash, which is a one-time, it's a renewing number, but it's a one-time revenue, and into the operating budget. And so we have been trying to chip away at that each year. What you see here, and again, Rodney was kind enough to put page numbers at the bottom of each of these slides because I know we bounce around a lot in these budget books. So folks who have the budget or are following at home, you will see at the bottom of each slide which page number in the budget that we're referencing when we talk about these things. This is the budget at a super high level. This is what we're going to spend the day talking about. Schools are up 6.41%, and again, that is in part related to the goal that we just discussed moments ago. The library is up 2.8. We have one reduction, debt service, that's related to debt that's falling off. And that, when we talk about the debt budget today, we'll see, you want to have a declining debt schedule so that you can fold new debt in as time advances. The benefits and insurance budget, I want to flag, we'll talk about this a little later. We talked about introducing risk into the budget to get it balanced. So I just mentioned that our benefits and insurance, our healthcare renewal went up 4.5%. The total budget's going up 2%. That is in part because when you have 750 employees who come and go and have kids and get divorced and get married, it's really difficult 18 months out to know who's going to use what health plan. So we always carry a buffer in that budget so that when personnel actions and decisions are made, we have the ability to make those changes and provide statutorily obligated benefits without having to come back and do supplemental tax appropriations, which I don't think anybody in this room wants to do. We had to whittle away at that this year, so there's less of a buffer in that particular budget. We've also made a strategic reduction in workers' comp, which we'll talk about. But those are things that if we hire 12 employees who want to take the family plan this year, and if we have a major injury that hits our workers' comp, those are risks that we're accepting a little bit more risk. Not a lot, but a little bit more. So I just wanted to highlight that, and that, again, will be a theme throughout the day. On the revenue side, the tax levy new growth, this is a pretty standard number. The town, for as long as I have worked here, has operated close to its levy limit. So the $2.97 million represents levy growth and a $600,000 new growth projection, which has pretty much been the mark we've hit for the past decade. There have been a couple of years where we've exceeded that, one year where we failed to hit that. State aid this year, after a considerable increase last year, is up by less than 1% this year. Part of that last year is that the state they have some of their triggers in state aid are triggered by inflation, some of their metrics. So we saw an increase last year. Inflation has dropped back down, so we're seeing it's leveled out. So we had close to $1.5 million in new state aid last year. We have $100,000 in new state aid this year. The increase in local receipts is driven by the trash fee. So fees are up $1.43 million this year. 1.3 of that is the trash fee that was discussed and approved by the select board in the fall. But you'll see we've also increased our hotel motel revenue projections. We have inched up the investment income projections and the meals projections in order to balance budget. And I mentioned before, and again, we'll talk throughout the day, the departments also collectively, library, school, townside, found around $750,000 in cuts that they had to make to bring the budget forward today. So it took a combination of, even with the trash fee on the table, it took a combination of bumping up other revenues, reducing departmental requests to get to the balanced budget that we're going to focus on throughout the day. And with that, I would be happy to take questions now about the overview, but if not, we would turn it over to the school team.
Steve, what's the neatest way to proceed?
I'd be happy to, if there are questions about anything that was just presented, I'm happy to answer those, but otherwise, I think the schools are ready to go.
Great.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could we ask that the town manager's presentation be published somewhere, not online, as his slides that he just
It's online now.
presented?
Excuse me. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry, I got to turn this thing off.
I can answer that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We're printing copies and it's going online as we speak. Yep. Take it away.
Dan, excuse me for that interruption. Oh, Ms. Schools?
All right. Is this on? Can
Would
you hear me?
speak into the microphone
Okay.
as well as you can? Identify yourself, please.
So good morning, Select Board. Thank you for having us. I'm Robin Doherty, the chair of the Danvers School Committee. So I'm just going to do a brief introduction, and then we're going to take it over to Superintendent Bauer. So first of all, I do want to recognize that we are asking for a significant increase than we have in the past. It is a 6.4% increase, and that we are asking for $51,990,348. I do also want to note that we really do much appreciate the collaboration and the guidance with the town. I know, as Steve Bartha mentioned, we started this way back when with the Budget Conference Committee, so I do want to thank and acknowledge that. Most of our increase is really focused on, which we've talked a lot about, is really building special ed programs in the district to keep kids in the district, to keep them in their home community. So when Superintendent Bauer presents, he will really discuss that in the plan that we have to keep students in the district. So I will now take it over to you.
Good morning.
Morning, Dan.
Thank you for having us here. Just in preparation of this presentation, this is a hugely collaborative process and one that has begun. My first day was July 1st, but I feel that I began before that, being at this very hearing last year and listening and learning in terms of what the town needs, what the school needs. I'm very honored to be in front of you today. And I just want to point out my team is here today for when we get into questions. It's not just one person, it's a collaborative effort. So Assistant Superintendent Mary Wormers, who did the yeoman's work last year, is the interim. High school principal Adam Federico is here as well. To my left is our business manager, Pam Crum, who does awesome work, and as well as members of our school committee that are here today too. With their support and their guidance is critical to being where we are today. I do want to echo what Robin said, that it is hugely important to understand the collaboration between the schools and the town. It's essential, and I appreciate the Select Board providing guidance coming in with a goal in terms of ways that we can provide sustainable programming through looking at our special education programming to improve those areas, to create better programs to keep our students in. So I want to say thank you to the Select Board for that, and also the understanding that we are in a tight budget area, but we realize our financial responsibilities coupled with providing where we need to go to provide the best experience for our students. Next slide, please. Didn't know I didn't hit the clicker, so. Oh. As I said, no. We presented our goals to our leadership team earlier in the year, but again, just providing level services, which means being able to maintain services for our students and staff, but really the priorities to support the students and staff revolve around improving our special education programming, looking at the changing needs of our staff and students post-pandemic, and then really the continued support for innovative programming, particularly at the high school. That is critical, because another theme I heard last year is how can we keep our students in our schools, and there's a direct impact with keeping our students in, and we'll talk about that in a second. but also looking at improving academic achievement. As I look at this, it's all connected. It's not just one area, one area, one area. It's all connected. And this all really pulls back to our district improvement plan, where the safe and supportive learning environment, a coherent curriculum, instruction and assessment are very critical to the functioning of our schools. So I'm just making that point that that all connects with the work we've done over the last year to come forward today with the budget. So, right, good. As we know, we all face major budget challenges. The Chapter 70 funding, which I won't go into details with how that formula works, it's very complicated, but we are receiving substantially less this year, 1.4 million, but that's due in part to the big factor in this is utilizing the inflation rate that goes into the formula. And last year, the inflation rate was capped at a 4.5 max, although the rate was higher. This year, substantially lower, so that factors into reduced Chapter 70 funding. We do have good news, though. Our enrollment is up, and that's a big factor in determining Chapter 70 funding. And I say that's all linked to the work that we've done to retain our students. In addition, as Steve pointed out, the applications and those going to Essex Tech is less. So the more we keep students here, the better it is for our funding. So I want to say that the programming we have at the high school and such, it's effective. We also know that ESSER funding is ending on September 30th, and that funding has been very important, and we're very appreciative of having that funding, as that federal relief came to districts to provide opportunities to support schools post-pandemic with one-time fees and such purchases that would help schools navigate the change, but also to provide staffing with the spikes in behaviors and spikes in needs. But that's ending in September, so we have to account for that. Then also the out-of-district placements, as we know, the costs are increasing with tuition, particularly transportation. And then also another factor coming into place is the North Shore Education Collaborative that we belong to that supports a number of our out-of-district placements. We have an increase in tuition there due to a project. Transportation costs have been increasing, as we know, limited contracts, as well as just much more competition in that area, curricular needs, contractual obligations. We are negotiating through 4 contracts and trying to do the best that we can to create and keep our staff in the competitive mode, and inflationary increases. Next slide. Shouldn't have had that McCaff before I began, it's a little dry. Sorry. This slide indicates, and this is a big slide because it shows just the growth of the cost for special education. And I want to note here that I want to be very clear, this is not special education versus general education. It's not. It's just a reality that is in our budget that we are doing our best to navigate. So when you get into sustainability, if you look at the growth over the last 8 years, you know, substantially the costs have increased to a point where we have to navigate that through our budget. And as you know, some things have to give at times. And that is a limiting factor and really a big driver into creating the goal that was established by the Select Board. How can we look to flatten the curve, as you might say, and bring about change so that therefore we can utilize the other funding to keep building our programs. And it's all part of a process for sustainability, but also there could be growth factors down the road if we do this the right way. So that was a big piece of our planning for this year. And I think really if you look at it, the way I look at it as superintendent is that we have the cost of doing nothing or the cost of taking action, but also taking action at a very responsible way that navigates the changing costs and also the pressures, not just in the schools, but for the town. So next slide, please. We feel that it's critical that we review our resources, knowing that we have to be responsible stewards of the resources that are provided. And we're very appreciative of the support towards our schools, but we have to be minded to look at all the areas that can we navigate. For example, in our salaried areas, we have ESSER funding that is provided to us that is running out. So how can we help move positions over? We have to look very closely at attrition. You know, if there's attrition with retirements or different moves and reallocations, we'll do the best that we can to move the resources to fill the needs, and also look at our budget lines. Budget lines that might not be used as much, can we shift into other areas so that way we have that grouping of resources to do the best that we can without asking for more. If we can do that, we will. And we've already utilized some of the overages such to provide for social workers, special education teachers, language-based teacher, and BCBAs. We'll talk about that too. But also our ESSER funding is running out. And just noteworthy that it provided considerable relief for a number of positions when it initiated 3 years ago. It's since been whittled down, and coming into this year, there were 20 positions that were tabbed to be ESSER funded, although many of those weren't filled as we worked down. But we know that we can also utilize the ESSER to defer some of the costs in this budget, which are critical too. The non-salaried lines, looking at our curriculum and our technology purchases. Can we defer those to ESSER this year to take relief off those one-time purchases? And we will show that to you as well. But the biggie is transportation costs. How can we be responsible with that? And we're grateful to the town. They're providing us with 2 vans that allow us to utilize extracurricular transportation and such. And just a snapshot, we have 1 van now waiting for the second. But if we could utilize that, and we are, to move small pockets of students to a practice or performance, instead of having to lease and rent a bus, we have that in-house. And that's been a huge savings. Plus, we've received 2 7D vans, which can be utilized for special education transportation. Just have to find 2 more drivers. We're working on that. So I think the biggie in this, too, is that realizing that other districts are facing the out-of-district transportation stressors. And how can we work together? And there is an effort through the consortium with 20 other districts to look to regionalize transportation. A grant's been applied for. We're waiting to hear if that's coming back. And that will allow us as a group to, in year 1, analyze our transportation needs, also analyze where we can be more efficient. In year 2, actually look to cost share with other communities, which I think is important. Just to give a navigation, if you have X amount of students going to an out-of-district that might be several miles away, if you have adjacent districts that have students going to the same location, can you share that? And this will provide that opportunity, which ultimately projected might save us 10% and maybe more. So we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. I do want to bring to note the high school. The high school is a very important piece because I know that, in my former role as a high school principal, being able to provide innovative programs and retention is important, right? But it's more importantly to meet the needs of our students that are changing. How can we prepare our students to be successful when they walk out of our doors in a very changing global economy? So hats off to what the high school has done, and we want to maintain these programs because they are critical to the success of our students, such as looking at the advanced placement courses, right? So when we talk about this is all impacted. So we want to maintain the ability to offer high-level courses so our students are at a competitive place when they apply to college. And we've had great track record of students just recently in the early decision pool, a great track record last year that we want to continue to offer this to our students. Also, the innovative pathways, which prepare our students for, post-secondary opportunities, which is critical. In engineering, manufacturing, also in healthcare and sciences. Those are important, and that's a statewide initiative. And we've received a lot of grant funding to support that, but we also need teachers to specialize in those areas so we can push that forward. And that's critical to our success. Performing arts, I just want to say that we have one of the best performing arts programs in the state. We want to continue that. That also is an outlet for our students to maybe continue on after high school. The early college program offers opportunities that are unbelievable for our students, so they're preparing coursework at the college level, particularly those who may be first generation that haven't experienced with college, that they can now move forward and take advantage of that opportunity. And then our special education programming at the high school, which is growing, and we're working on it. And there were some students that did come back because of some of the efforts. So I feel very strongly about the high school in terms of where they are and the programming that is there, because that does connect not only to retention, but what's best for our students moving forward. And that does inversely connect with the middle school, because as we work to align, we have new leadership at the middle school, we're looking for ways to further make those connections so that students and families, they're not making decisions about whether to stay at the high school going into grade 9. They're making those decisions much earlier. So it's up to us to provide improved programming there as well. So the next slide. So just to show you the pathways, and this slide was used last year, but I saw this slide last year, and when you look at this slide, it really encapsulates the very courses and opportunities a student can take in the advanced manufacturing strand with courses that are very specialized, as well as the advanced coursework So when students graduate, they can apply for an internship. They can also provide for opportunities to move on to the secondary level, or the post-secondary level. And the healthcare and social services is an important strand too. We are developing and expanding into computer science, which is another area that we're looking to align that with the middle school. So these programs are really important, and they are, again, it's all related to where we are budgetary, because the sustainability, if we don't check that, I worry that programs like this in the future could be in jeopardy. Next piece. Thanks. Also, to balance this, Mary Wormers and our team do a lot of work applying for grants. So a lot of the grants that we apply for may not necessarily show on the bottom line, but they allow us to do the specialized work in our schools that aren't in the budget that allow us to do more. And I think a big piece of this too revolves around the innovative pathways, and when you talk about achievement, the Math Acceleration Grant and the Carnegie Math, ST Math, things that we hear about, receiving these grants allow us to, above and beyond the budget, to provide this programming to improve academic achievement. Sorry. The next piece, the Emergency Assistance Program, I think is important to note that, and I think we've done an outstanding job as a school district, as a community, working the best that we can with the state. And the funding for that comes in from the state, and that is separate from what is in our budget. So just to give you an idea of what the funding is, we receive $1,000 per student that is new into the school system. Now, if they came from another school of origin, not to get too complicated in the weeds, we do not qualify for that. So we had 58 arrive at the beginning, and we have that funding that came to us, and we have that funding to utilize for positions to support students in our schools. Also, we are receiving, and we've received different increments of $104 per day per student throughout the course of the school year. So that's important to note that that funding is there, so then we were able to bring in teachers for English language learners, Title I teachers that can help with reading, teacher aides and instructional aides that support what's happening in the classrooms, social worker for the myriad of needs for all students. The after-school program that we've created that is curriculum focused, but also really to help the newcomers adjust to school life. And also the communication devices and translation devices that are required. So that funding is critical, but that's not in our budget, it's separate. That funding does run out in June 30th, and we've been working closely with Sally Kierans and Joan Lovely at the state level to advocate on behalf of not only Danvers, but for all the districts to ensure that funding is there next year. And they're working really, really hard. In fact, they're coming to the school committee on April 8th to talk more, anything they can provide from the legislative end. But they've been advocates. We have weekly meetings with all the stakeholders through the emergency assistance. Sally has been a real advocate for ensuring we have funds, but support, but also realizing that we're doing the best that we can with the stresses that are facing us. And again, I'm really proud of the work that has taken place with that. Next slide, please. And I think the next piece comes down to we're facing, some major decisions and looking at ways we can be sustainable with our budget, but also it's strategic planning for the future. Knowing that if we put together a program that's effective to flatten the curve, as the previous slide showed, we can continue to build the safe and supportive learning environments, work on really pushing more achievement for all students, engaging our students, but knowing that we have a big plan that has coming to the end. It's actually ended, and part of my plan is to take the entry findings and create a strategic plan for the next 3 years, but also try to join in and couple with the town's move for the vision of Danvers 2030, because there's a major goal in there too. So having that aligned is critical for our success, not only as a district, but as a town. So I think the piece too of the special education programming is just, again, sustainability and being responsible with our resources. But again, it comes down to giving students what they need. It comes down to supporting our teachers and staff with the support they need for our students to be successful. And really, how can we do that? And we did bring a proposal and a plan to the budget committee hearings that we had this year, and really focusing in on how can we address 3 areas that are our primary movers for our district placements: the ASD, which is the autism spectrum disorder strand, therapeutic, and language-based. And we're looking, and I have a slide following that that'll talk more in detail, but also savings and transportation. Special education transportation out of district is very expensive, as we know, and the regionalization, I think, gives us a lot of hope, as well as how can we internally maximize our resources there. Also looking at what are we doing with our in-district transportation, can we streamline that further? And then again, getting into reallocation of staffing when possible is really important because we know the resources are limited and we have to be fiscally responsible on our end. All right. I should have had two McCaffs today. So this slide is really a boiled down version of the earlier presentation that we brought forth to the community. And again, looking at the three major strands of students that are outplaced and looking for ways, how can we improve existing programming that we have, and what can we do to add to that so we can provide the services the students need, so when you run down the road of making those decisions, we can say as a district, we have this, we're in progress, we're making progress, we can provide this, so students have what they need and the staff has what they need. And when you break down the cost, you know, they're roughly, if you average the three together, and this is really a thumbnail, you're talking $100,000 per student that leaves and moves, that we're obligated not only financially but morally to provide that. So I want to be very careful using the term investment because you're talking about humans, you're talking about students, you're talking about our best, you're talking about the most vulnerable population. But when you try to look at dollars and cents, I understand. You know, if we invest, you know, and we're able to keep X amount of students in, you know, I think if you keep one in, it's a win because that student then stays in the community, which is important. But the breakdown is, for our proposal, you know, initially we presented $1.2 million if we did everything at once. All three strands, put the personnel in, the training, the professional development, and put it together with a break even, as you might say, although I don't like that term, but that's the reality of 13.25 students. I don't know how you break a 2.5 into a person, but that's just the number crunching. So we're, again, trying, as we know that we have other pressures, and we know facing the schools in the town. So we worked very, very hard to say, what can we do this year with an eye to years 2 and 3 to improve our programs, and essentially, what can we do now, and what are we doing now, coupled with some of the rest of funding, to move forward to start to stabilize out-of-district placement, and particularly the areas of the autism spectrum disorder, therapeutic focus. You know, we brought a much reduced number in because we have staffing that we've already put into place with semester and some that we see that could really, really benefit us. And if you look at the average out-of-district cost of $100,000, transportation, you know, and you see the 5.7, again, I don't know how you make a 0.7 of anything, but I will tell you right now that we have saved students from going out through our creative programming, but more importantly to the commitment of the town to help us, as well as our staff and our families. So I would say that, again, it is proof in the pudding, and we're moving in the right direction. So I'm proud as superintendent to say that. Next, please. So just to boil down the ESSER and the special education, and I tried to take the budget book. There's a lot of reallocation, so things that are budget neutral with new asks. So the ESSER, as you remember, you know, initially a couple of years ago they were up to 30. We've pared that way down to 6.4 to move across, and these are critical positions. Because I will tell you also, for building management for all students, it's essential that we create a safe and supportive learning environment. And these positions are dedicated to doing just that. With the instructional technician at a high level to support a program at the high school, a hall monitor, behavior techs, the opportunity room at the middle school, which has taken a lot of pressure and has really calmed the environment there. And the special education coordinator was funded through it. We need to move it forward so we have that leadership to keep building forward. You can see the cost, the total there. But I want to be clear that there are other examples. I just wanted some highlighted areas. We know that achievement is a goal that we're interested in. And the math interventionist coach at the middle school is one area that we're looking to implement, but that forced us to look at reallocation of positions so we can stay at our cap. And a reading specialist, we're able to take grant funding for one and utilize that to support it for the next year. In terms of the special education development, the BCBA, the Board Certified Behavior Analyst, is critical. We only had 2 at the start of the year. And we are, you know, I can't remember the total number of students in the therapeutic and the ASD strand, but the BCBA supports teachers and staff by providing strategies and ways to help navigate the school day so students can stay in classes and get the education they richly deserve. Social workers to help navigate the needs of what's happening with our students and staff. Special education teachers that are needed. An SLP, which is a speech language pathologist, which connects directly with the language-based, as we're looking to keep students here from going to places like Landmark and such, on the ASD and an aide. And we bring those together. We've collapsed positions, meaning we had some open positions that if we collapsed, to maximize, to look for how can we bring a social worker in, if we can collapse and move a teacher into a role of a language-based teacher. Again, that's a neutral. And looking at contracted services, meaning monies that we bring consultants in to work in our district. We found some contracted services that could fund one of the BCBAs. So that's what I mean by utilizing resources that we currently have to maximize, the positions and support that we need. Next. Oh, increases off of my sheets. So when you look at the increases, and I will say to you that when we started off this process, today we're at 6.41 ask of an increase. We weren't there back in November and December. This has been a process of looking at priorities and how can we make that match for being as close as we can to having a sustainable budget to move forward next year. So the non-salary request is high, right? The out-of-district tuitions and transportations. And again, our estimate of the transportation, we've decreased somewhat because we know the inflation rate has gone down, and that's a factor in the contracts. Non-salary requests, for the supplies, materials, and contracts. A lot of the bus and athletic training services come out of that too. Special education programming requests that we just covered, and the position request to move over from ESSER, and those are critical positions. And then the contractual obligations as we lay out the COLA, the cost of living, steps and scale as teachers move across. And again, that's all critical too to keep and retain the talented staff that we have. But we have the offsets too that we look at. And Steve alluded to the fact that, in a lot of ways, if you look at the circuit breaker funding we're looking to bring into our budget to offset, that's substantially higher than we've ever brought in. But we need to do this in order to keep it within check as best we can, right? And we're depleting that fund. But we know that if we, again, goes back to the cost of doing nothing or taking action. So we're willing to do this based upon where we're building the programming to flatten that curve. Deferrals to ESSER, what can we take now for asks? We can move over and pay for so they stay out of the budget line. And then the pre-K tuition is an area that's not a finite number yet, but we just completed a pre-K audit that has reviewed our programming, and good news, and we'll report to school committee on the 25th. It's a favorable report. So for what we offer families for pre-K with certified, qualified teachers and supports is outstanding. And you don't have those same levels at a private place, but we haven't looked at a fee increase for over 15 years. And again, being cautious and competitive with the competing areas, we're looking to do that, and we know at least that figure is an area we can be in a ballpark. And I'll present that to school committee as well on the 25th. Transportation savings, then staffing, we have overages that occur with retirements. So if a person retires at a rate here, we typically will bring in a teacher with less experience at a lower rate, and then collapsing and using unfilled positions for that. And again, we're still in the season too, where if retirements do pop up, this could change a little bit, but that's the bottom line of the offset. So when you look at the nice pie chart that Pam created, and if you look back to 2015, which in our free time we do those things, we analyze, you'll notice the pie chart, and Steve mentioned it too, that percentages are similar over 10-year strand, and our percentages basically are similar too. In fact, I was talking to Pam before this, and our special education slice looks a little smaller, but don't be fooled by that. That's the huge increase to circuit breaker funding and other funding reserves over the years to keep that cost down. That's going to run out, and we have to be careful and mindful. So the point is that most of our salary is made up of personnel, as with all school salaries and municipal salaries, and there's a substantial piece of the pie that is special education. Again, what students need is what we should give them, but also we need to be mindful of how we can maximize that to even improve further than we are today. And if you could look at our per pupil expenditure, since I saw back 2015, we still were behind in 2015. We're still behind. So again, I think that points out the good work the town has done to support our schools because they're helping make up for that gap. So last slide. I know you're all grateful for that to be the last slide. So our proposed budget is, Robin pointed out, is $51,990,348. And the proposed increase with offsets comes to $3,131,000 increase and represents a 6.41 increase over FY24's budget. And I will tell you that, looking back, maybe it's the former history teacher myself, looking at trends and knowing that times have changed, but it is cyclical, pardon me. I know this is an increase that hasn't taken place in many, many, many years. But I know back in 2009, there was a 5.9 at that point. I was digging in deep, like what caused that increase at that time to be higher than typical. And I think we are in a piece now where we need to take action in order to stabilize and flatten the curve. So with that, I think I've completed my presentation, and I appreciate your time and attention.
Steve, there may be some questions from members of the board, and but I'd like to first comment and say what a meticulous, excellent presentation, because I don't think I misunderstood anything that you said, which also reflects upon the wonderful team members that you introduced this morning. So thank you all for really, really, really busting as well as you could to do this, and I think you did a great job. So there may be some questions from board members.
If I could bring my team up too, because again, I appreciate you saying that it's not just one person. I'm so proud of our team. So there may be specific areas that they can address much more clear than I can.
Good, thank you, Steve. Okay. Dan.
May I, please? Interesting you picked on 2009. I was on the school committee then.
Your fault.
Yeah.
Well, that can either be good or bad. Maybe I didn't do my research. I just looked at a number. And
Yeah. The trouble is I have a good memory. So as one member of this board, I'm supporting your efforts in adding into the special ed programs as you've laid out. But we do expect to see progress. I see a little bit of movement this year, and over the next couple of years, I'd like to see more progress. I'll be following the efforts of the school committee, your staff, to keep our students in our school and in our district to the best of our ability. I have no questions on your budget. Your school committee looked at it. They approved it. Nothing I'm going to change, but I appreciate the efforts that you folks are all making to turn our school system around and into a welcoming school for all students. So keep up the good work, please.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Bennett, and I appreciate you saying that, because that is the point, too, where there has to be, and that's why I'm confident coming to you today, because I've had the opportunity to work so closely with our team members that have provided guidance, and I see what they're doing day in and day out. And when I have the opportunity to visit the schools once a week, I try to stay in a school for the full day. I know the pressure is on me as a superintendent to keep pushing our team and staff, but I know that is what they do best. And we so look forward to, and I don't say a challenge, but the continued hard work of our dedicated teachers and staff that work so hard every day. So I appreciate you saying that, because I value that very highly. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I would also like to say to Robin, and I see Eric is here. Eric has been a foundation block of our schools and our school committee for so long, and I so respect his presence and taking part in this. And let me see. I'm sorry. Number one, these aren't working, and this isn't working like it used to. So who else is here? I'm sorry. Oh, Gabe, I'm sorry. Yes, Josh. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the support, obviously, that you are giving to our superintendent, his team, and our students. Maureen, do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to make comments. Dan, wow. All I can say is we're lucky to have you. Great team. Mary, and everybody else. You put together such a great proposal. I am also one of many, and I'm going to support you too. I would just like some of the comments that keeping the better programs here to keep our kids here. We've always talked about that, and you're taking the direction, which is great. Yes to academic achievement. That's top priority. Kids are top priority. My question is, with the ESSER funding, when it's ending, is there something else that comes into play with that? That we can get? No. Okay.
Not as of now.
Not as of now.
That's the federal funds, right?
Right.
We are hoping for, in terms of just for the EA programming, additional funding to support that. And I know that whatever is not expended this year in that funds we received, we can roll over to next year to apply. So, but in terms of the ESSER, no.
Yeah, but it's also disheartening too to see that the state's not giving us as much funding too. But maybe time will tell. Maybe we can get Sally to work on some more things for us. She does a great job. I love how you say, you know, the cost of taking action now, totally for it. Let's not wait, let's get ahead of it. That's really good. The transportation, I love how you're looking into sharing, you know, regional, you know, as long as it's not too far for the kids. You know, we got to take them into consideration too. We don't want kids staying on buses forever. I like that. With the other communities. I love the programs, the biomedical sciences. I think that's great. Did you touch upon computer science too, you said?
Yes.
Maybe with like some cybersecurity or AI, you know, as that's a hot topic, which would be great. Let's see. I like the vision that you have for the schools. I love the programs that you're bringing. I mean, the cost of the students, there's nothing we can do about that. And I just utilize the resources we have now. I love it. Thank you, Dan. And your
Thank you,
staff.
Maureen.
Great job.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
Matt, do you have questions or comments?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think this is working. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Great presentation, very informative for everyone. I just wanted to ask about a couple of different areas. So Essex, our relationship with Essex Tech, the special ed out-of-district movements that we've seen, transportation that's associated with that, and then just follow up with some questions about the new technology that you've incorporated. So in terms of Essex Tech, we know that over the past few years it's been a budget buster for us almost, in terms of not having any control over enrollment from Danvers. A very large interest, not just from Danvers, but from throughout the North Shore. Recently, administrators from Salem and from Peabody school districts have joined together to have a collaborative effort to come up with programs that would kind of slow down the siphoning of their students. And that's with support from state legislators, including Senator Lovely. Has your team looked at doing something similar, or have those two districts reached out to you to kind of find areas that they can develop and keep students in-house?
So thank you for pointing that out. And the piece, there's two things. And yes, it's an area that we're interested in collaborating where we can. You know, at this point, there's a lot of things to evolve. I work closely with Beverly and Peabody superintendents. You know, we've had some just high-level discussions about how can we collaborate and work together. And one of the big pieces is special education transportation, and that's a big driver for that regionalization, if we can get that off the ground. But also in areas, too, are there opportunities to come together with cooperative programming? You know, and I know that, you know, again, I don't want to make this, and I appreciate that piece, too, because we feel like we want to provide the programming for our students and not be a Essex Tech versus us. But it's like, what can we do? And that's why Adam and his team have really developed the programs so they can keep our students here. But then what about the student that may want X, Y, and Z above what we can offer? But if you work in a collaborative manner, you can do that. So
Right.
I've had experience, and there's been programs called After Dark programs where students can go for part of the day, and then take vocational training at the second part. Again, this is very, 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 very preliminary, but we are definitely open to conversations with opportunities to collaborate because I think it's important that we utilize our resources together. In other districts, we're all facing the same items. So I think to answer your question is we're open to talking. We've had some preliminary pieces, but haven't really gone down the road
All
of
right,
any
that's great.
finalization.
As long as it's in play. It's difficult to compete with Essex Tech. They have significant funding and support from Beacon Hill, so it's a difficult effort. And I'm going to talk later when Essex Tech shows up. I'm going to ask them more about the lottery system because that's still a sore subject for many of us. In terms of special ed, I've noticed, I'm looking at, let's see, on page D9, it lists the locations, well, not the locations, but for day placements.
Yes.
And there's a list of several dozen schools and other facilities, and I looked at the locations of some of them. Many of them are on the North Shore, but I see some that are in Natick, Marlborough, Rye, New Hampshire, Chelmsford, Arlington. So that must come into play in terms of the cost of transportation. That we're sending students in heavy traffic. Is that a daily thing that we send students to these locations every day?
It is, yes.
Right.
It is, and if I could follow up on that, if that's
Sure,
okay.
sure.
Yes, in the way it works is that we have to match the needs of the student with what is available in programs and also with spacing and enrollment openings and things like that. So using that factor into place, ideally, yes, if we could have a student closer to home, it would be ideal, but that doesn't always work out because the student may have a high level of needs that only specific facilities can provide, or because there could be enrollment issues that do not allow an opening for that. And so we take those into consideration, and yes, that is true, for sure. And again, I think that reinforces, a large part of the work that we do too, because trying to keep students within the community is the most important thing.
Sure.
But again, we have the obligation that if a facility has the resources and the programming that we don't, and again, some are very specialized and way above the needs we could ever provide, we are legally entitled to do
Sure,
that. So
I understand that.
yeah,
That's
but that
fine.
does weigh into transportation because you may have, one or two children going in that direction. Again, that regionalization is where I think it's going to be key to,
Right.
if we can.
And that was something that jumped out to me, because I'm looking at the number of providers. I assume that you have them under contract and we're not paying like per trip. We're doing more of a kind of an annual type of a contract with these providers?
I could actually have Pam, because that's been her expertise.
Okay.
Sorry, Pam. That's a great question.
It's actually not my area of expertise. We have a transportation coordinator who works with the special education department to identify what the needs are, depending on whether a student might need a monitor or other sort of special things on their transportation. But it is put out to bid, and it is not, it's a daily rate that is paid. And oftentimes there will be more than one student on a vehicle if they're going to the same place from the town of Danvers, and it can be combined. But a lot of times, if needs change, then it goes out to bid with our list of contractors, and we take the lowest price that we can get, but it's
Okay.
often not as low as we would like it to be.
All right, thank you for that information. And Dan, you mentioned earlier about, and several times, the regionalization. So if we're driving someone to Danvers to Arlington, there may be students in other communities along the way that we can kind of do ride sharing with, and that's a way to kind of keep the costs in check.
Yes, and that's a big part of the grant that will allow for year one to really research the needs of the districts, which I think is important to know, like what students are going where, what facilities, and then start to bring it to a database where then in year 2, all right, let's put this together. So if it's X, Y, and Z district that'll join in. And Pam brought up a good point, because some students may require monitors or even sometimes health professionals. So that really is, I think will be a game changer, and we're all very excited about
Yeah,
that.
that's great. And I'm kind of surprised to hear that really isn't kind of being fully, that, kind of a database, interactive kind of programming that would, kind of do that regionalization, because it makes it more cost effective, especially when you're traveling on 128 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just a quick question about the IEPs. That's the individual programming for each student. I think I heard last year at your presentation it's almost 20% of the total school population.
Yes.
And how are those plans developed? Is that something that parents and the student themselves describes to the schools, and that the plan is then, it's kind of an interactive process?
So it's a plan that it's a team approach where we have families, we have our professionals, teachers, administrators, our specialists, school psychologists and such, because oftentimes, depending on what the need is, there is testing to look at cognitive testing, as well as other aptitudes that are brought into the play. So this is developed. There's a format that's followed. It's a state requirement. So it is a structured format. Then we look at what accommodations we can provide to help that student have success as much as possible in the mainstream setting. We apply FAPE, which is the basically the least inclusive setting. So a student could be in the general, as much as possible, inclusive settings, and that's a goal. But the team works together to find what is the best accommodation, and that is reviewed over time on an annual basis, because as a student makes progress or not, if not making progress, what are further accommodations and maybe further testing required to really get to the bottom of what the student needs, and if they're making progress, make adjustments from there too. So that stays with that student, but it is a team effort, which is important, because the idea is that, again, it's providing what's best for the student, but you have a lot of different perspectives coming in the play.
And it sounds like a dynamic process. You mentioned doing an annual review, so that's good. That as you implement their program, you're going to see some positive changes, I would assume. And is it 20%? That's 1 in 5 students in the district has these types of plans?
Yep. It's actually a little bit higher percentage. I don't have the exact off.
No, that's fine. It
21.
just seems high to me. Is that similar to other communities in the state?
It varies, but there are some parts of that are similar, yes.
Yeah. And there's an additional cost, right, on average? I mean, I realize I have, there's children in my neighborhood that utilize special education programs, and from what I hear from their parents, it's very hands-on, and parents are very comfortable with the way the school district handles the needs for their children. Let's see what else. So that's kind of it. We've talked about the special ed and then the transportation. What about transportation in general, just within the district for, I think we just, at the last town meeting, we purchased a new school bus. So how is the cost with that in terms of the physical buses themselves and then the drivers?
And we say thank you for that, because that bus will replace, I believe, a 10-year-old bus that requires extensive repairs, so we're able to replace that. It just didn't make sense to repair that bus at that age, so we have an up-to-date bus. But one thing that we are looking at, too, is how can we streamline our transportation in district? And can we, at some point, maybe add to what we have? Again, that's a big ask, because ultimately 2 things have to come into factor. You need the vehicles for that, but you also need drivers for that as well. And that's one area that we're looking into closely. How can we attract more drivers, be competitive with that, but also maximize, our transportation itself? And I think it's been a game changer. Just that one van, and they're going to use it a lot in the spring, where maybe the tennis team can go to matches, a smaller, group of
Right.
and also for our musical piece. So that's going to substantially save us. And also, what are obligations in district for special education as things change, that may change what we need to provide as well.
Okay. The Chromebooks. So I think we're 10 years in now with the Chromebooks. Previous superintendent, Lisa Dana, had kind of spearheaded that effort. So from my understanding, those Chromebooks, they become essentially obsolete within just a few years, in the sense that there's no updates for operating system or for security software. So are these really a good investment for the district? Because I think right now they're in all the schools, right? Every single student has one.
They do, and I've seen everything from first grade, and we've put some more into some first grades all through 12. The Chromebooks are in the schools, and we do have we lease. And again, another area of, Pam has a lot of areas of expertise, but primarily looking at our contracts is for that piece to be able to replace, and we have some leases coming up as well. And that's some of the navigation. This year, we're looking to utilize ESSER if we can, to absorb that for this year to offset the ask that we're making too. So, and we also know that we provide devices for teachers. So the high school staff, that lease is up for Chromebooks, but also looking, can we upgrade what they have in more of a PC, which can provide way more integration and much better device for the teachers for all the uses they have. So we're looking at that as well. So I think that's a really good point, because that is a program that, it's important because I see the students using it, but we need to make sure that that is up to date. And as well as the touch panels and all that, the teachers integrate that with the...
Yeah, the whiteboards, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Chromebooks have limitations in terms of the CPUs, the hard drives, what software they can actually run. So I think people have said to me, they use them to play games, but it doesn't sound like you could really do anything on them other than maybe just check your email or or just kind of follow along with the teacher's presentation.
Yeah, so we're Google-based, and I will see students in classes, they're working on presentations, so they may break up into small groups, and if it's in a history class, for example, they might have 4 different themes, and they put those slides together into a Google slide presentation. Research, they're able to find that and develop that into presentations. The ST Math at the elementaries is supplemental. It looks like they're playing games, and I'm stumped sometimes in the 3rd grade with some of the math, but it really is, it is pretty impressive. But yeah, there are limitations to those devices, which we feel fit the needs of the students.
Yeah.
But at the level of the teachers, maybe not as much. If you've been on a Zoom call with somebody on a Chromebook versus a PC, it's a...
Yeah, there's some lag there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So it's just good to allow the students to remain competitive, because other school districts are using the same thing. So it's not as if the technology isn't appropriate. I think it's definitely, especially during the pandemic with the remote learning. So, and then just one last thing has to do with migrants. So we've had an influx in Massachusetts because we're a right to shelter state. I think the only one in the whole country. So we've become a magnet for I'll call them migrants. So there are a number of migrants living out on Route 1 in the hotels, and I assume that there are some of them that attend our schools. Can you kind of describe how that's working?
Well, I want to say I'm very proud of our efforts to provide educational programming for particularly those who may be new to our country, that maybe do not speak English, although they speak usually 2 to 3 or maybe 4 different languages. I've seen growth in our schools in terms of their transition, and very successful, but I also see how that has impacted other students and has brought tremendous value, and I hate to use the word value, but I think has really been beneficial for all in how we're navigating this. And I can't say enough about our teachers and staff, and they love our students. I see the students, and I'm a little personal on this one, because I see how students coming to our door that need us, and we're able to provide for them, but also balance to make sure that everybody gets what they need. So Mary Wormers deserves 1,000% credit, because she's leading the charge here, as well as our staff And those funds are essential to provide, additional staffing to make sure our students get what they need. So I'm very proud of that work. I'm very proud of what, not only have our new students benefited, but all students and everyone has benefited from the experience too. So I think that, and again, to me, it's very personal in the fact that we not only have a moral obligation, but a legal obligation to do what's right for anybody that comes through our doors to be one of our students. And I feel very proud as superintendent to say that, and I've seen it firsthand. I've seen how our students have grown from day one, and I've also seen the growth of everyone associated with that, so.
Okay, all right, well, thanks for that info. That's all I have, and just to echo what my fellow board members have said, that your team's doing great work, and we're proud and happy to have you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Matt. Guard, do you have questions, comments, input as our senior board member?
So thank you for being here. I do have a little preamble I feel I have to say. I've been a select board member 18 years, and it is well known that family members of mine work for the school system. People try to make an issue out of this. In fact, I have filed multiple appearances of conflict of interest with the state, with the town, per our town lawyer's recommendation. It's to note that, yes, my discussions in many subjects may appear to have a conflict of interest, but does not. My wife's employment predates my being on the select board. My daughter is a proud graduate of Danvers High, went on to get her bachelor's and 2 master's degrees, and now has been teaching at Danvers High School for more than 10 years. So, and to remind people, the select board have one decision in front of us. We vote the entirety of the budget. We have no line item veto. We have no line item discretion. It is what you present, we can either accept, not accept, or modify maybe a dollar amount, but not a program or a position. I saw the budget, went through it when you dropped it off the other day. I don't have any particular questions. I do want to make another statement, though. The issue of the migrant students here has come up before, and I think it sometimes comes with a negative connotation. We have a moral and ethical obligation to educate anybody who comes to our school system. These are all legal migrants, people who come, and I'll remind everybody in this room, I believe, came from an immigrant background. So while we're talking about what's happening now and there's an influx, we had the same discussion when we had the homeless influx several years ago and the impact on that. But Danvers school system and the Danvers administration takes the responsibility of helping our citizenry as much as possible. And I'm proud of that. And I don't want that to become a negative or perceived negative in the comments from the board. I think it's an important thing that we do. I think it's that we support you and we support that community as well. So I just want to say that I get a little concerned when some of the questions seem to have a negative connotation. It should be, we're helping. We're here to help. So I look at what you're doing for the special education programs and know that when we talked in the budget committee hearings over the summer, there was discussions about new programs that may offset the need to send people out of district, and I'd be excited to hear about those when they're ready for fruition and discussion. But I'd be excited to hear about that and how we can reduce the transportation cost is enormous per pupil. Just because it has to be a specialized vehicle, it has to have specialized professionals in that role. It's not the same as a necessarily standard bus driver, and they have to have special training and care. So anything we can do to start minimizing the impact of the most common out of district need would be greatly appreciated. And in some places we have to invest in order to save later. You are right, 6.41 is a pretty dramatic increase, and we did it in 2009. We had a dramatic increase where, from my role, I perceive that more often than not, the school increase outpaces the general government increase. But we can see from the diagrams that we've been getting that over the past 10 years, it's remained roughly the same percentage of the overall town budget. So that doesn't cause me great concern. With the 641, and the same with after 2009, there was a bump, there was a blip or a statistical increase, but then it kind of leveled off. And do you anticipate that this 641 puts you in a position to then return to, and I know you can't promise anything, but return to a more standard or steady increase for the following years?
So in generalities, the idea is to make this investment now where if we can flatten that curve, the resources that we have, then can we reallocate them in other areas to continue strengthening the programming? That's really the key. So without doing that at this point, it would be difficult for me to come back next year with this same ask. So we fully respect that for not only what is the work that the town has done to support the schools, but for our taxpayers, who I know it's tough. But I also know that, again, it goes back to the theory of taking no action and waiting. We don't have time for that. So the anticipation is, and that's why, just coming back to Mr. Bennett's comment, like, yes, we got to keep working and rolling up our sleeves to ensure that we're doing everything we can to strengthen our programs so the returns are there. Then we can utilize that to continue to offset, but then continue to build without coming back with a huge expenditure ask every year, which I know is not feasible, nor is that sustainable.
Thank you.
I hope that answered that.
It did. And aside from special education costs, which we need to maintain, we do have the dynamic of having Essex Tech and competing with, and I don't want to say competing, actually. I don't think it's a competition. It's not us versus them. It's both are trying to educate students to the best of their ability and for the best of their skill sets. However, have we considered looking at, I just got this 20 minutes ago, from Essex Tech, and they do a good job of breaking down what programs they provide in town for the Danvers students. Mm-hmm. Have we considered if there's a large one, electrical or information systems technology, has there been consideration of bumping up our IT education, which I'm fond of because I came from a vocational school and took IT. Mm-hmm. Could it be an opportunity for us to see this as an opportunity to improve some of our internal programs here in Danvers that keeps an IT kid in school or an engineering kid in school? Mm-hmm. All three of my students graduated from Danvers High. One's an engineer, one's an educator, and one's a baker. So two of those you could actually serve the community through engineering courses, or culinary courses. Is there a way that we might consider this document as a possibility for bringing back some programs to Danvers, which makes it attractive, again, more attractive to stay in town in the school system?
So to your point, with the existing pathways and looking for ways to strengthen that, Adam and his team have been doing lots of work this year. We have an 8-1 grant, I believe. 1-8, excuse me, I had it backwards. That does allow and to look at innovative schools that provide programming that might be outside of the traditional, because I think that's the area that we really want to dive deeper into. So when we talk about the next phase for us is to involve, computer science or technology. That's the next strand that we're looking to create and work on, and knowing that we also need to drive this into the middle school. So we need this alignment there, because really that alignment would prepare students so when they get to the high school they can really accelerate. And that's some of our work that we're looking at now, particularly in the computer science area. But there definitely is a willingness on Adam's team, and I'm grateful for his leadership, along with Mary, to provide that opportunity for bringing in more innovative programming as we can, because let's face it, the landscape looks much different than when we graduated from high school, right? And we know that the jobs and opportunities for students, even when they come in as kindergartners, may look different and may not even exist at the time they come in to when they leave. So it's really up to us to look for ways to promote that, but at the same time create that foundation so they have the skills when they go into those areas, they have strength. So definitely an area of great interest to us as a district.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Dan, did you have anything further?
No, fine, thank you.
Before we move on to our next component, I'm sitting here, and every penny we spent at my age all of my constituents, have paid their mortgages and their taxes for years, and every time we are 1 penny higher than last year, they scream at me. And of course, we scream at the town manager, and he screams at Jen and Rodney. Not true. But the way that you and Josh and Gabe and Eric and Adam and Mary and Pam, who am I leaving out? Did I mention Robin? The way you put this together.
Well, I know, there's no room.
Yeah, the way you put this together, the competence with which you present it, gives confidence to our taxpayers that this huge component of their real estate tax is being carefully monitored and shepherded. That's a very important thing for the good feeling and well-being of the community. So it's not just the schools that you are looking after. You're looking at the rest of the people and their vision of what government is for them. So, wow, what a wonderful job today. Is there anything you'd like to say, Dan, before you conclude?
Again, I just want to reaffirm my gratitude to the town and the collaboration, but also to the support of the select board. Providing that guidance coming in was extremely helpful, but also my team, and I hate to say my, because it's we, it's a collaborative effort, because behind the scenes, it's not one person. It's a very collaborative effort, all the way from our instructional assistants up to our administrative team. But I also know there are a number of family members and parents and staff here, so I just want to say thank you.
And thank you very much, Dan.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to allow questions if there are any?
Oh, yes, I'm
Limit
sorry.
each of 2 minutes.
Forgive me. Is that Bill back there? Please. 2 minutes, if you would,
And
please,
I
Bill.
ran out of water, so I'm eternally grateful.
2 minutes for citizen
Oh,
comments.
it'll be a lot less than that. Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4.
Welcome, Bill.
Great presentation. I'm doing some more research. There's groups out there now for family members and taxpayer parents and taxpayers of what's an intelligent question to ask your school committee at the budget process. I do want to note that I watched the school committee's budget process from home and was terribly disappointed that there was exactly one resident in the audience to ask questions on the school budget. We can do better. It's a $51 million budget. There was one taxpayer there that asked questions. Sorry to be negative. But so the question that came up at a higher level, if you guys would think about this, and perhaps, I'm not looking for an answer today, but at FinCom or as we move along, one of the great questions I saw out there was, what matrix does your school district use to evaluate the effectiveness of budget allocation on student success? And particularly where we have a new superintendent, and it's something we've never been able to do a lot of that. And we're going to get out of MCAS. We're going to have a choice to make on MCAS. So how do we as taxpayers, parents, and elected officials evaluate the effectiveness of the budget on student success? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Hello. Please approach the podium. And would you please identify yourself and speak into the microphone?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Patrick Kelleher. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 2, an educator and a parent. My wife Tracy and I, who are both here today, are both elementary school teachers in Danvers, and we both have a son with autism who attends the Danvers Public Schools and is an intensive learning center at Thorpe Elementary School. Our son Colin's 7 years old, and he's at a single word level, so his functional language skills are limited. And just to put a little face to talking about, students on individualized education plans who benefit from special education programs in town, he is learning how to make friends. He's learning how to use a touch chat program to communicate. And he cannot come home from school currently and tell us how his day was. So we really rely on the wonderful team of teachers, aides, and all the staff who work with him each day to let us know how his day went and to keep him making gains both academically and socially. However, one thing that's apparent to us is how much love our son has for his school community here in Danvers. And there's many students in the Danvers Public Schools with diverse needs like my son at all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high school. And we need to do as much as we can as a community in town to support all our students in Danvers, especially our students in special education. And we need the funding previously described to make sure that this support continually happens. If a priority for the town is to keep students in the district and save on the sizable cost of out-of-district placements and related transportation expenses, financial commitments need to be made to provide this quality education for all of our students. And as parents, my wife and I worry that education programs in town will not have the funding they need to be appropriately and fully staffed and supported without a budget increase. And two dire consequences of this will be that individualized education plans will be legally out of compliance, and that kids will not get what they need to grow and progress if positions are cut or not filled due to lack of funds. And ensuring that we have enough teachers, special educators, support staff, aides, and related service personnel to support all of our students here in Danvers is critical. Another reason an increased budget is necessary, and I know it was talked about previously, but some of these important positions mentioned above have been previously funded for by ESSER funds, which, as you know, expire at the end of this financial year. Thus, they're in jeopardy without increased funding. Strengthening and fully funding the special education programs in town will immediately benefit our students in those programs and ensure that our students have appropriate placements within the district. I agree with our district superintendent that we're working for all of our students, and what benefits one student will ultimately benefit all of our students. And to truly be an inclusive and dynamic learning environment, the requisite resources need to be in place. This is really a critical and crucial opportunity to allocate needed funds to increase the fiscal year 2025 education budget. And I urge you to strongly consider this because all of our students deserve a quality education in Danvers that meets their own diverse needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. You make our discussion this morning even more real. Mary Beth?
Good morning, Mary Beth Very, town meeting member, former school committee member, current president of DEEP, the Danvers Educational Enrichment Partnership. Just want to have a few comments today on the school budget, having been involved with the process before and being a lifelong Danvers resident. And a couple comments. A budget is a moral document that states what we fund is what we value. So just keep that in your mind. I know we all know that, but just keep it in mind. Comments that were made at a previous school committee member by an attendee that we're putting so much effort into special education, other students are missing out or we're failing them. That is not true. Having had two students go through the Danvers Public Schools at two different ends of the spectrum, special ed and regular ed, and both are successful students, both went or moved on to college, and they're both thriving in their own way. Would not be possible without the support of the administration, the staff. One of the teachers that supported my special ed kid is here today, and I owe her a debt of gratitude forever because special ed, you don't necessarily grow out of it. It does not get fixed. It's lifelong. So whether it's autism, social, emotional, language-based, it is a lifelong thing that students and parents have to deal with. And I realized that during COVID because of my son myself. So it's, again, not a fix. And as a community member, as a school committee member, kind of sick of hearing people say, well, Danvers is just average, we're not great. Well, if we're not great, then let's put the money in it to make it great. And I also, again, special education, people like special education. Well, you don't know what it is unless you have a student in it, you're teaching in it, you don't understand the struggles. So, again, special education students, regular ed students, students that come from other countries here, it's all a benefit to our community and we should be embracing it because as a community we want to grow and they're all our students no matter what. So again, I just want to put that out there. This is how I feel as a community member, town meeting member, passionate, and people may say, why do you still care? Because you don't have kids in the school anymore. But it is my community. I do care, and I want what's best for everyone. So those are just my comments. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for being here, Mary Beth. Yes, please.
Oh, actually, one quick thing, because I just wanted to answer Bill's comment about how are we assessing. So as part of DEEP, we have meetings, monthly meetings. This last meeting, this last month, community is invited. We had DECA students there, one of our programs at Danvers High School. About 7 students, professionally spoken, talked about their competitions, talked about how they started in it, and where they're going. They were all seniors pretty much, and like what their next plans are. The assessment is not just a written test, a taken test. It is where they're performing outside of the school, where they're going beyond school. So we're daily assessing our students, not just by what they're learning and what their test grades are, but how they're communicating, how they're interacting with the community, their volunteerism. And it's a team effort. It's not just the schools, it's a community effort. So we all have to support each other in this, whether it's, you know, how you support your kid or your student. We're all doing it together. So that was it.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Good morning. I'm not sure if you guys remember me. I come to every special education budget meeting. My name is Susie Soldani. I have 3 children at Riverside Elementary School. My oldest son is Noah. He's a 5th grader. He has autism with a severe language impairment. I'm here again in support of the funding that the school department is asking for. 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism. About 7% have profound autism. By building a strong, effective autism program at each level, elementary, middle, and high school, will not only reduce the out-of-district costs, but above that, it will give our children the same opportunities and experiences that all other children in Danvers get to have in their own district. Noah just turned 11 years old. He is the most precious, sweetest soul, and I am so thankful that he is my baby. His favorite things are flag football, Mickey Mouse, and drawing. I just want to give you context when you look at budget and what is it that Dan says? It's you can't put a figure to a human. So, as Noah's mom, I spend all of my free time educating myself on how to advocate for him. All parents worry about their children, but parents of special needs children worry just a little bit more. Since he started school in Danvers, Noah's neuropsychologist has recommended out-of-district placement every year. My husband and I have not taken the advice of multiple doctors to send him out of district, but to keep him in district with both his siblings and his peers. It is an extremely hard decision to make, and I hope it's one that we do not regret. I am putting my faith in the school and the community. We are hoping that the town will approve the funding to help Noah's special education program that will keep him in district and allow him to grow in his own community. Danvers is lucky to have a superintendent that truly wants to help kids get what they need. Dan and Mary are fighting to get the Danvers school system to be the best that it can be for all students. And I often have to remind people that special education is not a place, it's a service that can change the lives of special needs children and to better their future and to ultimately give their parents the peace of mind that their children can hopefully live full and independent lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. You also make our hearing this morning more real and live. Thank you.
Can I say something? Susie, I just want to say thank you for always coming and telling your story, and it's wonderful to hear. I think, you'd be like the Parent Advisory Committee. You're always here advocating for your child, complimenting our schools. We're here to help the children.
Thank you. Was there another hand? Did you want to speak? Sure. Please. And please, 2 minutes, please, for each citizen.
Good morning. My name is Mark Corsino, 3 Sandpiper Circle in Danvers. My wife, Jen, and we both have a son, Lucas. He goes to the Thorpe School, and he's on autism spectrum. Lucas is 7 years old. He's a great kid. He's made wonderful strides, but it's been with the help of the superintendent, and we thank you for that. Basically, what I'm trying to say is you got to keep the special education resources in the town of Danvers, because of the fact that if these kids are going out of out of the district. It's going to cost you more money. So you might as well keep these children in the town where they can learn, grow, and be with their peers. Now, I was a special education student as well, and I've done pretty well, I guess. You might as well say I've done pretty well. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of help, which I was grateful to get. And I can say that Lucas, with the education he had, he's made strides. He talks, not full sentences, but he's getting there. That's with the help of the superintendent, the Thorpe School, and all his resources he's had, and us being behind him to help him get to where he is today. And I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Power for all the strides he made since he's been in office. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes?
He said most of it.
There was 2 minutes.
I'm saying I'll probably do that. I'm so sorry for whatever I just did. Hi, good morning. Thank you. Sorry. Good morning. Thank you. I had a completely different speech on it, completely wiped out. So I'm just going to quickly read so that I can be under 2 minutes. As my husband said, kind of echoing, we have a beautiful son, 7 years old, diagnosed with autism at 2 years old. Didn't speak until he was about 4, more towards 5 years old. And he has spoken more in the last 6 months in the school district just because of the changes that were made just in the last few months. And I've seen so many positive changes that are being in place. I know some of the changes that are coming down the pike. When I first heard them, I was upset, frustrated as a parent, and then I sat with it and I really looked at the plans as a whole that are coming down the pike and said, you know what, this is what he needs for the duration. We can take this current setback of transition to a new school and make the effort as parents for the long-term goals for Lucas's education. Also, there was a couple of comments by the select board that I just wanted to touch base on. One of them being, select board member Maureen said, let's not wait and get ahead of it. I couldn't agree with you more. Literally, 100% agree. And one of the reasons is because also select board member Matthew Duggan, I'm sorry, I'm still getting to know everybody, had mentioned 20% on IEP and kind of, I understood that as kind of intriguing. Why is that? A lot of people on the IEP are not just, autism, it's developmental delay, it's physical, it's you have people who are blind, deaf, physically impaired, mentally impaired, cognitively impaired, social, emotional. There's so many different reasons. And one of the things that's extremely important as I'm learning so much in such a short period of time, because Lucas is in kindergarten, mind you, so it's been a very short time and I'm still learning a lot, is across all of the boards, between Congress, between the ARC, fighting for bills in the community with the state of Massachusetts, the trainings that I'm doing across all of these agencies from town to state to CPAC to everybody, the consistency is people, this is only, the numbers are growing, meaning, for instance, and I just looked this up as I was sitting, so please don't quote me, and I hope Google is okay, isn't gonna fail me right now. But for instance, just 13 years ago, the numbers were 1 out of 75, and Susie just explained to you it's now 1 out of 36. The numbers are changing, so we can either get behind it or in front of it. So the $52-ish million here today could be quadruple if we don't get ahead of this number in 13 years. So thank you. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Sure.
I appreciate everybody in the audience with their concerns, their stories. It's touching. We feel for you. But I don't think anyone up here has objected to what the school committee and the administration is asking for. And we are here to hear the budget. So hopefully we can move on, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
One at a time.
Essentially, he's saying that you're preaching to the choir.
Right.
I think so. Okay, that will conclude. I see a hand back there, please.
Mr. Bradstreet.
Bill, of course, it wouldn't be complete without hearing from you.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I appreciate the presentation by the superintendent, also the remarks by the people who are really interested in the young adults. Mine is only a comment. I'm an old person, and I remember how things used to be. They're young adults, and they're not kids, they're not juveniles, although at Samantha, but they're young adults. They need to be treated that way. They also need to have a good education, which I hear they are, so they can deal with the world we're living in today and will face. So, thanks to the schools for doing their part. We need the rest of the town to do their part also. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Before we conclude, did Sally just walk in? Yes. Sally, we just concluded the hearing on the school committee budget. Did you have anything to add with respect to the school committee budget?
Sure. Only that. Good morning, everybody.
Sal, speak into the microphone.
Good
please.
morning, everyone. Yes, with regard to the school budget, I just want to make sure you're all aware that we are aware, the legislature is aware, Senator Joan Lovely and I are aware and working hard to ensure that all of the communities, like Danvers, although I think we're probably stepping up in a much more robust way. That's really not fair. All of the communities in the Commonwealth tasked with opening classrooms to people who have just moved here. And it's been a great number, and it's a stress on the budget. We know that. We acknowledge that. Kudos to this team of people in front of me who have been working doggedly to make the most of the $104 per student per day that the Commonwealth is reimbursing. We have to press fairly on a regular basis to say, please make sure those reimbursements are coming. The superintendents have been fabulous. I just want you all to know that there's a lot of work and conversation going on to make sure that communities have what they need from the state to support newly arrived children, wherever they're from. And I know it's not without any impact. I'm seeing a different, like, I think I know every person over here. So I don't want to be, please don't be thinking that we're looking at it lightly, but it is our obligation to educate children. And so we are doing that, and we will continue to push. I offered an amendment in the supplemental budget to give, for example, priority status to municipalities if they are standing up their own summer programs, for example. And my amendment didn't go anywhere, but I think it did begin a conversation for what's ahead in the budget. So we did appropriate more funding, and we did, with that additional funding, we did impose a limit on the amount of time that a family can be in emergency shelter. And that was a very hard decision. But the whole system, because it's not designed to function as an entire refugee resettlement program just in 90 communities in one commonwealth of the country, it was going to collapse on itself. So it's very difficult that we had to set that limit, but we know that there are not unlimited resources. There aren't. We don't have unlimited capacity. So I was also very encouraged to hear the person who runs the Mass Office of Refugee Resettlement talking a lot about community partners, churches, nonprofits, all working to connect newly arrived. Now remember, about half of the people in the EA system, in the emergency shelter, are not from another place. They're from here. They're from Massachusetts. They are sort of, they were in the housing crisis that we weren't really seeing until COVID And then we began to see so many things, including, I mean, we're short by 200,000 housing units. Very proud to say that my town is doing its part. However, where was I? Yeah, housing units and the woman from the Office of Refugee Resettlement talking about networks of people from Haiti, networks of people helping cousins. It's the story of immigration that has always been, where you know someone and they say, oh, I have family, they're in Danvers, Mass, go try to find them, or go to Boston. A lot of that is happening. The UU Church has been very helpful. Sorry, I'm getting the hook. So,
This is the school budget discussion.
well, fair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
so please know that
No more.
I know that your school budget hinges on the Commonwealth honoring that commitment to the $104 per student per day. We need transportation money. So I know that, and I'll continue and hope that we're able to ensure everything that you're trying to do here in Danvers.
Thanks for being with us, Al, this morning.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'm going to ask, Steve, if we have a 10-minute recess now, is that going to destroy our
2 minutes.
2 minutes? No, I'm going to need a few
Mr.
more.
Chairman, before we take a 10-minute or 2-minute break, we will need a vote on the school budget.
So
Do we
moved.
want to, okay, we want to move one by one.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
To approve the budget. What do you think we're here for?
Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thanks for a great job, Mr. Superintendent and team.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, 5 minutes, Steve?
Compromise.
5 minutes.
5
3
minutes.
minutes.
Well, is that Noel?
It is.
Well, we must be on the library budget.
We are
Okay.
on the library budget, indeed.
Wait a second, we have my
Yep.
quorum. My people
You
are
do.
here. We do. Thank you, Noel. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Noelle Bach, the library director. This will be like the 5-minute presentation. So try to get us back on track a little bit. But that was what a great presentation by the schools. That was very thorough. So, quick and dirty. This is our basic budget for this year. As you might remember, last year we did have a small decrease in our budget for various little reasons, but this year we do have a small, less than 3% increase, which is just mostly just salaries. We did have a $10,000 cut from our
Excuse me,
materials
Noel.
budget. Oh,
Is
yeah,
it
sure.
possible to close that door,
Yep.
Steve?
Thanks. Thanks, Steve.
I couldn't find that in your home.
Okay, you shouldn't be looking at
Can't find that. So we did have $10,000 cut that we did take for help with the budget shortfall. That comes straight out of our materials expenditures, which we do have a state requirement to how much we spend on materials every year, but we already overspend on that. So the $10,000 was, I don't ever want to say I like a cut, but it was a okay cut for us to have this year. So we're in good shape. I don't have any complaints about that. This is just like a brief little snapshot that we have of our library circulation statistics over the last 3 years, and well, for year to date right now for FY24. As you can see, every year our circulation is still going up. Obviously once we reopened after the pandemic, really shot up a lot. But we are still continuing to have growth, and so we are the 6th highest circulation in the consortium out of everywhere else. We're kind of Reading and Beverly got us beat, but otherwise we're quite up there. We circulate a lot of materials, and a lot of libraries have seen decreases, and we have not. And we're still working to have relevant collections that see good circulation and that are what our residents want. And so that is continuing as a positive thing for us. And then I like to highlight some of the new things that we have at the library. So we have a new historical fiction book club, drop-in Lego clubs. We just are adding an adult Lego club. So if anybody likes Legos and wants to come and you're a grown-up, you do no kids allowed. That's just adding. We have an ESL conversation circle, which I know I saw Shilpa. Shilpa came in the room here, so she actually just was, just even this past week, we have a teacher coming in. We haven't been seeing a lot of her being able to get all used at the library, so Shilpa helped with getting her to start having some of that program as an outreach program at one of the motel locations, so that we can start having some English language learning for the new residents, the new families that are in town. So that's going to be something that's an outreach program from the library. So that's fantastic. And thank you, Shilpa, for doing that, for heading that up. We have some brand new teen programs, chess club, anime club, board games for homeschoolers, baby sensory play group. All of that's like really fantastic going on. And I'm just working with one of my other new staff members on a program called Books and Bruises, which is going to be a little concert series that we're going to do starting this summer as well. We're expanding our world languages collection for children. We're working on getting some world languages for adults. Our Library of Things continues to be popular. We added VR headsets, more board games, paper shredder, portable DVD players, things like that this year as well. The Friends, we're very lucky to be well supported by our Friends group, and they're always looking for other ways to support us as too. So we have new museum passes, the Children's Piazza, super popular. They gave us a couple of additional Massachusetts State Parks parking passes as well, and the Wenham Museum were just added this year. We were awarded from the state an Access for All grant to improve services to the deaf and hard of hearing population in town. And so we are just bought some equipment that we're going to be learning and installing that will really help with the hard of hearing population, and we'll be working more over this year, next year. It's a 2-year grant to improve our services for that population. We have a brand new website that we got this past year, if you haven't seen it as well. And if you haven't been in the children's room lately, we have a brand new World Stories wall mural that was put together by Yeti Frankel. Gorgeous, beautiful, very colorful wall in there back there as well. And I want to just note, I do have my assistant director, Jen McGeorge, here with me today. And Sue Contos, who's been our bookkeeper for 17 years, is finally retiring. So I have Ginny Brown right here, who's starting Monday officially, but she came today, see the budget process, so she'll be our new bookkeeper. So I just wanted to welcome her and say thank you for all of your service to the library, Sue, over the years. We're gonna miss you, but she's still in town, so we'll be calling her about all sorts of things. And that's just our nutshell of the library. Does anybody have questions or comments and all that good stuff?
If you'll stay right there,
I'm going to stay right here.
Thank you. Guard, do you have questions or comments?
Nope, always impressed with the services the library provides. Happy that they provide innovative programming and glad for it. I don't have any questions or comments on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Guard. Dan?
No, just congratulations to your bookkeeper retiring after 17 years. Good luck. That's
Mo,
great. And welcome to the new one.
Yeah, no, we love the library, love the children's room. With regards to the budget, the increase for full-time, is that because she's leaving, you're going to have to hire somebody else?
As far as the bookkeeper position?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, the increase is just general, regular salary.
Salary increases,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's nothing,
And,
nothing new.
Yeah, and just materials, what were you talking about with the materials? I'm sorry. What
Yeah,
were
so
you-
just our materials budget to help with the budget shortfall. We were asked to do a $10,000 cut from our budget, and so we did take it out of our materials expenses that we do. But it's within our limits that we have to spend for the state.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Do we
Yeah.
get any state aid for the library?
We do get state
Okay.
aid.
How much do we get roughly?
So we get about $45,000 a year in state aid.
And has it decreased or?
No, well, actually, this past year it increased
Okay.
because they still had more monies. Things will probably pick, as we know, the budget picture is changing in the state as well a little bit. So that might be, but I don't think it'll decrease. It's not going to probably decrease any, but it's
45,000 now. Good.
Yeah, yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
keep that going, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. That's it, David.
Thank you, Maureen. Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of a follow-up to Ms. Bernard's comment. So for salaries and wages, permanent, full-time, so I think last year you said you consolidated several part-time positions into a full-time position. Is that why there was a significant increase from the actual FY23 budget?
Yes, well as well, because we have more full-time, and of course, normal salaries just go up with
Okay.
the normal increase in salaries as with step raises and such.
Okay. Last year you mentioned increased outreach, for example, for the
Yes.
deaf home. So can you kind of elaborate on what's happened over the past year in terms of community outreach?
Well, we've been continuing with all of the outreach that we already established. So we have regular, our community outreach person, Jillian, makes regular visits to most of a large number of the senior housing that we have in the rehab homes as well. So she usually has monthly visits to those. So she serves something around, I think she has like 40 to 45, I think, people that she personally has accounts with, that she works with,
Okay.
and also including people that are at homes as well. And this year we've done, our teen librarian actually has a great relationship with the high school, and she goes in monthly to the high school as well. And our children's librarian actually I know there's a new special education pack that's newly developed, and she actually just met with them to see what she can provide for services, and like we were just talking about, putting together like a sensory story time and things like that, and how we can help connect and amplify what some of the other groups are doing and like really do what they want. I've met this year with the Accessibility Commission as well, and we do have connections with the HRIC and other groups in town too, so.
All right, that's great to hear. It's very dynamic facility. I must say, when I first moved to Danvers, it was more of a staid environment where you just went in and it was kind of like a very passive interaction with the staff, and it's definitely improved over the past 10 years or so, where it's much more dynamic, and I think that's why you're probably seeing increased circulation. It's just a very inviting place. So just to you and your team, keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel, before you leave, I'm wondering about services for LGBTQ children and parents in the library, and also how the library has been affected, if at all, by the national attack on bookkeepers, libraries, having to do with LGBT content. And I do want to say that I'm almost 82. I'm gay. It was only 4 years ago that I dared put a rainbow flag on the front of my house across the street from the town hall, despite the fact that I have argued 3 cases in the United States Supreme Court. Different feeling. So I was in the closet until I was 49 or 50, terrified that I would be discovered as an illegitimate human being. That was the milieu as I was growing up when I was young. And at that time, collaborating with some people at Boston College, I could find only 6 books dealing with the reality of lesbian and gay people so that I could start beginning to feel like a legitimate human being. So I have been very attentive to the attack throughout the country on LGBTQ books, especially as to be available to youngsters, many of whom are still terribly terrified in the closet. And a statistic that I saw yesterday that I thought was kind of valid, that 6.7% of people in the United States now identify as LGBTQ. Quick question, is there any, I didn't see anything in the programming or development as to LGBTQ activity and opportunities, or anything that may have impacted the library because of the national dispute. And I should also say that the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee in Danvers has done so much to help me come to the point where I can put a flag on the front of my house.
Indeed. All right. Well, so we have taken a lot of strides over the last few years to make sure to make our collection more inclusive. And so if you were searching our library catalog or coming into whether it's the children's department, on up, you will find plenty of materials that are
But does a youngster walking into the library have to search, or is there a welcome? Is there a rainbow flag? Is there a section of books that are clearly identified as LGBTQ stuff?
Well, I mean, I guess that's an interesting question to say. I mean, we certainly do displays, and usually we try with our displays to have intermingled with them, like, different experiences for everybody. Obviously, during Pride Month, that's a focus, of course. We try to intermix it, so that it's not, like, we don't have like, hey, here are the books on this, just because we would have, like, we have to do that for everybody's experiences as well, right? So, like if you came into my office, I have lots of rainbow flags throughout my office. I have them all over, as well. I mean, there's not a prominent flag in the lobby or anything like that that I'd say of. I mean, I think we just strive to be inclusive to everyone who comes in the doors, as well. I mean, as I say, we have lots of materials available that, that if anybody needs them or are looking for them, they're easy to find. It's not like they're hidden, anywhere, but they're part of the collection, as are anybody's for their experiences.
Any impact on our library, which I love. Elena Day taught me the Dewey Decimal System there more than 70 years ago, I guess. Bill, did you learn the Dewey Decimal System? Yeah, okay. And is there an impact on our library from the national hysteria against?
So what I'll say is that, so we've been fortunate not to have had any formal complaints against specific titles. Has not happened. Like, so, like Reading and a lot of other places have had specific places, like, say, we protest these books, we're putting in complaints about these books. We've not had that happen. Have we had phone calls, especially about some of the programming that we've had that has been LGBTQ focused or friendly? Yes. We've had some people come in the doors, to come and talk to me and complain. I've had phone calls that have been unpleasant to have. as well. But, that's not going to stop us from having these materials available. It's not going to stop us from having programming that is for all. So they can rail. they can rail if they want, but that's not going to change any
Are
of
there
that.
questions or comments from members of the audience? Hi.
My name is Kevin Barrich. I live at 34 Poplar Street. I think the library does a fantastic job, no doubt about it. The services that are offered are great. I do wonder, long-term, in the name of efficiency, if the library does not belong as its own separate branch of government, essentially. It belongs as a part of the Department of Land Use and Community Services. I know that's not within this board's power to do, but we have expenses and FTEs for things like purchasing and bookkeeping that are things that the rest of the town gets through the town manager, right? That's the town manager's responsibility for every other department in town. I think by essentially allowing the library to be its own branch of government, we're leaving money on the table that we could save or reallocate to services and collections. Thank you.
Kevin, what is your connection to the library, please?
None. I'm just a resident of town.
None,
No
okay.
connection to the library.
He's also a Citizens Academy graduate. I just want to make that plug for the program. He's become an engaged citizen with a lot of ideas.
Thank you, Jen.
And while I was there for the Citizens Academy, they did let me make a llama, and it was very nice, and I enjoyed it. So,
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Jen, for a great Citizens Academy. Thank you, Noel. If there are any other questions from members of the audience, comments? Eric, please.
I promised you I'd stay for your presentation, too, Noel.
Eric's a frequent user.
There you go. We just want to, from the school standpoint, thank the library for the cooperation. You've talked about some of the things happening with the librarian going to the high school, but also making sure that there are books available for the summer reading, individual spaces for students to study. So we appreciate that, and I want to say that publicly. And also, I tell you, I am a frequent user, and it amazes me how often I go in and Noel's behind the desk checking out my books. So you work hard. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any other further questions? Hearing none. Anything else from the board members before we take a motion, please?
David, can I just ask one more question?
Yes.
Noel, hi, Noel, sorry.
Sure.
Again, can you just explain to me what the Noble library fees are, memberships?
Oh, sure. So Noble's the consortium that we belong to. So they basically manage, so basically our check-in, check-out system, we get through them, for example, something like that. So a lot of databases that we use are purchased through them. So they basically, and this is just the way we do it in Massachusetts in general, there are several consortiums around the state of which member libraries belong to. And so they provide sort of like you say, like discounted group services because they are able to manage it, like sort of, as our friend was just saying, like there's the ways that we can put things together to make things cheaper for member libraries for different services and things. So they provide a lot of our technology, basically all of our hookups for technology and for our like check-in, check-out systems, things like that, are all gone through the Noble Consortium. So that's where a lot of those fees come from.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Maureen.
That's something is that something that our IT department can't do, or?
No.
No. Okay, all
No,
right.
and it would cost, if we were individualized doing it, it would cost a lot more money, like many, many $1,000s
All right.
more
I liked
money.
what Eric had to say about the comments with the, it might have to go to a different branch of government with the postage fees and things like that. Not postage, the general office supplies and things. I mean, you're trying to do good, I understand, with the budget. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you both. Is there a motion?
Motion to,
One second, another audience member.
Oh,
Another
sorry.
comment? Sally?
Great job, Noel. Great job. I just wanted to add, many of you know Ron Gagnon, longtime fixture, wonderful citizen of our town. The state appropriated a lot of money to the Noble and the whole electronic infrastructure to enable the wide sharing, and I think the number, I was just trying to find it, something staggering like 10 million items shared through these interconnected, and systems. And that is where, so the state library commissioners came to the Ways and Means hearing last week and focused on this a lot, because the capacity to continue to share and exchange, and then all of the apps like Libby and all of those wonderful things across the state. So while we only get $45,000 maybe as a direct amount, we all benefit from investment in the library infrastructure and the technology, though there's no replacing the people. So anything the committee can do to enhance the situation of those who make the library run, always appreciated. I can say that because I'm not a library trustee or anyone, but I offer that just as insight.
Thank you, Sally. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the library budget as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing, okay, further discussion and comment on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Noel.
Thank
Nice
you.
job.
All right. I'll leave the clicker up here for.
Are we up to Essex Tech?
Yeah.
Who is here to speak for Essex Tech?
Hi, Mr. Chair. My name's Mike Landers.
Hi, Mike, welcome.
I'm the town's representative to
And Mike,
the-
speak close to the mic, please.
I'm the town's representative to the Essex Vocational Technical School Committee, selected by the town moderator and then approved by the school committee. I guess I was appointed initially to replace Wayne upon Wayne's unfortunate death and finish his term, and I was just reappointed earlier this year. It's been really a very good experience for me in regards to a very different thing that I've done in town government, in government in the past. And I've been very, very impressed with the job that the administration does, both in terms of educating the students that are up there and the job they do in terms of providing the service that they do, but also in their efforts to be able to try to maintain some cost surety, both on the overall level for the entire district, but certainly also for us here individually in Danvers. And we've worked very hard with them to try to deal with some of the issues, the budgetary issues that we have had in the past. From that standpoint, I'm very happy to tell you, as you can see in the budget, that our community appropriation through the assessment that we've been given is, I believe, just under 2.5% increase from last year. And that represents in large part a fact that our student enrollment has stabilized. That student enrollment will likely stabilize at least through next fiscal year based on the application process, although the application process is still ongoing, so there's no surety in regards to that, but I'm pretty comfortable saying that it should. And of course, as you all know, I also wear another hat, which is, as a number of hats, but as a finance committee member, and certainly over the last 5 years, the VOC budget has been one of those elements that has been sort of a budget driver for us. And I'm very happy that number from a local standpoint is what I would describe as manageable, and it's something that we can work with. And that what we've always hoped is that there would be some level of cost surety for us. So that's been in my respect, I look at two ways with this. I want to make sure that the students from Danvers that are there are getting the best possible education that they can get, and I believe that they are. I think that you find that there's a tremendous amount of satisfaction on the part of the people who are there. And then perhaps as important, if not more importantly, was to try to get to the point so that we would have some degree of cost surety going forward, and I think we've accomplished that at least in this particular fiscal year, and hopefully going forward, certainly with next fiscal year. And so on that, I'm going to give it over to Heidi, who can talk to you a little bit more about the particulars of the operation. I'm sure you're all familiar with Heidi, the superintendent up at the school. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Heidi.
Hi, welcome.
Could you please speak close to the microphone, Heidi?
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for inviting me back. I'm happy to be back to share the FY25 budget. Just confirming, Rodney, am I able to advance these sizes? Thank you. So before we get into the budget pages, I just wanted to kind of show you why at a vocational school it is so important to have community partnerships, because we are truly living our mission of training the future workforce on the North Shore. And so these are just some of the community projects that our kids have done over the course of the last year or so. So as you see on the right, I did have to do a double take. I'm like, oh wow, he's really young to be in high school right now. But our DMC students were actually able to do a design sports banners for the Danvers youth hockey. And that is typically a cost savings for them. As you know, youth hockey is a community organization, typically nonprofit. And so costs are definitely a driver for them. And any of the projects that we do are either for municipalities or nonprofit organizations. We were also pleasantly asked by the PTO of the elementary school to do a dance routine during the holidays. So that was really exciting to be able to get into those elementary schools, and we were happy to do that. We also have a number of programs with our dental assisting students, our health assisting students, our biotechnology students that go in across our communities and do, whether it is proper dental hygiene for the little ones or other matters related to biotechnology and health services. Some of the work, these are our Arbor students. So our Arbor students worked at Glen Magna Farm for some of the tree removal as well as some hazardous limb removal and pruning. And here they are here with lots of smiles on their faces. And the equipment that they're working with is, as you see on the right-hand side, is an actual chainsaw. So many people do wonder why we have some of the requirements for the admissions as we do, but they are literally climbing trees, but also learning how to belay, which is on the left-hand side. And they also learn life-saving techniques on how to belay if there are two people in a tree and one is injured or hurt, that other person learns how to then safely bring them back to ground. And so they are holding that chainsaw while they are in the air pruning those trees. Endicott Park. And yes, that is our bucket truck. So some of the costs that you'll see in this budget is that we do operate as our own DPW. So the equipment is quite expensive as you can imagine. So we run our own dump trucks, our box trucks, as well as our plows. Any grounds equipment is a responsibility of the district, and which is then obviously encouraged to our communities. This is one of our students, Taylor Skane. You may recall that her brother Jackson is on the board at the Northeast Arc, and we're very proud of both of their accomplishments. But this is one of our cooperative education students. Right now in Danvers, we have 49 students that are taking advantage of our cooperative education program. We will anticipate that there are more because our 11th grade students are just becoming eligible for co-op at this time. But she is currently working at the Daily Harvest as a server, but she is also involved in a female employment group as a volunteer, and she did place the top 10 at DECA States. I do know that Danvers has a very strong DECA program, and we work very closely with Danvers High School and their program. These are just some of, and these are in your books, but these are some of the cooperative education employers that reside and have businesses in the town of Danvers. So we also really make sure that we are pushing our students out into the workforce, but that they are also giving back within that sending community. And so these kids are not only earning in the town of Danvers, but they're also spending in the town of Danvers. And I know the downtown area, I'm looking forward to the revitalization of that. I see some really great work happening, and it's pretty exciting, especially when you see what has happened at Beverly and Lynn and Salem over the last few years. That Danvers is now coming through with a great downtown area. Some of our national student organizations, so much like DECA, which is a national student organization, we also have FFA for our students that are in our agricultural programs, and they do quite well through FFA, often always going to nationals, and we often also have a national president or vice president. We also have Skills USA, and Skills USA is the vocational side of that DECA or FFA organization, where they actually go and compete in their respective trade areas. In a couple of weeks, our kids will actually be going to the state competition, and then we will see how they do or fare as they move into that national competition. Danvers at a glance. Right now, for the class of 2028, we have 150 applicants for that spot, or, for the class of 2028 students. Our current student population is 238 students. We have 78 students that are in our construction trades, which is your typical carpentry, plumbing, electrical, etc. 45 are in health and human services, which are your dental assisting and health assisting, your future nurses and dental hygienists. 32 are in STEAM-related occupations, which are your advanced manufacturing, engineering, design, media, communications. 54 are service-related. That is cosmetology, culinary arts and hospitality, automotive technology, and auto collision and repair. We have 16 in plant science. That is considered an agricultural cluster, and that agricultural cluster would be a landscaping, arboriculture, horticulture, as well as natural environmental resources. And then we have 13 students who are in animal science, and that is our equine science, our veterinary science, which is our largest program in the school district, and then our companion animals. These are just some of the applicants of where they're coming from as it relates to, they reside in the town of Danvers, but they are coming from these middle schools. And all of this data is accessible on our website. If you just pop into the search engine portal and you look for the admissions dashboard, all of this information can be disaggregated, and you can look at it over the last 5 years to see any trends that may be occurring. So this gets into our budget, which I know you're all waiting to hear. So if you have your book in front of you, before we open, I just on the top right-hand side, because many people say, why are kids going on to college, or why are there so many kids going on to college? But this kid on the right-hand side, his shirt says North Shore Electric. And North Shore Electric is actually a 25-year-old kid that graduated from North Shore Vocational School in Middleton. And he had such a great experience that he named his business North Shore Electric. But this is one of our students that is now a co-op. So that student graduated from our school, continued his post-secondary at our evening school. He is now teaching in our evening school, but he is also an owner of a business on the North Shore and now employs co-op students. So it's a pretty exciting way to see that our students are also giving back from the business angle, but then hiring our other students. What you will see in our budget this year is that we did have a 7.85% over last school year. And yes, that does seem quite shocking. It is shocking for us as well. One of the key drivers, however, though, 57% of our budget increase was due to our negotiations with the HTF Teachers Union. And that is something that I know across the state we are struggling with, and making sure that our teachers and support staff are paid a living wage, but then also what hit does it take to the budget process. And so as a result, we have had to decrease some of, and so we level funded in order to get to the 7.85%. So if you're on page 2 of your document, this is where we started. So in November is when we start the budget process. We push out budget templates to all of our departments and ask the lead teachers to kind of write down what their needs are. From there, as you can see, their needs, they thought, was going to be 18% over last year, which we knew was not sustainable. And so that's where then the management, administrators, lead teachers, directors, et cetera, come in, sit at the table, and look at possible reductions. So over the time, since November, we continued to eat away and plug at it. Most of the reductions were in instructional supplies. We level funded most of our instructional supplies, except for those instructional supplies where enrollment in that program had increased. And then we also reduced a significant amount in technology infrastructure, and then we will be looking for competitive grants to be able to offset that. But We are going into our 10th year as Essex Tech in September, so look out for an invite. We're going to do something to celebrate that moment, and I know Dan Bennett was part of that process, so thank you. But with that comes the infrastructure of our building, but also the other technology infrastructure as well. And so we have been gradually, with our technology plan, updating our equipment, not necessarily as a whole, but in sections of the building, and then determining the need. And so the determining need for our, for example, our projectors would be in our academic program areas and not necessarily our vocational program areas, because they're out in the field. And so we replace those first, and then we just are, again, looking for grants to be able to offset that. And then we got down to the 7.85. We did reduce 5.5 new positions that we had anticipated that we would need. And again, looking for possible grant or alternative funding sources within that. We eliminated the field trip line item, which was approximately $40,000. They will be able to go out on field trips, so please don't think that they're not going to be able to exit the building. But over the course of the few years, we have invested by writing grants for our 15-passenger vans, which are much more efficient use of our resources than having a bus, a 60-passenger bus. Also, our instructional staff can be trained to work on, to drive those vans, as opposed to paying one of our bus drivers overtime to come in. So that's where we were able to cut some supplies. We also cut overall general school supplies, and that is just something that we made a decision that we needed to do, and we inform the staff at our faculty meeting every month of what reductions we have made, why we have made them, and anything that would come back into the budget would be through alternative funding sources and not our regular operational budget. We also removed $50,000 from our custodial supply line item, and we are going to pre-purchase. We had $53,000 left in ESSER 3 funding, and that was not allocated for anything, so we opted to write an amendment, and we're going to pre-purchase those custodial supplies. They will be stored away from the maintenance department, because if you work in a school, you will know the more you have, the more they think they need. And so we will be putting that in a location that they do not have access to it until the operating budget starts July 1. And so we are very happy to report that for the 4th year, I believe, in a row, we are at minimum contribution. And what minimum contribution means to a vocational school or a regional vocational school is that it is the minimum that the state requires us to spend on that student. And so what we are billing you for is that minimum contribution, despite us spending a lot more. And how do we get that lot more? And a lot of it comes from our agricultural Chapter 74 tuition students. So we have approximately 340 students that come to us from another 41 communities across Essex County, Middlesex County, and Suffolk County. And all of those students, actually, we take in revenue from. And that is where we're able to offset our budget, is through those revenues and that Chapter 74 tuition. Something that we added this school year, last school year for this school year, is a capital fee within that agricultural tuition rate. Over the course of the few years, myself and Marie Zamorowski, who is our school business manager, we were able to work with the state department and say, where can we capture additional funding streams through our agricultural rate? Because clearly, as you know, it's expensive to run a full working farm with a farm crew, a farm manager, and excess buildings and animals. It's a 7-day, 24-hour. And so working with them, they actually helped us and said, you're not really putting enough into your capital. And that is where you can capture some of that project money and that upkeep money that you're kind of looking for. And so with that, we did put in a $500,000 capital line item that we had not done yet. And so that is going to, we anticipate, will increase that capital fee that is being paid for by an out-of-district tuition of our agricultural students. In addition to that fee, we also have and anticipate that the regular tuition rate has also increased. And it looks like this school year, I cannot say for next school year, but this school year we had approximately a $70,000 plus as it relates to the special education services for students that are out of district or those agricultural students. And so that also allowed us, as you all know, special education services have skyrocketed, and they will continue to, but that has also allowed us to offset some of those costs by that increase in that tuition. The Student Opportunity Act, we were funded approximately $166,000, which is a lot less than last school year. So last school year when we came to you, we had approximately, I think, almost a $900,000 increase over the year prior. This school year, the only thing we received was that $30 per pupil rate, and then the SOA, which is the Student Opportunity Act, of $166,000. So it was significantly less than the year prior and also the year prior to that. So just moving on to page 4 and 5, these are all live links. So these are on our website already. So anything that you see in blue, you can just kind of click on it if you go on our website, and you'll be able to see these live links. We also have early college. I believe Danvers also has them. We received an increase in our early college of another $50,000 that will allow us to go over into the summer and offer some summer programming. We did have 1,500 applications for 500 seats, and so we say 1,500 because those are completed applications. So if you were to look on the portal, it looks like there's almost 1,700, but there's a good number that start the application and then decide either to not finish it or to not complete it and not go through that interview process. Going on to, I know, and I apologize, I think there's like a double page 3 and 4 here. So we're an educational experience, as you know, and we had our design and media communication students print these. And in my haste, I did not check that they were in order, but I will be happy to say, because I think one of you had asked if we were able to number the pages a couple years ago, and so we've been able to continue to do that. One of the new staff members, because we have seen an increase in the ML population, is that we will be hiring a multilingual teacher. So that is, we actually have 4 students currently from Danvers that are considered multilingual. So that means that they receive English language services in some capacity. If you look on page 7, you can just see the population over time. This is not anything that has not been presented before, so if you don't mind, I'll just skip over that and we can answer questions in a couple of minutes. Again, we're at minimum contribution. We have received over $5 million in competitive grant funding. We anticipate that to continue to grow. It's a little bit less than we presented last year, but I will say, as you know, with the loss of ESSER 3 funding and other federal funding coming in, there have been a lot less competitive grant applications on the state level. So we've written for as much as we can. We also have received over $900,000 in donations. We received a large donation of $750,000 from a foundation in order to upgrade the Gallant Hall HVAC systems. So while it will not give us enough to completely tear it out and do it new, because the cost is too high, we will be able to upgrade each of those units to a high efficiency unit. And depending on that cost, we're hoping to also replace the existing boiler there to a more efficient system. We also received a donation from Crane, which is an HVAC company, and they donated a large portion of the HVAC equipment for the Larkin Cottage. So the Larkin Cottage sits on our campus, and I don't know if you passed by 62, but it's starting to take shape where you can see the progress. And so they did, Crane did donate a large portion of that HVAC equipment, which was about a $65,000 value for our school that we didn't have to find those funds for. On page 13 is just what makes us different than a regular K through 12 public school budget. And so these are some of the things that we incur as part of our budget that we don't necessarily go back to the towns throughout the course of that school year to ask for additional funding. And so we incur, the debt, the capital improvements, any revenue shortfall, which we've been fortunate, we haven't had a shortfall. Pension obligations, you may recall that we are required to pay for, I think, 13 more years of pension for the county, the Essex County retirement system. That is approximately $411,000 every year out of our budget. And so these are people that never worked for Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School, but when the schools merged and came together, it was the agreement that was made. So we're incurring that for another 13 years, I believe. We also pay for all of our legal expenses. Clearly, we have a farm, the buildings, the animals, and the crew. We have our own grounds crew. We plow our own systems. We do not hire out plows. We have our own plow trucks. We use our own staff to plow. We have our own transportation department, which includes a transportation garage with 4 mechanics. So we have 3 bus mechanics and one agricultural mechanics. So that's a little bit different than even a typical regional vocational school. We also fund unemployment. We do pay for the total salary and benefits of our school resource officer, who is a Danvers police officer, Officer Michael Chase. And you can obviously just review that. At this time, the back pages really tell you where kids are enrolled in your community or from your community. So those are more colors that you can look at, but at this time I'll entertain any questions related to the budget document that you may have.
Thank you, Heidi. Beginning, if I may, Gardner is missing.
I'm right here.
Are you prepared to question or
Yes, I can
comment?
ask Jen something. Hello, how are you tonight? So a couple of things I think I've mentioned before. I'm a great supporter of vocational schools. I went to 2 of them. I went to Neshoba Tech and I went to Greater Lowell. I also have a foundation in agricultural science. I grew up part-time on a farm, and I've milked more cows and pruned more trees than I want to remember. So I'm really supportive of vocational education. I think it's important. But I do want to ask a couple of questions because as a civic leader, we've had the discussion before about what I consider an inequitable distribution of admissions from Danvers, or has been until this year, pretty glaring for several years, which for this community means we can't predict our budget. We can't make any reasonable predictions until the assessment comes out. I'm glad for this year, happy for it. Beverly's taking the hit now, but I do want to ask, we've discussed this before, I'd like to ask about lottery-based admissions. It provides for predictable budget impacts to our member districts. And, the Boston Globe wrote a piece a couple of weeks ago talking about their support of that. And admissions are just too subjective when they're based on selective criteria like grades, attendance, disciplinary records, and interviews. It really can allow for, and I'm not suggesting that this is exactly what you're doing, but it does allow for the opportunity for cherry picking, pitting the best and brightest against those who actually specifically need the opportunity to get into a trade. I've seen recent articles in February about the tech and your opposition to the lottery model. Why would that be?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mike, speak close, please.
Yeah, thanks. So each one of us that is on the school committee serves on a couple of different subcommittees. I believe it's the 5 biggest sending communities. We all are on the admissions subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've had the opportunity really over the last 2 years that I've been there to go into a fairly substantial amount of depth in regards to the admissions process and the policies that we've had. And as I said before, a large part of that has been to do exactly what you asked for, and that was to try to come up with a way to get our admissions to some level of surety. Now, we were able to do that this year, and I think I'm fairly comfortable that we're going to be able to do it for next year as well. I agree, it is a long-standing problem, obviously. And I know that the town manager has worked, and we've tried to have a collaborative approach with the school in regards to the exact issue that you're talking about. In regards to the admissions process and a lottery-based admissions process, it is unfortunately a far more confusing and a far more involved process in regards to thinking that that will be the absolute positive situation for us. I certainly went into my time there believing that just a simple lottery was the best way to do it. And what I've found is that it may not be, for any number of reasons, something that works out in the best interest of Danvers. And it's also very difficult to be able to implement, I think, from the sending communities, because the reality is that there is a substantial difference in terms of who applies, and you have to set. So you're not only going to have to set maximums, which is I think what we in Danvers are interested in. You'd also have to set minimums. We do have a lottery approach as it relates to the agricultural side. But I think the reason for that is because we don't have the substantial problems in regards to the maximums and the minimums on that side. It's just a lot easier process to follow. I will say this, that I think that the effort that gets made to make the admissions process fair across the board is very good. I also think that frankly, our biggest problem for Danvers is not only the fact that our acceptance rate is really, as I've found, and is what we've worked with, is to get that acceptance rate to be akin to what everybody else's acceptance rate is. But the bigger problem is that we had 130 students from the Holton Richmond apply, and you're not going to be able to stop what you were here talking to people 2 segments ago about how we're going to stop that number. So we've got to support the people who were here 2 segments ago and the money that they're looking for in order to be able to get those kids to want to stay in our system in Danvers and have the option to be able to stay in our system in Danvers. So that's number 1. Number 2, yeah, we're working closely, and again, it's 2 separate things. The willingness of the administration to work with our administration to be able to address the concerns that Danvers has, which, by the way, are independent of everybody else, and they recognize that. As the host community, we have independent situations up there. I also run into a problem, and they'll be the first to tell you, the other communities aren't asking for limitations to be placed on their positions. They're asking for more positions from that respect. So, and it's a majority rules. So, when I work within the admissions subcommittee and we try to come up with some of these things, I can tell you that despite what you said about Beverly has a very different opinion with it. Salem has a very different opinion with it. Peabody has a very different opinion with it. One of the things that I will tell you that I'm really, really happy with in terms of the admissions process and what this group has done with admissions is trying to reach out to the communities that we feel most important to get into that school, which are communities of color, communities that are underrepresented probably in all education in the state. Never mind it. And they have done a tremendous job in efforts to try to reach out to those communities through the multi-language stuff, working with our gateway communities to be able to try to encourage greater degrees of application and support for those students who don't have English potentially as their only language at home. And I think that's something that they've worked very hard with, and I've been very proud with. And so again, I just think that although you're right in a very simple standpoint, if we just say, let's just do it, it's just not that simple. And that's what I found with it. And, but this particular group, I think, has been at least receptive to hear what we've said. We've had some constructive communication about it. Again, I'm very happy. I'm certainly not going to take credit for the fact that we have a number that's less than 2.5% increase after we've faced sometimes $700,000, $800,000 increases in previous years. But we're working at, to borrow Bradstreet's thing, we're working at it. We've got improvements. Let's continue to work at it. Let's continue to be collaborative. Let's continue to try to be cooperative. I think in the long run, we'll get what we want up there from that standpoint.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just clarify one thing? Sure. What Selectman Trask said, the town's proposal was never a pure lottery system. I just want to clarify what the last time, but I want to clarify the last time we met, the proposal was, and just, again, context, we're 9% of the district population and we're 17% of the student population. Dan and his team this morning they are working to try to make it more attractive to stay in Danvers. We've not sampled, but I would bet my lunch money that host communities across the Commonwealth see higher application numbers than communities that are 20 miles away from the school. The proposal that the town discussed when we last addressed this issue was two-part. One was setting some sort of parameters for realistically how many seats at the school should belong to each of the member districts, and then using a lottery-based system to allocate those seats so long as minimum criteria were met, so that not any, we understand completely that the school has to be able to ensure that the student population that's there is going to be safe, et cetera. But the notion, the idea, the increase this year at 2.5%, quite candidly, was a heaven sent, because we had to cut $750,000 out of our budget with that on the table just to get to the finish line. If we had an 8% increase in the assessment this year, we would have been cutting $1.5 million out of the budget to get a balanced budget. And I think that the unpredictability is exactly what Gardner was referencing. So we got lucky this year, and it quite honestly saved the budget. And I think at least as I've read, the arguments for some sort of lottery-based system is that it takes away the perception that students are being handpicked to attend these schools. And that may not be happening, but it eliminates that perception. So I just wanted to clarify that, because the town never said just go to a lottery system and whatever kids, you could have 1,000 from Peabody and 0 from Swampscott. That was never the notion. I know you know that, but I just wanted to clarify that.
And I was here, all of us were here last year, and had these same discussions. And my big thing is the inequity of the 9% versus 17%. I think that the minimum should be based on your per capita student per member or member community. So if you have 9%, that should be our minimum. If you have 3%, that should be your minimum. We didn't want to necessarily push for a maximum or a number, and I would want Danvers kids to have a better opportunity too. I'm not saying it should be capped at 9%, but I don't think that the wildly fluctuating difference between 9 and 17, and then another year it's a different, 15%, 14, 18, going up and down. The unpredictability is the issue. It takes away our opportunity to budget, because we budgeting, like you do, start early and have to guess at what we're going to get for this number. So I'm back to at least start with a baseline of per capita per member community and go forward from there. You did talk about, and I appreciate the work that you've been doing, Mike. I really do. I'm glad you're there. But talking about it being difficult, every year we've asked for what the admissions policy is, and we've always been told, oh, it's very difficult. It's very difficult for us to tell you. It's very difficult for you, the layman, you, the select board members, you, whoever. It's very difficult. We can't,
So the,
I'm just saying, I'm saying this historically has been the case. So telling me now that a lottery-based or I don't want a lottery-based, I want modified lottery-based. But telling us that a modified or lottery-based is too difficult, we don't know what the effect will be. I think we need to model the effect. 25% of the school is on lottery-based. So it works for 25% of the students. At least do the model for the other 75 and see what it does for the member communities. And I appreciate your comment that other member communities aren't screaming. That's because we're taking the heavy load, and they're getting off. If they, so it's easy for them to spend our money. And it really comes down to not so much the money and not so much the number of students, but the unpredictability and the fluctuations every year that we can't anticipate. And I looked at our budget this year. I pulled it into a calculation. We have 25 business units in general government. The sum of 15 of those business units, veteran services, health services, the sum of all of those budgets don't equate to the $4 million we're paying for the Essex Tech. I'm trying to serve Danvers and Danvers as well, and not just the students, but also the regular population. So I think that we should model lottery-based. But if we want to get off that, we can. For me, I know other people. I also want to talk about plans for expansion, because this plays right into lottery-based, so it plays right into admissions. If we keep getting an inordinate amount of admissions and you expand the school, again, there is no mechanism at which we can say, whatever bill you hand us, we have to pay or can't pay. And back to admissions. So applications and admissions are two different things. You can get it. I'd love to see all the number of applications from all the member communities and the number of admissions from all the member communities. People
That is on
apply
our
all-
dashboard, so you're able to look at that over
great.
the last 5 years. But just to go back, the admissions policy, because I just want to make that clear as well, is posted on our website. It's posted at the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. It was approved by our policy committee, which is a public meeting. It was also approved by our school committee, which is a public meeting. So I would like to make that clear to the community that is listening, is that it really isn't a mystery of what our admissions policy is. It is clearly defined and on our website, as well as approved and open to the public. So I just want to make that clear.
Does it speak to the weight of grades versus attendance
does,
versus?
yes. Yep.
And the biggest part
does.
of that being the interview.
Yeah,
which is
interview,
a really
yep.
subjective opportunity.
And
at that point.
what data do you have to present that?
I'm asking you what percentage it is.
It's 40%, but what data do you have to present that is not a good aspect of the interview process, of the application
Every
process?
interview is a subjective interview. Every person I interview for a job is subjective. It is.
And so,
It
because I
is.
just want you to know, and I'm happy to have you come to our admission subcommittee. I think I've asked you to come previously. What I would like you to know is that we run these numbers. The interview actually creates a more diverse community population than not. The interview process is really to determine, do they want a vocational education, or are they applying because they do not want to go to their public high school? And that is our key point, is to make sure that they are a good fit for vocational education. And that's what it is. But of course, this is a budget hearing, so I don't want to necessarily get into it. Happy to meet with you, review the policy. If you'd like to review it ahead of time, it is on our website. It's public information.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
But again, it's a budget issue discussion based on the admissions.
Mm-hmm.
So 150 people applied, how many Danvers students will be accepted? And or it said applied, so I don't know if that was applied or accepted. I wasn't sure.
Applications,
Okay, it
yes.
was applications. And so seeing the applications from the other communities and the acceptance rate, that's the important thing. If we could know that we get, well, we are only 9%, that we won't get more than 12 or 14%, that helps. And that's what the ask was last time. Unfortunately, people framed it in a number. It should be per capita plus some percentage. And we shouldn't be far outweighing the others. And I appreciate that this year is not the case.
Sure, and I'll bring that back to the admission subcommittee.
But the plans for expansion, again, feed into the fact that, because last year I specifically asked the question, do you have plans for expansion? Not at this time. But actually that was false, because 2-3 months afterwards, you applied to the state to expand. You're making applications to expand the school right now. Are you not?
So what I did state was that we do have an MSBA application on site, which we have for the last 4 years, and that we do not anticipate receiving it because there are significant other needs across the Commonwealth for updating their schools. That That grant that we did receive for the animal science, that was mentioned in last year's budget presentation and document.
The problem is we have between the member communities that you serve, which I'm glad you do, there's between 3,000 and 5,000 empty seats right now in their public schools, in their public high schools. And it's only exacerbated if you continue to grow and drain and create those. Now, the MSBA is telling us to make larger schools. We go for an application to increase the school, and they're saying, great, but go a little bit above what the projections are. They're telling us to increase. And on the other hand, they're telling you to increase, or you're asking to increase. I'm just concerned that if we don't have controls on admission policies, we're going to get to a point where we're paying more for the schools than we are for the entire fire department or police department. And we're only $1 million off from that.
Thank you.
Just once again, just so you know, I voted against the SBA. I voted against the admissions policy. I voted against their budget. Okay? So, in regards to the concerns that you are raising right now, in terms of those concerns being brought and made at those meetings, I want to make it perfectly clear that the town of Danvers is being represented in regards to those.
I believe that.
And that we are working as best we can under the political realities of what goes on up there to be able to address everything you have mentioned, and I mentioned that at my beginning of it. What I'm asking you is, just like we've seen an improvement over the last 18 months in regards to that, what we talk about with this cost certainty, give me a chance to continue to do that. And that we are working to do that, and I'm asking you to let me to continue to work to do that, and to maintain the relationships that we have, and to move forward in that respect.
I don't think anybody's questioning your
I'm not
effectiveness,
saying
Mike.
I'm not saying, I'm asking.
Colleagues,
I'm trying to let you know what I'm asking you to do right now.
Colleagues.
Let me do it.
Colleagues, this is a budget hearing. All this stuff is terribly important, but we are now 1 hour behind, so we're going to be here till 8 o'clock tonight.
I just have two more quick questions, very quick. One is, I appreciate the chart, and I'm sure you build this for all of the communities. But I would appreciate a chart in here that shows, because you break down the enrollment by community. I'd appreciate a chart that actually shows the number of students per community. Just the list of the communities and the number of students per community, because I don't think that's in here. If I missed it looking at it, I didn't see it. I saw each community and their breakdown of their.
I believe it's on the slide deck. I believe I have it. It's on the
Maybe it's on the slide deck,
breakdown
but I
as-
didn't see it in here.
If you
Sorry.
look at page, let me just, it's right before, if you look at page 23, it does have the October 23 numbers. So if you look at it, it is by community in alphabetical order. Danvers being the third identified, Beverly being the first, Wenham being the last.
Thank you, Heidi.
Okay, and then the final, you did mention you reduced 5.5 new positions that were requested. How many actually got added?
2.
Okay, so one from 7.5 to 2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's a good data point.
Thank you.
Colleagues, are there other questions or comments that are necessary to the budget process?
I'd like to just say a couple things. First of all, thank you, Essex Tech and the Essex Tech staff. I think it's a wonderful school. This is really impressive. Back to the slide where it said the middle school. I mean, we can't stop students from applying. I mean, was it Holton Richmond? It was St. John's Prep, this and that. Our superintendent in Danvers, he's doing a fabulous job. So it is improvement. And I think what Mike Landis says and Heidi says is they need time. This is going to get better over time. Yeah, we don't like the number. It is a lot of money, but we can't stop it. What I like is that Essex Tech is our partner. It's our community partner. It's right here in our school, in our town. They're doing a good job. I love the community service that they're providing back to the town. I love how hearing about they're having their own bucket trucks, their own equipment, their vehicles. I see it all the time. I drive by there quite a bit when I going back and forth to work. The multilingual teacher, they're trying. I mean, it is an increase. like our school budget was an increase too. They've reduced positions. We're seeing improvements. The admission subcommittee, I think that's great. The recommendation, the interview is important, I think. Your criteria, I look at the website, it is good. Maybe we could add in the future something, Heidi, just some food for thought, maybe teacher recommendations, what the teachers say, like when Gardner says cream of the crop students. I don't think it's always the cream of the crop. Maybe that interview weighs out, why do you want to come to a vocational school? I want to be an electrician, or I want to be a veterinarian, whatever it is. I think that's important, but the expansion for the school, Charlie Baker was saying he loves the school when he was governor. This is state-of-the-art school. There's probably going to be more of them. I work in a gateway city at Lynn Tech. They have great services there. Essex Tech is wonderful. Let's work with them more. Let Mike Landers do his work that he needs to do. I think he's a breath of fresh air for the Essex Tech and for our town, especially being on our finance committee. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Maureen. Matt, anything necessary to the budget?
Yeah, please, just give me a couple minutes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I only received this document this morning. It would have been useful to have it ahead of time. A question about the new rail trail at the south side of your campus. Any plans to tie your campus into the trail?
Thank you for asking that, actually, because it's an important project that we're looking at. Unfortunately, the week before school started, we had a death by suicide of a recent graduate who was scheduled to go to UMass Amherst the next day, Ty Mon. And he's from North Andover, but he was an Arbor student. And we are going to hopefully tie that in through the Ty Mon Dirty Hands project. So if you're at all interested in mental health awareness and support, it is called Dirty Hands, and the TY at the end is capitalized, and it's the Dirty Hand Projects. And Ty's parents have a remarkable strength, but their job, there's research that if kids or people get out for 5 minutes of fresh air a day, that their mental health improves. And so the goal is to tie that rail trail in the name of Ty.
Thank you, and it's sad to hear that. I'm sure the entire campus is probably devastated by that.
Yes.
All right. I just have my perspective on the admittance process. I don't want to really repeat what others have already said. I had a parent recently tell me a story where their child, when they were at the Holton Richmond, they selected a specific program at the tech, and they were accepted. And then maybe a few months into it, discovered that, hey, this isn't really a good fit for me. I'd like to kind of transition to something else, like, say, plumbing or whatever. But because those seats were already accounted for, there was no opening. So this child was, committed already into this existing program, or the first program that they chose, and they ended up actually going through the entire Essex Tech experience in that program, and then they, and today they're doing something completely different. So is that a way to kind of accommodate that type of situation?
Heidi, very briefly, please.
I will, yeah. So we have,
budget.
absolutely.
Matt, please.
So we have increased our staffing for electrical. So our building trades is in high demand, electrical being our second. For example, we had 70 students that wanted electrical in their first choice, and overall 140 of our grade 9 students wanted that. And so by hiring additional staff, moving upperclassmen of plumbing and electrical across the street to Gallant Hall so that there increases space on the main campus. But then also next year, which is also in our admissions policy, you will see that we're having students choose a cluster in January as opposed to a major. So that way they will spend the rest of their freshman year exploring that construction cluster completely to make sure that it is something that they would like to pursue, because we do want to make sure that, particularly in our building trades, that they remain in their building trades for life.
Okay, all right. And then just on the acceptance process, so I think I heard earlier someone said that it's a fair process, but that hasn't been universal. For example, in the end of, in mid-December, the Legislative Gateway Cities Caucus sent a letter to Governor Healy pointing out that it's actually the process as it currently works in most technical schools is discriminatory towards low-income students, students that have disabilities or language barriers, students of color. And that kind of was a follow-up to a lawsuit that was filed about a year ago by a coalition, Vocational Education Justice Coalition, that filed suit against the ESSERI, right, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The complaint was filed with the U.S. Department of Education. So I think it's not universal that it's a fair process. I think that the Senator Lovely is with us today. She was arguing recently in an article in the Salem News earlier this month that a partial lottery system may be more appropriate, where you create a large pool. You do your interviews, you look at performance, GPA, you look at disciplinary attendance, that kind of thing. So you use that criteria to build a large pool, and then you use a lottery system to draw from there. But that's all I have. I'm getting the hook.
Thank you, and
all
I
right,
can
thank you.
Heidi,
obviously.
no further.
That's okay.
Thank you. But no questions, please. I'm doing an awful bad job today of trying to control this meeting. We are about an hour and a half over. If there are necessary questions from the audience directly related to the budget and not to the philosophy of education at this time, is there something necessary prior to a vote on the budget? Thank you. Hearing nothing further, is there a
Do we have a
motion?
number that we're voting on, or we just?
We actually we don't vote, we don't need to
Right,
vote
this
today.
is a warrant
This will be
article,
voted on
basically.
during the warrant review.
Oh, we
No.
just heard it.
No,
Right.
it's not. Heidi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Michael, thank you for being here today. Well, we don't have a 10-minute break anymore.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest, in my view, accounting and retirement and assessing is every bit as riveting as schools, but I don't think it will take us as long to get through those budgets. So I would propose we cover the administration and finance budgets while lunch is being set up.
Good.
Maybe we can grab our food and then we'll do a working lunch when we get into the afternoon. I think we'll be able to make up a lot of that time as we
Thank you,
get
Steve.
into the
Okay.
afternoon.
Eric, you leaving?
Thank you, Eric.
You're going to miss the lunch.
It's going to be lunch.
You missed the free lunch.
Yeah, you do have to come back for the light budget.
Not the heavy budget, just a light budget.
Oh, thanks, Stan, for the help.
Oh, it's tough to control it.
Never had a push mine, yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
It's like a town meeting where I move the question.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Matt, don't be mad, I'm sorry. I just can't go on and on and on and on.
No, I understand. You're going to go, yeah.
I just need water.
Well, once we
Yeah.
get the cup,
Do you want me to
just
get
pee
you
in the-
water?
pee in the
David?
cup.
I can get it.
Okay.
There you go.
We're on a tight ship, David.
Not really, not.
Well, kind of a light ship. It's a little porous.
Dan,
What?
We can go ahead.
What are we doing?
we're moving on.
Go ahead, take over for Dave.
So,
Oh, he left. Oh, sorry. So, thank you. I was reading, trying to find our page number.
Page-
So we're number 13. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
All right.
well,
Counting.
just waiting for Mr. Landers to finish up
Gavel.
over there.
Mike is done. Continue.
We're going to move in, next we're going to move into our administration and finance budgets. We're joined now in the audience, John Lavelle, our chief assessor, Heather Russo, our town accountant, and Jill Summit, our treasurer collector, are here. I'm going to make a general statement up front that doesn't so much apply to the accounting budget, but will apply to the other budgets, and will appear throughout the rest of the day. I mentioned in the overview that the town completed its comp and class study in the fall for the 70 or so non-union and management employees that we have. I mentioned that the outcome of that was about a 2.9% on average salary adjustment beyond the COLA that we provided that year. You'll see the offset to that when we get to the department head budget, but for the rest of the operating budgets, any percent changes you see to salaries and wages that are related to comp and class, we'll note those, but you'll see the offset to that in the department head budget, which is where we budgeted funds last year in anticipation of the study. So there's a netting out. We were able to fully fund the plan through the funds that were set aside last year. The total was about $140,000 that was included in the FY24 budget in anticipation of the plan, and that was sufficient to cover the results that came out in the fall. So we'll start with the accounting budget. As you can see here, wages and salaries are up 2.75%, and the reduction is based to the cyclical nature of the actuarial studies we do for our OPEB valuation. And if there are line item questions, we have all the requisite staff here to answer those.
Members, questions or comments?
Yes, I do, if I may, thank you. So on this accounting line item, software maintenance was eliminated in this department from 1,900 to 0. In accounting, why is that?
So throughout the day, we can point out there are some departments where those numbers go up. We'll talk about that actually in the assessing budget. But in this case, I believe those costs were consolidated to the IT budget.
So my question is, of the 12 departments that have software maintenance, who's responsible for deciding which ones go up and which ones go down?
The budget team works on that with the IT director and the departments. So we're making.
So is the IT director here to answer questions?
He will be here today to answer questions.
So I'm not going to vote on accounting or anything else with software maintenance till I hear from the IT department on those items.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, on this specific item, software maintenance was used because we haven't used it. And if you look at the actuals over the past 3 years.
Rodney, I'm talking about 12 departments that have it. This is just one. We're just starting with this one.
Yeah, I was just
And
speaking to this
the
department.
budget increase on software maintenance is 16%.
On what, I'm sorry? Overall.
Overall, software maintenance is up 16%. That's a big number. And I'm not going to vote for any department on the software, has software maintenance, till I get the big picture.
Yeah, I also with Dan too, because I've noticed it on my notes. It was software maintenance on every department.
There's other
And I
things,
know.
but that,
Yeah,
we're
we'll talk
starting
about
with
it,
that. So I have no other questions on accounting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dan. I don't know where we are now. Maureen, did
I
you
would
want to
just,
say?
I would like to say generally, consolidation, we did it last year with medical exams. So we used to have departments budget medical exams across 12 different departments. We consolidated all of those into the HR department because it made a lot of sense to have that managed centrally. IT is very different than medical exams. We're going to talk in a minute about the CAMA software that is specific to assessing. That wouldn't get consolidated anywhere because assessing department's the only department that uses it. We have proprietary software like CrewSense, which is used by police and fire. Those are never going to get consolidated to IT. But in most cases, and actually Rodney's right, not this case, but in a lot of cases, if we have a software program that's being used across the entire enterprise, you either can budget X% of it across 12 budgets, or you can budget 100% of it in the IT budget and have it managed centrally. That's generally been our philosophy for a long time. Rodney reminded me after I misstated this one, we haven't spent this line item in 4 years, so that was an easy strike because we were budgeting 1,900 and spending 0.
Well, that's the question. Why budget if not using it? And how do you determine the breakdown on the different departments?
So I might suggest we'll find out if, I imagine Colby is in one of the town buildings at the moment waiting his turn. I might invite him when we can change the schedule around to get those questions answered.
Well, there's
so that
12
we can vote on the
departments
budget.
that this is going to involve.
You want to text Colby? We'll finish talking about this one, but we may get him in sooner.
Suggestion on how to proceed. Hold on a minute, Gardner. Steve, do you have a?
No, let me continue. I'll continue present. If there are other questions on the accounting budget
there are.
itself, I can present them and then we can.
There may be,
follow up.
Steve.
Yeah, and we can hold off and vote on all of them at the end,
I
so
think
that
that's-
satisfies Dan's need.
Okay.
which we've done in years past.
Do you need something to say now?
I do have a couple of questions about accounting, yes.
Okay.
And one is, I noticed the software too, but is the town manager said, I work in the software industry. If one department has all of the need for a specific, you spread Microsoft Office across everybody, you spread Word across everybody, so you can centralize it in IT. But if you have a specific GIS software, the entire department, the cost should be with the department, so I can understand that from my profession. And I'm just looking for the other accounting changes, one second. A lot of things went down. Auditing services went down by almost 11%. Oh, no, that's the overall operating. Conference fees. Now, there's been a little chatter about conference fees. You've dropped them, by $1,000 this year. Can you describe the importance of conferences for the professionals that we utilize here?
Yeah, I mean, this reduction is, if you look at the actuals the last few years, again, when we ask departments to look for places to make reductions, the first thing you obviously do is look at prior year actuals. But I will say generally, a lot of our staff at the supervisor level or the front line level have licenses and requirements that they have to maintain as part of their job. So a lot of times we're sending staff to trainings, required trainings, optional trainings that are put on by professional associations to make sure that they stay current. We have money budgeted in the management budget, which is where department heads have their professional development funded for conferences and the like. So, I mean, generally speaking, we want to make sure that we have the resources in the budget so that staff can stay A, trained, and B, current on best practice in the work that they do.
Okay, so it's based on their credentialing and their knowledge. And this is going to come up or has come up, the importance of fitness club memberships. Can you just speak to that and why we do that? I know why. I know the answer, but I'd like to make it public.
I mean, I will say generally that has been a line item in the budget for probably 25 years. The town offers a modest reimbursement to employees who attend a gym regularly. I will note we also get credit from Maya, which is our wellness, it's our insurer. So the health insurance company gives communities credit if they have programs like this. So it's wellness. It's making sure that employees have access to wellness. I believe the reimbursement is something like $250 a year.
And health insurance, doesn't health insurance too?
No, Maureen, please, please.
It's $250 a year.
One at a time.
For the employees who participate in the program, and it is written into a number of our collective bargaining agreements.
Thank you. And one last question from me on accounting is, I noticed longevity dropped by almost 60%. Is that based on, I believe you've told us in the past that you review every year each employee in the department and their opportunity for longevity or not?
Well, in this instance, our longtime assistant town clerk, Corey Grace, accepted the job as our retirement administrator, and much of that longevity was related to her tenure with the town.
Thank you. I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
No, I mean, I'm good. The thing, I was with Dan too, was just about throughout all the departments, and we can,
Sure, thank you.
when he gets there, we'll
Where are we, please? Does anyone know?
If there are no other questions with accounting, I can provide the overview for assessing.
Any other questions on accounting? Thank you, none. Go ahead, Steve, please.
In the assessing department, we have our chief assessor, John LaBelle, here. Again, the increase in salary and wages is related to the outcome of the comp and class study that was completed last year. And the reduction in operating expenses is actually a net of increase and decrease. We have speaking of software, the town uses CAMA, and I don't remember the acronym, what that means, but John certainly does, but it's the software that we use for our valuations. And we had to upgrade that system this year. And we also saw an increase in our annual licensing fee for that. That is more than offset by a reduction in consulting services related to the cyclical, where we are in our revaluation schedule. So the net effect is a 3.5% increase.
Thank you, Steve. Questions from board members?
If I
Dan?
may. So in assessing, I'm assuming, I heard that their software is specific to assessing, and it's not subject to what the IT director wants.
Well, and just to clarify, it's not so much about what the IT director wants. I mean, Colby wants a lot of things, but in this case, he's being asked to evaluate these programs across the organization, and then have conversations with the departments about where it makes sense to.
Right, because this is a 78% increase.
Okay.
Identify yourself, please, and speak into the mic. Thank you.
Sorry, John LaBelle, Chief Assessor.
Hi, John.
The software we currently use is 15 to 20 years old. And the company that provides it is slowly phasing it out. In the next 5-10 years, they're not going to support it anymore. So we are upgrading to their newer cloud-based version, which is the reason for the big increase. Because at some point, they're no longer going to support the software that we use.
So you're walking away from that old software completely?
It will convert over. It's the same company. They just have a new platform that's been out for about 5-6 years now. And it's cloud-based, so Colby can talk to that later on, but it's going to reduce our server capacity and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan?
Yep.
Nothing further?
No.
God, was there anything further?
All set?
Maureen?
No, I think that, subscriptions, what's that?
That's a few different things. It is the aerial imagery that I use. It is CoStar, which is basically a commercial version of MLS that I use to gather information on commercial and industrial buildings in town. It helps me with the abatements and ATB cases.
Okay.
Thank you,
Didn't know what
Maureen.
that was, thank you.
Okay. Matt, any questions, comments?
No, I'm all set, thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, John. Any further questions or comments? Do we need a vote on this?
I'm not going to vote till the end, if it's all
Okay.
right with you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Steve.
Well, yeah, we'll move to treasurer collector while Jill is here. Similar story. Comp and class was completed, and some adjustments were made based on the market data for the positions. There's also a note on the screen here. I don't see him in the room right now, but Nick Navin, who's our assistant treasurer collector, has become an assistant of sorts for Rodney. He's taken on some of the duties related to putting the budget together and assisting with the capital budget. He's expressed a desire to learn more about this area and grow into that. And based on his performance, we awarded him with a stipend to serve essentially in an assistant finance director role for Rodney. So that also is part of the increase in salary and wages. And the offset here, the reductions, again, related to the overall effort to bring down the budget. Jill went through, and we actually have an operating budget decrease this year.
Anything else, Steve, on that?
So here we have $52,000, $52,500 in software maintenance. Is this specific strictly to treasurer collector?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, this is our Munis software for tax collection.
All right, so that's a separate item and not part of IT?
Does he have anything? His staff may support it.
The staff supports the system, but in terms of the expense, it's strictly related to treasurer office functions, and in part, the assessing office functions.
And who approves the purchase or the maintenance of this?
The treasurer collector manages it right now, but again, it's in collaboration with IT as well as myself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Matt, anything on this?
Nope, all set.
Thank you. Maureen, anything on
Well,
this?
I think Jill does a good job with her budget. I mean, I think, not to nitpick, but she's the only one that conference fees have gone down too. But no, she did good.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Guard, anything on this?
No, I'm good here.
Thank you. Can we move
We'll
on
move
then?
on to one that you have no choice but to vote for. That is the debt service that the town has already taken on, is statutorily required to pay. There's a good news story here. Our debt is declining as planned and as needed, frankly. You'll recall during the audit presentation,
31.
Zach Fentros, our auditor, noted that although we have declining debt, we are off track in terms of what the rating agencies want to see in terms of how much debt is being retired within the first 10 years of your debt schedule. The methodology and logic there is that if all of your debt is level funded the way that ours has been for the last 2 school projects, when your future capital needs arrive in 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, you won't have any debt capacity to take those projects on. So they want to see, is it 60% or 75%?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, 60% through 10 years retired.
So they want to see that in the first 10 years of your debt schedule, 60% of your current debt is scheduled to be retired. We're below that threshold. We're not in a danger zone, but as more debt is loaded, it creates less and less future capacity. So we won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but if you want to go to the next slide, Ronnie, just for a second, you can kind of see.
Thank you, Steve. Before you go, are there any necessary questions or comments on the previous slide?
Yeah, right here.
Matt?
To the town manager, through you, Mr. Chairman. So were these projects that were approved at town meeting at some point? Is there like capital projects?
So yeah, actually, let's go to the next slide for just a second. So an easy way to think about this is if you follow the blue from the left to the right, when you get to year 2038-ish, 2039, you have that flat rectangle at the bottom. That's the high school and the Smith School, more or less. So when debt is structured as level payment, it creates the rectangular block in your debt schedule. You can see the rest of the debt sort of gradually goes downhill, and that means that you're paying higher payments up front, because unlike a mortgage, which is flat across the term, typically with debt, you want to pay equal principal. So you're paying large principal up front and interest, and over time, it will decline rapidly. And instead, to reduce near-term costs, we structured it like a traditional residential mortgage. And again, the town meeting of 2040 is going to have to contend with the fact that there's level-funded debt in the budget that will limit what they're able to do. So.
Anything else, Matt?
No, I'm all set. Thank you for that
Thank you,
clarification.
Matt. Okay, any vote necessary on this
I
slide?
can make a motion on this if it's all right with you, sir.
Sure, thank you, Dan.
I make a motion on the debt service that we approve $6,308,169, of which $4,851,681 is supported by tax levy, and $1,456,488 debt stabilization.
Thank you, Dan. Is
Second
there a
motion?
second?
Second.
Second. Motion and a second. Is there discussion among members of the board? Comments? Nothing. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote. Thank you.
I think the last one before we break for lunch would be the Danvers retirement system. And again, just as a kind of a high level for those in the room, there's a state agency called PIRAC, which oversees state pension assets as well as local retirement board assets. Danvers has an independent retirement board. It's a 5-member board. And we have a retirement administrator on staff, Corey Grace, again, longtime assistant town accountant. That board meets monthly. They work with investment advisors to determine the best mix of investments for the portfolio. Our increase each year for, I think, as long as I've been in Danvers has been roughly 8%. That's based on the actuarial tables and the state's requirement that this liability be fully funded in the next decade, basically. And so the increase this year, 7.93%, is consistent with many years. You'll note here we're roughly 56.2% funded. The retirement board, when they've been able to, has been reducing our assumed rate of return to a more realistic number. It was at 8%, I believe, when I started here. And so in years that they've been able to, they've been ratcheting down that number. And yeah, we'd be happy to take any questions that you have. Rodney serves, as you'll recall, he is your appointee to the board. So.
Thank you, Steve. Questions or comments from members of the board? Matt, is there anything?
Nope, all set.
Thank you.
Ronnie, when do we say 2035 fully funded? What do we?
2035 is the
Right,
vote to be
okay,
fully
all
funded,
right. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dan?
Your software makes up 4.6%, so I'm going to put this in the whole department, if I may.
Okay. Gardner?
I am all set.
All set. Okay, I want to vote on this?
Not yet.
All in favor?
Not yet.
No vote.
No, okay.
We've
Where
got
are we
4 on
next?
hold.
Let's go. We
All
don't.
in favor for not voting?
Why don't we pause for lunch?
What are we
We're
gonna have,
pause for
lunch?
I think we need a break.
We're gonna have a lunch break?
We're gonna feed you lunch today, as we do every year.
Okay,
10-minute lunch?
20
No, we're gonna
minutes.
eat here.
Bill, 20 minutes.
Working lunch.
Come have lunch, Bill.
It's like driving.
where are we, please?
Up next is police.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome.
Afternoon.
And I'll, Chief Lovell probably needs no introduction, but he's been introduced just now anyway. At a very high level, before I'm sure there will be questions, the salary increase in this is very modest. That's intentional, and I want to talk from, we spoke this morning about risk, that one of the ways we balanced the budget this year was by accepting a little bit more risk in our budget. We talked about that on the revenue side. We will talk about that a little bit in our health and benefits budget. But I want to acknowledge the way that we were able to bring in the budget so modestly in police. For the 10 years or so that I've been here, we have never been fully staffed in the police department. Why? It's a 12-month process to recruit, process a list, get somebody through academy, get them trained, get them on the street. And inevitably, by the time we have filled 2 positions, we have a retirement or an injury or a transfer. So it's a perpetual game of chasing the flag. So looking at the historic trend, we have reduced funding in the budget I think we currently have 5 vacancies.
4.
4 vacancies. So we've made a reduction. It's a strategic reduction in the salary line. But the risk that we run is if we somehow become fully staffed during the FY25 budget, which we believe is probably unlikely given the statistics I just shared, we'll have to come back and figure out whether the Finance Committee reserve or some other budget that's running ahead is where we would go to do a budget transfer. So to be very, very clear, we're not reducing our force, we're not reducing our head count, we're reducing the budget number based on the fact that we have 4 vacancies today. We'll probably have a couple of vacancies by the end of the fiscal year. And so we're just accepting that reality. So I wanted to put that in context. And on the operating side, we've seen a small reduction based on fuel prices in gallons. So I know the chief would be happy to answer any detailed questions that you might have about his budget, but I wanted to start with that overview. And I also want to note, because we saw right before lunch, it's hard to see from that side of the room, and I'll start announcing this, but this is page 18 in the Select Board budget book. So we'll note the page number and the budget that we're on as we go forward.
Jamie, you can speak only if there's something you want to add to what the town manager has said.
I'll just answer questions and we can expedite the process and get you guys through a few more budgets.
Great, thank you. Matt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am on page 18. So for the overtime, was that, I think the town manager just answered that there was a shortage. So you have a minimum staffing level for each shift, I assume, and so this overtime is to fill those gaps?
That's correct. So right now we have 4 vacancies. We also have a long-term deployment. One of our officers is being deployed to the Middle East April 8th, and we'll be gone for 9 months, which will be during our summertime, which is one of our busiest times for overtime with vacation time.
Right.
We also have some supervisory openings, so it's just open shifts. There is some minimal overtime that's scheduled for training, certain court time, investigations, but the majority is
Right.
backfill shifts.
So it's kind of like business as usual with the attrition kind of,
Correct.
and you kind of compensate for that with just these, with calling people in for overtime?
Correct.
Okay. When you were here last year, you mentioned the purchase of several electric vehicles, including the pickup truck. How is that going?
So we purchased numerous hybrid Cruisers, Explorers, and we actually purchased, well, we're purchasing a Ford Lightning pickup truck. It is actually in Marlboro right now. It's waiting for some equipment to be shipped for installation. The charging station has been installed at the police station in the back parking lot. So as soon as McGovern can equip the vehicle, we should have it, I'm guessing probably no later than May 1st.
All right. And I know I've seen one, Salem has a Lightning, and it's pretty impressive looking. For the purchase of vehicles, that's something that's in warrant articles in the, for town meeting, that doesn't show, it wouldn't show up in your budget?
It's under capital.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in the capital outlay slide later in the presentation.
Oh, I see, okay. Because I was curious about what the kind of the life expectancy is for these vehicles, especially for those electric ones, because do you have a sense of what the turnover is in vehicles? Is it based on mileage or time or combination?
The electric vehicle will be different. It would be more experimentation right now to see kind of how long it will last us. We're hoping it will last us probably 5 years at least, we're hoping.
Right.
The frontline cruisers now, the Explorers, typically our frontline cars run for 2, no more than 3 years, just based on miles and engine hours.
Right.
They do run 24 hours a day.
Yep.
A lot of stop and go, a lot of idling.
Sure.
So what we try to do is we try to, replace the frontline cars every 2 to 3 years. If they're in good shape, we'll drop them down to an administrative vehicle, like one of our school resource offices. So we'll try keeping the fleet as long as we can, and when it's time, we'll trade them in.
All right. And these vehicles, you purchase them or you lease them?
We purchase them.
Okay. Because I think the first 3 years is when most depreciation occurs, so that's a big hit. So if you get rid of them after 3 years, we don't really get our money's worth out of them per se.
Typically, they have high miles, very, very high engine miles, so
Yeah.
I'm sure the value of the vehicles go down significantly once
Okay.
they.
All right. Well, I'll touch base with you again about the in the other slide. So, all right, I'm all set. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
So you answered the question about the overtime. That was my question, which is great. We want to make sure that our town is safe. Dan will talk about the software maintenance again and when we get Colby here. And I was surprised to see ammunition down.
So over the last few years, we've actually been able to stockpile a certain amount. Unfortunately, we send recruits to the academy. I think our last class, we sent 4 officers through. It's close to $6,000 in ammunition for the academy. They do a 40 to 80-hour class. Ammunition's expensive. So we were able to lower it a little bit because we have a decent stock right now. And as we go through the next round of academy classes, we'll replenish that stock.
Okay. And then just what my board member, about the pickup truck, the Ford Lightning truck?
Yes.
So can you explain to me, like, how does that work? Is it, you have to plug it in, you can only use it for 1 shift, 2 shifts, plug it in?
So we got the extended battery on it, so we're hoping that we can get hopefully 16 hours a day out of it and charge in the overnight shifts. If not, we'll drive for 8 hours, charge for 8 hours, drive for 8 hours. It will be a marked patrol vehicle. It's equipped the same way as other vehicles are equipped, so we can transport in it, we can respond to calls in it. Again, being our first electric vehicle, there'll be some experimentation as far as how long we can drive it for. I think weather plays a factor. In the winter, sometimes the battery is used quicker in the wintertime. So there'll be some experimentation with it. Salem has had theirs for a little over a year now, and they're still very happy with it.
Okay, great. Nope, that's about it. Thank you.
Dan? Yes, thank you. Afternoon, Chief. Can you speak to the 36% increase in your software maintenance?
Yes, I can. There's a 5% we factored in just because everything's up in cost. We typically don't get a quote until it's renewal time, so we usually do a 5% as a little buffer. The remainder of that is our RMS system, which is QED. We went to QED back in, I think, 2002, 2003. At the time, the fire department was also using that software, so we split the cost of QED between the 2 departments. Last year, we decided that the fire department has less reliable on that software now. When we get our bill for $19,000 and change, we would pay half the bill. We would send it to the fire department. They'd pay the other half of the bill. To make things simpler for accounting and for a purchase order, we took on 100% of that software. That was why it almost doubled our cost, because we took on the full cost of the software.
Thank you. Back on December 19th, the Select Board heard a presentation on the downtown revitalization program and creating 2 public spaces.
Yes.
And I had a follow-up question about community safety perhaps with cameras, and I was told it was a valid concern, and they'd have a conversation in particular with public safety regarding cameras downtown. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not uncommon. I know Salem has a very robust camera system in their community. They have downtown area, a lot of the waterfront. Currently, the only cameras that we have access to is on the waterfront, and those are Coast Guard cameras. The rest of the cameras we have are internally or at the high school or our public buildings. So it is a possibility. I know right now the town is looking at upgrading some camera systems, so it might be a good time to have that discussion.
Do we have cameras at the traffic lights?
We do not.
We do not.
No. A lot of times, if you see an object looks like a camera on top of the traffic light, it is essentially a camera, but what it does is it's monitoring for a vehicle. And it's a computerized program that when it sees a vehicle, it trips the cycle of the light. It doesn't record. We can't go back and look at it. It's supposed to be a more efficient way versus cutting the ground open and putting the wires in the ground like they used to do, where if the wires got damaged, they had to dig up the intersection. With these camera systems, they can just replace that camera very quickly. But it's for a sensor to trip traffic cycles, not to record intersections.
So is it safe for me to say that we'll have cameras downtown with these new public spaces?
At this point in time, I couldn't speak to that. It's something that we could definitely discuss.
There's nothing in the budget, so.
No,
that's-
there's nothing in the budget for any types of camera
So
systems.
that would be problematic, but I think it would be a good idea myself.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Guard, anything?
Sure, a couple of quick ones. As you know, I look for the outliers. You dropped your conference fees. We know conferences are important to keep up your professional credentials. Why did the fees drop?
This October, IACP, which is the Chiefs Convention, is in Boston. So I won't be flying or probably travel. I won't be staying there either. So I was able to drop it this year because of that reason.
Great. And then under salaries and wages, two quick things. Night differential dropped almost 14, a little over 14%. I would assume you have the same amount of professionals.
We do. Looking for some savings in this year's budget process, we looked at our historical data as far as what we pay out. So with the sick time, we do not pay night differential on holiday time or sick time. I'm sorry, holiday time or A time. Sorry, holiday A time. So if an officer takes an A day, which is a cumulative time, they don't get night differential on that. So historically, we looked at that data, and we were comfortable that we could drop that down and still come in with the budget for the year.
Great. And I'm sorry if I missed it, but you did cut in half your temporary positions. Did you reduce someone's time or a person or?
Again, that historically is for our matrons.
Okay.
We haven't had matrons in years. It's a very hard position to fill.
Yeah.
It's bad pay, bad hours. It's usually long holiday weekends, overnights. So typically we don't have people to work those positions.
Can you explain what a matron is, Jamie?
Sorry, a matron would come in if we have a female prisoner in the station overnight or for a weekend. We would have a female matron come in to watch that prisoner. Again, it's hard to find people to do that job. Depending on the jail's capacity, sometimes they will take female detainees over a weekend, overnight. So we just don't have the need as much as we used to.
Very good. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Guy. Public comment, any questions or comments? Bill?
Quick
2
one,
minutes,
Mr.
if you
Chairman.
would, please.
Bill Bates, Town Meeting Precinct 4. Police contractual obligations, I believe the union is going to be negotiating. It's showing 0. How do you account for that in the budget?
Where do you see this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So that was a one-timer where in FY '23, we had settled contracts. We had paid out contracts that settled quite at the end of FY '22. So in order to get the retro calculations accurate, we had to carry the money over from '22 into '23 to pay the retro.
Okay.
So otherwise, that's not a budgeted or expended line historically throughout and in the history of the town.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman. So how do you account for what you might face for
Yeah,
increases?
so let me, what Rodney's saying, so when we had our last round of contract negotiations, the police contract is the one contract that did not settle before the close of the year in which we were negotiating. So what Rodney's saying, it was the first time ever that happened, so we had to carry a new line to settle that contract in a subsequent year. We fully expect that the budget that is being reviewed today includes funding for the contracts that are being negotiated this spring, and we believe it will be sufficient to cover those contracts.
And where would that be in the budget?
Across all the salary and wage lines.
It's included in the
It's
salary and
included in the
wages.
departmental budgets, correct.
Was there something? Yes, sir.
So,
Identify yourself, please.
sure, Kevin Barrich, 34 Poplar Street.
Kevin, speak right into the.
Sure,
mic, please.
yep. So I'm going to resurrect an issue that I know was talked about before in town because we're still paying the bond bill on the dispatch and training wing of the police department. But it seems to me we're still paying for, I think it's somewhere around 9 FTEs as dispatchers. This is a service that the Regional Dispatch Center in Middleton can give to us for free. And so as we all know, we know that pension is one of the big drivers of our budget. When we pay an employee, we agree not to just pay that employee, but pay for them through retirement, for their health care, all those things. So I understand that there might be some slight upticks in quality by doing it ourselves, but we're talking about Middleton, right? Not Worcester. These people are still from here. They're still familiar with our community. They do ride-alongs, and they publish metrics. How long it takes them to answer a call, how long it takes them to dispatch a call. So I don't actually know that there's a difference in quality because I don't know those same metrics from Danvers. And it seems to me that if we're looking for efficiencies in our budget, this is a place we might look. Right now, I think the taxpayers are paying for this twice. One through the 5 point whatever % we pay to the state of Massachusetts, and once through our property tax to Danvers. Thank you.
So I want to, and I owe this gentleman an email. He's asked this question, and I have it drafted, but I'm going to respond to part of it now, and I'm sure Jamie will want to speak to it as well. But Kevin is absolutely right that today, within the last couple of years, the cost to participate in the regional dispatch is zero. But that was not always the case. And this board, probably 15 years ago, when the regional dispatch was being discussed, looked very closely at that project. At that time, the cost would have been greater to abandon our local dispatch and participate in the regional dispatch. The economics of the regional dispatch were upside down, as I wasn't here at the time, but in reviewing this and spending a lot of time looking at it, they did not build a sustainable model there. Towns like Danvers looked at it and declined the opportunity to participate. 3 or 4 years ago, and we actually, I'll take a step back for a second. To Kevin's point, San Diego County is larger than the state of Connecticut, and it has 3 dispatch centers that are sufficiently providing EMS service to its residents. So there is an ability to provide dispatch services at multiple scales. One is the local scale, one is a regional model. So I don't want to get into a discussion about what's better or worse. What happened several years ago is that we did a study, and actually in my career, we've twice studied regional dispatch, where a community like Danvers would take on smaller partners, and both times the economics were through the roof beneficial for all parties involved, and both times for political reasons they never went anywhere, because the smaller towns were concerned about this, that, and the other. Some of the members who joined REC when it initially opened were discussing leaving REC several years ago. And so the state doubled down and basically said, we're not going to charge you anymore. You can stay for free. And so they said, cool, then we'll stay. So the model that we use today may not be the model we use in 50 years, but the town did make the right decision at the time when it expanded its police department to invest in the dispatch center. We have excellent dispatchers. We have excellent equipment in that dispatch center. At this point in time, it's a great model. I'm suspect that the state will be able to continue to provide fully subsidized. So we are paying for it, and we're all paying for that REC because the state's not charging the communities that are using it at this point. So it's an excellent point, but that's just some of the context that led us from 2005 to where we are today.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to add anything, Jamie. But.
I have some data at the station I can pass on to the town manager regarding call volumes, call times, turnover rates at the rec. So I can set the town manager and get it over to you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Kevin. Bill Bradstreet. You don't have to identify yourself, but you should speak into the microphone.
Thank you. Only because I'm prejudiced because of my former position. The police and fire budgets, I think personally, are warranted. They wouldn't be putting something in their budgets that they didn't need. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Bradstreet. Now, let me see, where are we? Board members, any further questions or comments on the police budget?
Again, I'd like to hold everything in abeyance that has software maintenance so I can hear from the IT director.
Sure.
Thank you.
Chief, anything else you want to say?
Do you want to discuss capital as well?
Do you want to we'll do fire first, and then, what do you guys have? Yeah. Why don't we do the fire budget, and then we'll do a quick capital discussion while we have our chiefs here today.
Who's going to speak for fire?
I'll go first, and then we can hand it off to the chief. And we recognized earlier today Sue Contos, who did not ask for permission to leave the organization on March 28th. Similarly, Chief Amaral did not ask for permission before announcing that he plans to retire in June. I'm waiting for the resignation letter so we can send it back to say the town manager unwilling. But I'm guessing he's going to bypass me completely. But in all seriousness, Bob's worked for the town for more than 30 years, and this will be his last budget, and he will be missed. But he has good people around him and behind him and helping him out. So the department will be in good shape after he goes, but certainly we'll miss his sense of humor more than anything else. And yeah, in terms of the budget, I will say what you see here is not comp and class, but you'll recall that the town received, through the work of the two gentlemen at the podium, behind him is Deputy Chief Brian Barry, a $1 million SAFER grant from the federal government, which fully funded 3 firefighters for a period of 3 years. We've been working with the department for some time to figure out how to maintain those positions once the grant period ended. It is ending this year, and we continue to work with them on ways to fold those positions in. That grant was hugely helpful. It allowed us to, it freed up resources in the budget to create a second FPO, which is a position we benefited from a long time with Jim Brooks, who really did the work of 2 people when he served as our FPO. He retired, so the department now has 2 fire prevention officers doing plan review and education in the community. And it allowed us to put 2 more firefighters into the rotation, but we needed to have a plan for how to pay for that. And that's addressed in part on this screen. You'll see we're trending. There's no wood in front of me, but we're trending below our 3-year average for overtime, so we were able to make some reductions in the overtime budget in 25. And Brian has worked hard looking at the alarm program that the town runs for certain commercial businesses, education facilities, large facilities where they have hardwired alarm systems on their building, and if there's a fire, they can pull that alarm and it dispatches directly to our fire department. We charge for that. We increased the fee this year from $300 to $400, which had not been looked at in a long time. We also did an audit of the institutions that were participating in that program and made sure that we were collecting from everybody. We found some that we had been monitoring for a long time and not charging. So we have not fully offset the cost of those positions yet, but we're, by increasing revenue and reducing overtime costs, we've offset a good portion of them. But that is the 4.14% on the salary side. And on the operating side, again, this is part of the effort to look for how to close that $750,000 budget gap that we were facing a month ago. So that's the high-level overview, and I know that the chief and deputy would be happy to take any questions.
Unless you want, Chief and Deputy, unless you want to say something in addition to what Steve said, maybe questions or comments from the board members?
Questions of, good.
Thank you. Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chief. Can you just kind of, at a high level, describe the staffing situation in terms of openings and also perhaps people that are out on medical leave or whatever? Because it looks like the overtime has decreased from the past fiscal year. So I guess is that a good sign, I think?
It is, and that's a direct benefit to that grant that the town manager was just talking about. So that put us back to full staffing, three new bodies on the line. So it was, as I promised to the town manager when we applied for that grant, you would see a decreased overtime line item, and as predicted, the overtime number has come down.
So that's a positive, but the downside of grants is that when they expire, now suddenly becomes, a problem for us to fund. I think we'll have to fund those 3 positions. So next year we'll see an increase, I suppose.
Absolutely, and like the town manager said, we've been working on almost since the outset of this grant on planning for that. As you can see by that red up there, that's not something that I wanted to do in my last budget. But yeah, it's something that's going to have to be factored in, and we're on it. Like we've been making plans and doing some studies and trying to figure out exactly where we can make those 3 positions fit.
Right. Okay, that's great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
Hi, can you just tell me again what the out of range is?
Out of range is when somebody works out of grade. So if there's a firefighter, if there's a lieutenant happens to be out, and a firefighter gets bumped up to be acting lieutenant, that's out of grade pay.
Okay. Nope, that's it, thank you.
Dan, did you have?
No questions.
Sure. Quick question. The sick leave buyback for the fire department went up dramatically. I'm just wondering why the calculation, I would assume you have the same number, roughly the same number of professionals. Why would that number go up?
That changes year to year. It just depends on if we have anybody retiring. So some years we don't, right? And they only get paid that upon retirement.
So we blame you.
Yeah, well, no, I don't get, I assure you I don't get like sick leave buyback. It's not, it's a union benefit. Rodney's happy to nod no.
And you're leaving in
Don't
June,
take
not
away
July.
my joke. And then vehicle maintenance bumped up a bit. Is it just the aging of the equipment? And
Yeah, honestly, there's been some outliers this year, and we have another one that's on the docket right now. I had to call Rodney about the other day. Yeah, it's just that, they're not brand new anymore.
Okay.
And the new technology, I think I've said this in the past, is the more electronics you have on these trucks, the more problems they cause, to be honest with you. But they don't build them the old way anymore.
And you also cut your radio maintenance in half. Did you get new equipment that now requires?
So we had a
not?
grant a couple of years ago where we were able to buy new portable radios for each member of the department, and it had that line item was up again probably last year for the final programming of those.
Okay.
So they're all programmed right now. So there's nothing really expenditures coming up on the horizon.
Great. Those are the outliers that stuck out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Are there any public comments or questions? 2 minutes, please.
You got good questions, Kevin.
Kevin Barrage, 34 Poplar Street. So just to make sure that I'm comparing apples to apples here, I guess, Mr. Chairman, my question would be, we have a capital request from the fire department as well. I know we're not discussing that yet, but while it looks like we have a reduction in OpEx, we also have a capital request. So it doesn't look like much of a reduction. I just want to make sure that what we see in the capital request, that item, turnout gear, I think, has always been through capital, and we're not just moving OpEx to capital to make it look like we're cutting OpEx. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
That is correct. Yeah, we've talked in the past about budgeting a small amount each year in the operating budget, but it's for reasons the chief could get very granular on. It makes a lot more sense to buy it in bulk at certain times, and we do that through the capital budget.
Any other public questions, comments? No, thank you. Yes, please, if necessary, 2 minutes.
Again, you all know who I
You have to identify Mr.
Okay.
Bradstreet.
My comments about both budgets. Whatever they put in their budgets, they feel they need, they should get what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, hearing nothing further, is there a motion? Oh, no, we're waiting.
Right,
Yeah.
there's still software maintenance in that department as well.
Okay. Chief and Deputy, unless there was something else you wanted to say,
No, just thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
It's a full disclosure. I more or less took a step back and let the deputy create a lot of this budget just to make a smooth transition so that next year he's not calling me on my cell phone 26 times during budget season. But
Blame him on the way out. Yeah.
but he along with our administrative assistant Cynthia DeChirico did a fantastic job with this budget, and it's
Thank you.
Well, and I know Bob loves nothing more than being talked about in front of a room full of people. However, I want to say when the way that these positions function now versus when I started here 10 years ago, when Bob Pyburn, when Jim McPherson was put into the position of having to be the acting chief, he had never been exposed to any of the duties associated with being the chief. We made a point when we went through the process and hired Bob Pyburn to make sure that we wanted succession planning. We wanted the ability for the deputies to be exposed to all aspects of the job. That was easy for Bob Pyburn because he and Bob worked really well together, but he gave Bob Amrolt opportunities to be involved. And I know Bob has given Brian the same opportunities to be involved, so that we have two people in those positions who understand what the job is. And it's a credit to Bob and Bob before him for building that system and now maintaining that system for whoever comes next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, gentlemen. So you can stick around for your vote if you like, but you don't have to.
Well, we do.
Well, we
give
will
them capital.
while we have them here, yeah. So we wanted to jump ahead. We will be talking at the end of the day about our capital outlay. These are the items that are outside of the operating budget requests. This would be vehicles, equipment like our turnout gear. So we do have items this year. We have 5 police cruisers, and we have, and I'm sorry, for those on the other side, page 46 in your budget booklet, we have items for both of the departments. We have the turnout gear for fire, and we have 5 cruisers for the police department. So if there are questions about those, this would be a great time to ask those.
Steve, would you again identify just what the items are?
The $304,000 is for 5 cruisers. I believe it's all cruisers. It may be for an admin vehicle as well, but it's 5 vehicles for police. And I think the turnout gear covers about 1/3 of the department. So this is turnout gear for 1/3 of our 48 firefighters.
Okay, and for the fire, Steve is,
Protective clothing and equipment.
okay. Any questions from board members on those items? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, question for the chief. Back to the vehicles here. So, 5 new vehicles. Again, you mentioned earlier the life expectancy for your use is 5 years, and then how do you dispose of them? Do you sell them on an open market? Are they auctioned off? How do we recoup some of this cost?
Typically, we'll trade them in through McGovern Ford now. It's same as MHQ. They got bought up by McGovern Ford. So we'll trade them in. They'll give us a trade-in value based on the year of the vehicle, the mileage, anything else.
Okay. So this cost of $304,000, that will, with the trade-ins, will that reduce that cost, or is this kind of the end number?
Trade-ins could reduce that number in the future. Depends on what we get for value and what we trade in. So this year, we're looking at 3 frontline cruisers, which would be Ford Explorers, hybrids, and then we're looking for 2 admin vehicles, which would probably be a Ford Edge, which is a small 4-cylinder, small SUV. They'll be replacing 2 2010 Ford Tauruses. I'm guessing we might have to pay them to take those cars away from us. They're in pretty rough shape. They're starting to rust through. They're really they need to be replaced.
All right. You could add them to the museum with the Crown Vics, I suppose. Yeah, I'm assuming, so you wouldn't take 2 of these existing vehicles and transition them into administrative use?
We can. Typically, the admin cars for CID, our detectives, we don't want to put them in a painted Explorer. It looks like a police car.
Yeah.
We want a soft-looking vehicle. Again, the Ford Edges, they're a small SUV. They're very economical. We have 2 right now. We've been very lucky
Okay.
with them.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you,
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager. This page 46 says we're looking at vehicles tax supported. Yet on the budget sheet, it says being paid for from free cash.
I would say that's semantic. Free cash is,
Semantics.
it's semantic. The free cash is generated through tax-supported budgets from the prior year, which is why it says tax-supported, as opposed to the ones at the bottom are through retained earnings or rates.
Right.
Yep.
And the 2 school passenger vans, did that get approved with their school budget? It was in the presentation.
Was it approved?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that'll be a separate warrant article as it traditionally is.
The separate warrant articles require a separate vote here.
Correct, yeah.
It wasn't approved earlier. Thank you.
Anything else? Got anything?
All set?
Yeah, David, I just had a question. I thought we were just talking about the police and fire vehicles. Are we talking about the
We'll
other
talk about the
capital-
rest later today.
Everything?
Yeah.
The other capital outlays?
Later today, yep.
Later?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Where are we, please? So, can our 2 chiefs and deputy chief step back?
They're welcome to have some lunch and stick around, but I imagine they probably want to go home.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, chief. Good luck, chief. We'll miss you. Steve, do you want to introduce them?
Yes, I will. So first, if you turn to page 23 in your budget booklets, we're going to start the Land Use and Community Services Department budget. And we are joined today by a number of members of the team. Aaron Henry is the Director of Land Use and Community Services. Just entering and sitting with an appropriate festive St. Patrick's Day tie is David Mountain, our Recreation Director.
Sorry, Ken.
To Aaron's right is Tim Hudon, our Director of Inspectional Services. Hiding in the corner is Alicia Linehan, the Administrative Assistant for the department. And hiding behind her is Kelly Reyes Teixeira, who is our Veterans Service Officer. I don't think I've missed anybody. Our Health Director is grabbing a sandwich, and he'll be with us shortly. So this, you go to the next slide, Ronnie. The Land Use and Community Services budget, 5 of the 6 divisions are budgeted together. The Recreation Department is budgeted separately. But these departments have historically been part of the same umbrella. You can see, we won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but you can see at a high level the change across the department budgets. But go to the next slide, we'll jump right into the first one, which is inspectional services. So the first budget here, again, the increase in salary and wages is related to the outcome of the comp and class study that was completed last fall, as well as, I'll just note, anticipating a question, there's a small increase to, let's see, make sure I'm on the right page, page 24. The temporary positions is up $5,500.
Yeah.
So the building department, I think, does around 3,000 inspections a year, if last year's number was still accurate. We have a staff of 4 full-time inspectors doing those inspections. We, in the last couple of years, have worked to manage vacation accruals. We've been asking our employees to actually take vacations and get out of the office once in a while. This is one of those departments where when somebody takes a vacation, you have to backfill because the permit inspections need to get done whether Tim is on vacation or in the office. So we reduced a long-term liability by better managing vacation accruals. The offset is that we have to increase our temporary so that when our full-time inspectors are away, we can call in. We have a number of part-time inspectors who serve on call, so they backfill for full-time staff. So that's the salary and wage adjustment. On the operating expense, and again, I think Tim can probably offer a better detailed explanation than I can, but we had to change the way several years ago that we did sealer of weights and measures inspections in town. That's a job that involves measuring gallons of gasoline and calibrating weights in grocery stores and ice cream shops and the like. We used to contract that out, but due to a change in state law, communities of our size had to have somebody on staff assign those duties. So we, for many years, used a regional consultant who would do that work on behalf of a couple of communities. It certainly didn't warrant a full-time position in Danvers, so instead, our plumbing and gas inspector agreed to take those duties on for a stipend. So we were able to avoid a much larger cost because he agreed to take that on. It's not a full-time job, but it's something that he has to do outside of his normal work hours. So we'd be happy to take any questions you have about the inspectional services budget.
Thank you. Matt, did you want to start?
No, I'm all set for the moment.
Okay. Maureen, did you?
Nope, the town manager answered. That was my question about the temporary positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Yes, thank you. Tim, software maintenance, there's no budget for that.
Correct. That was taken out, and that's going to be handled through IT.
IT, thank you very much.
Nothing else, Dan?
Nope.
I look for outliers, and the big jump I see here is tools and equipment. Went from nothing in '23 to 524 to 3,500 this year.
Correct. So that's in relation to the sealer and weights position. So last year, we were able to get that position funded. However, through the state, there are certain certifications, and the equipment that we had was not functioning. So we had to purchase that through the state, and that's something that we expect we'll have to keep up with.
When you say that, do you mean we'll have to keep up with $3,000 a year, $3,500 a year, or now that you bought the equipment, we can expect a reduction?
I'm not sure if it will stay at that level or not. There is some more equipment that we do need to purchase, and then we need to constantly recertify that equipment as well.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the Maureen, did you have something?
I already said it, thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Questions, comments from the audience? Hearing nothing?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the inspectional service budget as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? And there's a second?
Can I, just as a point of clarification, there will be a bottom line vote for all 5 of the divisions instead of the individual divisions?
You don't want to vote now?
Not right now.
Thank you.
It's too bad.
You were ready to vote for that one. We missed an opportunity, but we'll get there. I'm confident we'll get there. Next is our public health budget. Frank Giacalone, our health director, is in the audience. I think he's finished his sandwich and is ready to answer any questions as soon as I'm done providing the overview. But again, the increase here is related to our comp and class study that was completed last fall. The reductions here, Frank identified based on the need, as we've talked about throughout the day, to find some budget savings. He had some public health and environmental health services lines in his budget. You'll note, based on the actuals over the past 3 years, we hadn't been fully utilizing those. So he was comfortable making a reduction in those. And Frank would be happy to take any questions.
Matt, questions?
No, I'm all set, thanks.
Thank you. Mo?
Just a question on the jump in inspectional services, please.
Frank, would you identify yourself, please, and speak into the microphone?
Okay, I am a little hard of hearing, and which line item? I'm sorry?
Inspectional services?
So on page-
Inspectional
we're on page
services for how
25.
much?
Well, proposed for 25 is going to be 39.7. I mean, it did go down from 49.83 to 35.
Yeah, we're on page 20. I should have
23,
said it, I'm sorry. It's
right?
25 in the budget.
Oh,
Yeah, page 25.
25, I'm sorry. Oh, public health, what am I looking at? Oh, land use, what, Rodney, that would be you, Aaron. I'm sorry, hold on. Public health, pest control, can you explain that? Why that's up?
Pest control in terms of
Like
line
what?
item, that would be?
Yeah,
It's not a,
it's not up?
Pest control would
I
come
thought it went from
under
27.8 to
the line
32.5.
item of,
Hold on, no, it's level funded at 32.5, but if you want to talk a little bit about
Yeah,
what
what it is.
pest control covers?
Yeah, what it covers.
oh, what pest control
Yeah.
covers?
I thought residents take
Buildings.
care of that.
We cover all the schools, all the public buildings.
Oh, that's right.
Through Orkin.
Yep,
Separate from the public parks, we have goose management that handles the goose or the geese problem. But yeah, any type of, not only just rodent control, but pest control, all the buildings are covered under that. And we have a contract with Orchid.
okay, no, that's it, that's all I had, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Dan, did you?
I'm just going to make a comment. I don't need a response, but software maintenance in fiscal '21 was 29,000, dropped to 1,200, increased to 6,400, and now it's gone.
Okay. It's not a question, so you don't
Just a
have to
comment.
answer anything.
I'll put it in the whole pile.
Gary?
public health services dropped from 10,000 to 5,000. Can you give me a,
Public health services are for those unexpected instances that we may come up with, whether it be boarding up a house, if we condemn it. We have had one instance of that. Luckily, in my 2.5, almost 3 years here, and I love Danvers. However, we haven't had any real major issues, but a lot of hoarding, and with collaboration with other departments, we're able to find other services for that. But that fund is for, if we need to do rodent control in certain areas, we haven't had the need at this point, but that's what that fund is for.
okay. And environmental health enforcement went from, in 2023, went from a little over $2,000 up to 14. Now it's dropping to 10. Did we anticipate a need that never came to fruition?
No, so the budget last year was 14, not the actual expenditure. So I think it's been funded at 14,000 for some time, and you can see that The use has fluctuated from 2,000 to 11,000 back to 2,000, but this is another one where
Okay.
when Rodney sent out the marching orders to departments to reduce budgets, this is what Health Department identified as being an area they could make a reduction.
Great, thank you.
Steve.
All
Any-
set.
Anything else? Nothing other public questions or comments on this budget item? Hearing none, is there we make
No motion.
no motion at this time?
No.
I would like to do two things real quick. First, I can't believe Frank's been here 2.5 years. I had to do the math in my head. And second, I want to acknowledge one of our health board members, Di Gioco, is also present today.
Thank you, Steve.
Next budget is Planning and Economic Development.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Our Director of Planning is unable to be here today, but Mr. Henry is here if there are hard-hitting questions for the Planning and Economic Development budget. Again, similar theme. Increase is related to the Common Class Study, and the reduction, like in the Public Health Department, is related to an engineering consulting services line that the Planning Department felt comfortable reducing this year in order to get the budget balanced. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Aaron, there might be questions. Do you want to go to the podium? Or anybody you want to take with you for help? Or
We're all here. The team's all here.
camouflage, defense?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, are there questions or comments on this budget item? Matt?
Yes, just on the top one, the salaries and wages, permanent, full-time. Can you just describe the staff that's associated with that line item? Is it the number and perhaps?
So that would be the planning director, the senior planner, the staff planner, the planning board administrative assistant, and the departmental administrative assistant, Alicia.
And you're?
Brian.
And, did I not say the planning
Zoning.
director? Oh, and Brian Cassidy. Oh, my goodness.
So are you
Thank you.
fully staffed at the moment?
We are not fully staffed. We have one vacancy right now.
Okay, and is that indicated here by this number? Or is this
It's
number covering that?
It's proposed funding.
Okay,
We're in the process
so it
of
covers the
recruitment now.
open slot?
Yep.
Okay.
We're in the
All right,
recruitment.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
No, I think Matt hit on what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Nothing. Dan?
Thank you. Just comment on software maintenance. Back in '21, it was 5,800, went to 72, up to 15,400. Last year down to 2,000, and this year proposed 1,500. Very inconsistent, and I won't make a motion on this yet.
Okay.
If I may just comment just for background on what's been happening over the last few years on that line item. So presently, right now, the only software that's department-specific, so it's not rolling to IT, would be the Esri software we use for GIS mapping. That is, we have 2 licenses in the Planning and Economic Development Office for that. Over the past few years, we have used various one-off purchasing something for an economic development study. We were using CoStar for a little while to monitor commercial vacancies, et cetera. The need for those programs have expired, so that's why you see the fluctuation. But right now, presently, the only thing we're carrying in that line item is department-specific GIS mapping program.
And that's under your purview and control and not IT's?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In that
And
case,
there's, again, I'm trying to think, the reduction is just, we've got a better handle on what that cost looks like for fiscal '25.
Thank you. So given that, Mr. Chairman, I would be willing to make a motion to
No, we're
approve.
holding all 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gardner.
Okay.
No, I didn't, but I thought we were holding all 5.
We have to, you're exactly. Got to vote them all at once.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, any
That's all right.
questions or comments?
And I will
Scott?
just say, since I have the podium, I'm gonna, on health, I think, was it public health with software maintenance? You had a similar question. I will just say that's been rolled into IT, and there's no change from '24 to '25.
But that's under IT's purview.
That was part of the consolidation 2 years ago, so we were not proposing any changes to software
Okay.
in our Lux department.
Thank you.
And I did have just a quick question. I noticed you reduced your, some consulting services and engineering consultants. Do you expect less business this year?
Well, again, we have to do a little bit of belt tightening, pencil
Okay.
sharpening, and that's an
Right.
area that fluctuates enough that we think we can absorb that in
Okay.
25.
Same thing with mileage reimbursement. I assume you'd be still driving the same amount.
But I think if you look, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my eyes to work here on this eight point. Basically, if you'll see the last few years of expenditures, we're just trying to get closer to actuals.
Great, thank you. That's what I needed.
Okay, let me think now. Were questions or comments from the audience on this budget item? Yes, Kevin? 2 minutes, please.
He can have 3 to make up for his unused time.
Uh-oh, that's not how it works.
Kevin Barrich, 34 Poplar Street. So I guess because this department generally has a number of revolving accounts that affect it, that were authorized by town meeting, I think, 2 years ago, I don't see those revolving accounts or planned expenditures from those revolving accounts reflected in the budget. So I just wanted to kind of understand where that gets reflected and if there will be, I believe that the statute authorizing those requires town meeting to authorize a cap of the expenditures for each of those, and if we'll be seeing that then.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the easiest example to use is our recreation revolving account. We operate an after-school program at all 5 elementary schools that David Mountain has really built from nothing into what it is today. That's almost $1 million operation. But the expenditures and the revenues, just like with the water and sewer fund, are segregated and tracked within that special revenue account, and that is something that gets voted on each year at the town meeting. So David and his team manage that program, but the staff and the revenue exist inside the revolving account.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any further questions or comments from the public? Bill?
My only comment is that the board members, voluntary board members need a raise. They also need to be paid for mileage. It's tongue-in-cheek.
Sure, because I just come like 200 yards, and the rest...
It all adds up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bradstreet. Enough. Let me see now, where are we?
Senior, it's page 27.
Oh, senior, okay. Steve, do you want to present?
Sure. Senior and Social Services. We are not joined today by Pam Parkinson because she went and retired again without permission. We are in the process of recruiting for a new Senior and Social Services Director. And the salary and wage adjustments that you see here, again, related to the compensation classification study. Very few changes on the actually virtually no changes on the operating budget. One note, one of the temporary part-time position that has been taken out of the budget, again, part of the overall goal of reducing the budget, that was a part-time food position. And we fully expect that position would be restored when the new Senior Social Services Director gets his or her feet underneath them and decides how they want to move forward, bringing back the nutrition program. So
Thank you,
we'd
Steve.
be happy to take questions on the budget.
Board members, are there any questions or comments on this budget item?
No, thank you.
Dan?
Thank you. Through you to the manager, just for clarification, can you describe the gift that was left to the senior center a couple of years ago? Is it restricted, unrestricted, and did this board approve it under Mass General laws?
The gift was accepted by the board, I believe. It's a $98,000 grant. It's in a segregated account. It is a restricted use account, can only be used for senior nutrition. Going into the pandemic, the department was having conversations about how to expand that program. Those conversations, to nobody, I'm sure everybody remembers that time. We weren't offering or operating a nutrition program during the pandemic, so that was frozen. And quite honestly, coming out of the pandemic, I know that the director's primary focus was on bringing back other key programs that also had been put on hold. So the funds are there. It's something that the new director will have to work with Mr. Henry and finance to figure out what that model is going to look like and how to use those funds for senior nutrition.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dan?
No.
Guard?
All set.
Are there questions or comments from the audience on this budget item? Hearing none, is there a motion? Oh, no.
No.
At the end.
We're just moving on.
Yes.
Well, let's
Recreation.
move on to recreation.
No, veterans.
We forgot
Oh, to
one.
veterans.
Can't forget the veterans.
So while Kelly Reyes Teixeira, our Veteran Service Officer, makes her way to the podium, like a broken record, the increase here is related to our comp and class study. And I'll make my annual reminder that we will, we budget the Chapter 115 benefits for our veterans in the health and the benefits and insurance budget, which was a policy decision that was made probably 8 years ago now. It's a much larger budget, and those are benefits that we pay out regardless of what the appropriated dollar looks like. And in a much smaller budget like Lux, in years when those benefits were running hot, we would have to do budget transfers to make those payments. By putting it in the insurance budget, which is north of a $12 million budget, we don't have any such issue making sure that we can make full payments for those benefits. So not reflected here, but I think it's about $150,000. So that would be in addition to what you see on the screen, but it's budgeted separately.
Kelly, there may be some, is there anything first you'd like to say in response to what Steve has recited?
Oh, he said it perfectly.
Yes.
He said it perfectly.
Sure. There may be some questions or comments. Matt?
No, I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
No, I'm all set.
Thank you.
No questions.
All set.
Guard, thank you. Are there any public questions or comments on this budget
I think
item?
Kelly really wanted some questions. She's looked very disappointed.
Got one.
Here you go.
Sorry, Mr. Bates. Kelly, would you stand up there with Mr. Bates? Perhaps a picture will be taken.
I'm just going to have to ask, why is salaries and wages up 12%?
So when we did our compensation and classification study, one of the positions that was identified as being in need of a market adjustment was Kelly. So we made that adjustment in the budget. So
Thank you,
that's-
Steve. Kelly, you need not respond. Is there any other question or comment? Hearing none, is there a
I
motion?
think it has to go in the pile to be held with the others.
Okay, then we're going to move on. Recreation. Steve, are you moving to recreation?
But Rodney wants me to, as a point of order, to note there are 3 positions funded there, lest any, Kelly probably wouldn't mind being paid $150,000 a year, but there are 3, there's several other positions,
you,
part-time
Rodney.
position and 2 part-time positions in addition to Kelly that are funded through that line, so.
We are almost on schedule for recreation.
Moving on to recreation, that would be page 29 in your budget book. The main change here, again, there were some adjustments made through the compensation classification study for members of David's team. The operating expense results, reductions, were reductions identified by the director as part of the budget balancing process last month. And I know David would be happy to take questions about this budget.
Thank you, Steve. Board members, are there questions yes, Matt?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Mountain. Can you just
Good
kind of,
afternoon,
at a high level, just describe what recreation covers for those that aren't familiar with your department?
Great question. I look forward to that, sure. So recreation is a little different in every community. If you look community, there are some communities that don't have recreation departments. There are some communities that have very robust departments, and some departments do a lot of different things. Some cover cemeteries, some cover parks, some cover just programming. So what is recreation in Danvers? So recreation in Danvers is the following. It's a pretty robust recreation program that provides year-round recreation programs and services to our residents. We also offer a year-round childcare program, our fun club program, and our summer programming. On a daily basis, we have 357 kids a day in our after-school program in 5 elementary schools. We also oversee natural resources that includes Endicott Park and the waterfront. We have approximately 900 boats, approximately 165 acres at Endicott Park that we oversee. Recently, we've started to expand a little bit, and we are overseeing the maintenance of the rail trail along with that committee. Our ranger supervisor has taken the lead on that, attends their monthly meetings and reports back, and then the staff is out there maintaining the rail trail, as well as maintaining our 390 acres of open space that we have in town. In addition, we permit all our recreation fields, work with the athletic department, work with all of our youth sport organizations in town. If a resident has a concern or wants to see something added to recreation, we're always there to listen and add and try to grow each year and provide the services that are needed to the community. So it's kind of a broad overview. You could go as deep as you'd like,
No,
but
that's
I don't want to
fine.
bore people today.
No, it's just, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to, just to describe to the residents about, because it is a lot of responsibility. And you mentioned programs that are well utilized by the residents. I think that if they had to kind of go to a private entity and get the same services, it would be much more expensive. You mentioned the rail trail, so there's been work recently for drainage issues near Long Pond or the third pond by the high school, and then up on the other side of Wenham Street within the past year, some serious drainage issues that weren't able to be corrected by volunteers. So kudos to the town for stepping up and doing that work, because it was difficult, and it remediated problems that have existed for many years. So I think everyone wants to thank you and your team to do that.
Well, we worked hand in hand with DPW on that. That was a much bigger project. It's existed for many years. It just was getting worse and worse, and it got to the point where it had to be fixed or really was impassable. So,
All right.
Yep, they did a great job.
I wanted to talk a little bit about open space and how we protect it, because there are areas where it's the town-owned open space. I don't want to say it's neglected, but it's kind of not deemed as valuable as maybe a ball field or something like that. And so what's happened as a consequence is you have abutters who have encroached upon this open space and kind of made it their own, either by removing vegetation or putting up barriers such as fences. Is that something that your department or your team is responsible for kind of addressing if it's brought to your attention?
Well, I think we work as a team in the town. We'd work with the planning department and public works, and we've recently, within the last year or two, really taken a more active role in the open space area. If you have some particular spaces in town you'd like to talk to me about privately, I'd be more glad to look into it. But when we're aware of things, we're outside of the footprint of Endicott Park. So we have rangers and we have part-time seasonal people addressing these things. If they're bigger and there's things that we need to know about, I'd be glad to sit down and try to address them appropriately with you.
Because we have these kind of jewels, I think we'd call them, like Endicott Park, the parks like Plains Park, and other areas like that are well utilized, and people would not be happy if they were kind of went away.
I agree. I think you've seen a lot of the progress. Chris Sanborn and his team's done a great job the last couple of years. We've accessed some grants. I'll give you, for instance, the canoe launch on West Street. I mean, that is something that was really in need for decades of a lot of work. We were able to access some grants and get the work done in partnership with DPW, and I think anyone who uses that facility right now would say it's a complete 180 of what we were able to do there with very little money. So oftentimes we get creative, we form partnerships, and we do the best we can with a very little impact on the community.
All right. So, and then just one last thing, it's kind of more of a negative thing. It has to do with Sandy Beach on River Street over by the river.
Sure.
So last year, I think it was in the summertime, several town meeting members contacted me about Sandy Beach. They said, hey, the town went down there and removed the signs that said Sandy Beach, and the only signs there are now say that the water is contaminated or the area is contaminated, and it suggests to not use it. So was that really the right approach, to kind of just close down and kind of, step back and not really take responsibility for maintaining that? Because that was an area that's been it's had its challenges, but I think that with work, it could kind of be brought back to its former glory, so to say.
So you really touched on a lot of things there. So Sandy Beach, yeah, it's been declining in the work that's needed. We've applied for several grants to try to bring that back. We have actually conceptual plans to really do some nice things down there. It's just with the limited amount of funding the community has, that's maybe one of the priorities we have, but we have not been able to address that. As far as the maintenance goes, yeah, we made a conscious effort a couple of years ago to stop staffing that with lifeguards. And along came with that was a reallocation of maintenance. Our lifeguards did maintain that in the beach house, and our waterfront staff also did that. So our Public Works is doing what they can to maintain that, but it has not really been a priority, as you are aware. We're reacting to as many things as we can down there. The water quality is a big issue. Mr. Henry could speak to that, but we've been tracking that and trying to find out what the appropriate remedies of that. I mean, the beach used to be open with lifeguard staffing 3 hours before high tide, 3 hours after high tide. And let's face it, the people who use the park are the people who need it at most. If people want to go to a beach, they're probably going 20 minutes to the North Shore, picking another beach. But the beach water quality was impactful, and that sign that you're referencing was put up because the water quality failure was pretty consistent all of last summer. Mr. Henry, would you like to address some of the tests that we've done?
If I may. And I think this is, I would like, to make sure the community understands. Towards the end of Mr. Morandi's tenure, our previous public health director, we got to a really good spot with water quality in the waters, in the Porter River. And I think there was a summer where we had no closures. That we had the pump out program that we run through Natural Resources really turned things around for water quality, and we had a good stretch for a number of years. We had no closures. We had a really wet summer. I want to say it was 19, might have been a really wet summer, and that's typically, and that we were not out of step with other communities that saw a lot of high bacteria levels after that wet summer. That was what it was. Then we had a dry summer where we had persistent water quality problems. And for the last 2 summers, last 2 seasons, we have been aggressively trying to find the source of that. We've thought it might have been runoff from Bolton Richmond, maybe runoff from the high school fields for geese or dogs. We've been chasing that now for a couple of years. It does not appear to be either of those is the culprit. So we are working right now. Frank's very involved, conservation's very involved. Engineering is very involved, and we are trying to figure out where that source is coming from.
Okay.
And
So-
if I want to sort of add to what was just said. Mr. Mountain mentioned that there's a conceptual plan for that park. I think, given the theme you're talking about, it's worth mentioning the town also acquired LaBelle's Grove. The LaBelle's Grove parcel is in the same category as Sandy Beach. 2 potential assets that the town controls. We don't have the funding to bring those to life at this point. We have them, and I think given the water quality issues that were discussed, I think that was acknowledged through the conceptual plan, and a big focus in that plan was things like kayak launches and bringing different amenities to that beach, because it is not Crane Beach. It will never be Crane Beach. I believe we've had to pour it in sand in the past to make it a beach. We have persistent issues with the water quality, given that it's a river, it's not the ocean. So the plan does acknowledge that and tries to think of what other creative uses is that parcel conducive to that would bring people there and sidestep some of the issues that Mr. Henry just addressed.
Right. That's fine. And I can appreciate the challenges of all the work that you do with a limited budget. So, you can't do everything, but I think it's important to kind of just keep things on the list that you're keeping an eye on, and that you're not just kind of, ignoring them and just kind of, throwing in the towel on those locations. Because, in neighborhoods, those small pocket parks or whatever, those may be the only open space in the entire neighborhood. So they have value to those people that live within close distance.
I agree with you. A couple comments to that. Right across the street, the town in the last year invested quite a bit of money into the playground at John George Park, and
Yep.
we're committed to maintaining that for that neighborhood. And you also mentioned LIST. We currently have an RFP out there for updating our open space and recreation plan. And I'm quite sure that list will be quite lengthy, and I'm sure Sandy Beach will be one of the headlines on that
Okay.
study that once we have that back.
All right. So overall, you and your team do a great job, and I wish you continued success.
Appreciate
Thank
the
you, Matt.
feedback. Thank you.
Mo?
Yeah, hi, Dave. Wow, you're a great department. You've got a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and you do a great job, you and your team. I mean, it's a robust, year-round services, like you said. I mean, I'm dating myself, but I remember when people would, before it went online for the camps, snake camps and things like that, we'd be standing out in front of Town
Ticketmaster.
Hall,
I
you
call
know?
it Ticketmaster.
Yeah, it was, no, but it's good. In Sandy Beach, I'm not dating myself, but that was the beach that we kind of hung out at with kids and, horseshoe crabs. That's all I could remember was horseshoe crabs. But, like Steve, the town manager said, something, we always have these list of things we want to do, but we can't afford it right now. And water quality, Frank will say, safety, and, if it was something like a kayak, if we could put kayaks down there and launch them there, that would be fun. What you've done at John George Park is fabulous, too. The geese seem to be like a problem in that the soccer fields there, too. But like Select Board Member Duggan said, Endicott Park, it's all the things we have in this town, we appreciate it. Thank you for what you do.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo. Dan, did you have?
Thank you. David, just a kind of a comment question. Your software maintenance was at a high of 11,800, down to 15. Now it's down to 3,250.
Sure. So a couple of years ago, as you're aware, the town made a conscious effort to move a lot of the software maintenance into IT, and that's what we did. Took our RecTrack system, our WebTrack, which most of you are probably familiar with. That was the biggest component for us. That is now under IT. The two components left really are related to our waterfront department that are, it's more of an application license for us to use our Crime Star and our online mooring program. So it's more of a fee.
Both under your control.
Web-based services that we use under our control, correct.
All right, thank you.
On an annual basis,
Thank you.
You know, Stan?
Yep, that's it.
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Bradstreet?
All right, everybody knows who I am. I'm sure you meant to say it. If you see something that he's responsible for, as far as the town property, say something to him. Don't keep it to yourself. I'm sure he'd be more than willing to tackle the problem. So see something, say something to him. Is that all right?
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Brad. Are there other questions or comments related to this budget item from the public?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the recreation budget as presented.
Before you do, may I just make
Yes.
a comment on the?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. I usually don't like to say things because we're going too slow, but we're catching up. Coley Rybicki's mother taught me to swim at Sandy Beach. Okay, we're talking 73 years ago. Okay, I'm not supposed to mention my age. Your age you don't want me to mention, Mr. Bradstreet. I go down to the, my breakfast club is in McDonald's across from Central Firehouse. And after I get my senior coffee, you get the second one for free. I drive down to the boat ramp. I love it. I absolutely love our boat ramp down at Liberty Street. There's all kinds of people, never mind my age, Bill's age, who take their lawn chair. We absolutely love it. Now, Sandy Beach, it's important to have parking close to the grass area, close to the river, so that people don't have to carry their lawn chairs too far. So as we're thinking about Sandy Beach, I think about a place where people can drive in, park fairly close down by the water, not have like a massive parking space, but different kind of parking areas so that people can enjoy the water, river, view and rest, and some trees for shade, and not interfere in the summertime with the boat traffic trying to move their boats in and out of the ramp. So that's enough for me. Was there a motion?
There was.
Second.
And was the second?
Second.
Further discussion on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's a vote. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Just to let you know, the conceptual designs we have include parking, not on-street parking. They're within the grounds, so,
Good.
good
Thank you,
point.
Dave.
Thank you.
Now, where are we?
We'll transition to our Public Works Department. I know they're lurking in the building, so we can,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Dan?
Can we take a,
Yeah.
can we take a break?
That's it? Yeah, well, would you get me water when you come back?
oh, okay. Well, we'll be here for the rest of the day, so you enjoy yourself.
We have an 8-minute, there is an 8-minute recess.
all right?
Mr. Bartha, we're
Sorry,
back in session, sir.
I'm just picking on our Assistant Utility Director. Okay. The next, I'll start with some introductions, and then we'll get into the budgets. The DPW team has arrived. Hiding center back, everybody knows our Director, David Lane. To his right is Jason Small, our Director of Engineering Operations and Electric. To his left is Angelica Medina, our Business Manager for DPW. Up front on the right is Rob Dever, our Director of Operations. Front center is Clint Allen, our Assistant Utility Director. And to his left is Stephen King, our Town Engineer. So I promise there's not a single question that could be asked this afternoon that one of these six wouldn't know the answer to. And
This is a big one.
with that, we'll start with the tax-supported budget. So the increase here, again, the salary and wages, it's a modest increase across the DPW budgets. Most of the positions in these budgets are part of collective bargaining. So the comp and class does not appear as much in this large budget as it did in some of our smaller budgets. Operating expenses, you'll note that the increase here, when we went back to weekly recycling mid-year last year, that caused part of the spike that you see in the operating expenses. And as we discussed at the very beginning of the day, when you look in the budget book and track the FY23 column to the FY25 column across the 4 line items related to solid waste, we have trash and recycling collection disposal and yard waste disposal. The increase across the years where the RFP and the new contract was done is $1.28 million, which is $20,000 off of the trash fee, which covers roughly 2/3 of the cost, or initially would have covered 2/3 of the cost of our solid waste collection and recycling. So I think with that, instead of going line by line, I know there will be some questions. I would go straight to the questions, and again, we have a team here who can answer any and all of those questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Members of the board at this point, questions or comments? Matt, would you care to?
Sure, I'll kick it off. So these are all areas that are not covered by electric or water and sewer. These are kind of general items that are paid for, as it says, through tax support. Okay. I guess we'll start off with the ice and snow removal. We had a kind of a mild winter. Can someone kind of just describe what the finances look for that account?
Please identify yourself and speak into the microphone. Thank you, Cliff.
Good afternoon, Rob Dever with the DPW Director of Operations. At this moment, we've had what we call 9 events for snow and ice. And we have spent about 60% of our total budget. We are down on the overtime and down on snow equipment, but we're pretty much right on track with our winter salt and sand use. But those are the type of storms we've been having.
Right.
So we've spent about 60% with about 40 remaining.
Thank you, Rob.
In terms of the snow removal equipment, so is that something that's consistent year over year, or is it kind of just as you retire plow blades or whatever, as you kind of wear them out, you kind of just compensate for that by purchasing with this line item?
With some of the equipment, we do buy the snow equipment. We do buy blades out of and do that. So
okay.
We'll have a little bit less wear and tear, and not potentially the need to buy up front next year. But we don't know.
I'm not going to go through line by line, but on the top of page 21, the first item, yard waste removal. So there's a significant proposed increase there of 500%. Can you just speak to that? Is that something you cover?
That for the weekly collection, that was all negotiated within the New Republic contract.
Okay. And I think last year, Mr. Lane had mentioned that we collect yard waste more often than other towns in the area? Is that,
I wouldn't know the exact numbers, but we do have a chart that says all of that, and I
Yeah.
can get those to you.
well, I know we have the calendar.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, is it something that's an added, that's an enhanced service that we collect the yard waste?
Yeah, the 13 times, and I also believe it's, we get a point through the state for
Okay.
having it that many times.
All right.
Matt, I would know too, I think, I'm surprised Stephen King didn't jump up, but part of the benefit of having yard waste collection is that we have a number of water streams in town, and by providing curbside collection, we see less of residents dumping yard waste into backyards that may create erosion and issues on Beaver Brook and some of those things, so.
It does help
It's
out
an
quite a-
enhanced service, but it also, indirectly, it helps with stormwater management because we keep
Yeah.
some of that out of the water.
That's good. Even though I know there's areas on Frostfish Brook, which we spent a considerable amount of money hardening those banks, yet just a cursory visit to some of those areas in the Woodvale area, I can see where residents are dumping yard waste. Is that something that is kind of researched or kind of monitored to see if that type of activity is taking place? Because we don't want to have to go back to Frostfish Brook and kind of have to spend that money again to kind of clean up the area.
Yeah, Steve King, the town engineer for the Department of Public Works. So we do, on an annual basis, when we go through each of the brooks through the town, myself and usually the conservation agent, who was former in Georgia, would put on our waders and we actually walk through behind the houses at Woodvale for Frostfish Brook, or behind the areas on Beaver Brook or Crane Brook. And then we determine which houses are dumping illegally behind their fences. And then we usually issue them a notice or a letter to please refrain from dumping behind your house and use the services that DPW provides for you.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's kind of a selfish behavior. If we're paying for collection at the front of your house, you shouldn't be dumping the yard waste in the rear of your house. I don't know if it's lazy or whatever. Maybe it's just a kind of a learned behavior over time. But it's good to know or to hear you say that that's something that you're proactively looking at.
Yep.
All right, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. All set.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
Hi, how are you? Let's see, so we're going to do the Public Works tax supported, right? My question was what Select Board Member Duggan said about snow removal equipment. I mean, kind of a big jump. I mean, what'd you say, plows? What gets replaced? What did we replace?
Just to confirm too, that's also contracted services, right? So that's not just equipment, that's when we contract out for the private plows to help us.
On an average of, every year we base that out on a 5-year average. We look at what snow has fallen, what the rate is, and when per hour, how much equipment we use, how much.
The contracts, like the trucks that we hire, is
that
that
we
what you're
hire
doing?
out,
But we didn't
correct.
hire a lot of people, right?
And we didn't spend.
We didn't spend any money, so I don't understand why that
So over a
number-
5-year
Hold on,
period.
I'm sorry, Rob, just to confirm too, that number's actually down $45,000 in
Down,
FY '25.
okay.
Yep.
And then what kind of jumps out at me is, overtime. Temporary positions, did we hire temporary positions?
In the summer,
Is that what it is? Is that what that's
I believe
pertaining to?
that's our summer help that you're
That's
talking
the summer
about.
help?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and, let's see, the other one that I have, pavement striping?
Yes.
Okay, what about, can you touch on that?
We like to paint all the lines, and we get requests nominally. Last year, we increased the budget, and we were able to paint every single line in
And
town.
where were those lines painted?
The whole town, the double yellows, the parking lots.
Handicap?
Stopped, handicap spots.
Okay, good, okay, great. And just quick, for my knowledge, contract mowing,
Yep.
what is that?
That's when the grounds crew or someone, even the water sewer around certain areas, but not through the tax supported, but there's areas that if we can't get to it, like on wet years where it grew awfully fast, we'll call in some extra help.
So
to get
our
it done.
town, our town employees don't do that?
We do it every day.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just augment a little bit.
Yeah.
So with our mowing crew, we do mowing with our own staff, which is primarily the athletic fields. We focus on the athletic fields for that level of service. Most of the town buildings, such as Town Hall, the Senior Center, that have areas that need to be mowed and trimmed, those are done by outside contractors. So we put out an annual bid, and we've gotten very good rates on hiring contractors to come in, or landscape companies, to come in and do those municipal areas for us.
Okay, probably.
That's what this is
And
paid
use
for
the
through
same
this.
contractors to try to build, to get good deals, right?
Absolutely, we
Right,
try
okay.
to, but we have to
Yeah.
do a bid every year, and we take the lowest prices that are bid.
And I mean, it's a little bit, does that also pertain to the contract sweeping too?
So-
Because don't we have our own sweepers for
Yes,
town?
yes, so we have the one
One sweeper,
sweeper,
right?
and then in the spring, we hire extra sweepers so we can get through with contractors, get through the whole town once, and then our sweeper continues through the summer.
Okay, good. Thank you. And the roof repair, where was that?
Which one was the roof?
Was,
So that specific, the expenditure out of that account would have been for small roof repairs around town. When we have a leak and we have to bring in a contractor to fix a small leak.
okay.
Which we had a few at the school this year.
At the
during heavy
schools, I
rains.
thought, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think that does it. That's it, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Maureen. Dan?
Thank you, yes. On the top of the page of 20, last line item, traffic control. Is that traffic lights? Is that people with directing traffic? What is it?
So traffic control is when we need to hire police details.
So it's people directing traffic?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can go to the bottom of page 21, fourth line up, new trees. There's nothing scheduled for new trees. What are you doing with our tree program?
We're not getting rid of it, I promise you, but we are, the Chapter 90 Street and Roads allows us to buy trees out of those programs
That comes
for
out of
the
Chapter
roads we
90?
use, yes, for the roads that we're going to be paving and improving. We had to shave the budget, and that was one of the places we could do it and still come up with the minimum of trying to get the 50 trees in there per year.
So you're not going to plant any trees this year?
We're going to plant at least, we're going to shoot for at least 50 in all the roads that we'll be paving, but we won't be going outside those areas. We'll pay it through the Chapter 90 reimbursement plan.
Okay, so will you use that money? So essentially, the other trees that fall down, get cut down, they won't be replaced?
Not this year, no.
Shame on us. Okay.
Anything else, Dan?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not done. Software maintenance. 6,800 to 69 to 12,1 now, 12,9. Is that all controlled by your department, or is that part of IT?
This piece is controlled through the engineering division, through Stephen King for his work for the drafting, AutoCAD, it's the brand name, but the drafting equipment, that software to help his engineers drafting. So that software maintenance is administered through the town engineer in coordination with IT.
In coordination with IT?
Absolutely,
So it's
correct.
still in their purview?
Yep, it's just the costs come out of this cost center.
Thank you. Okay, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dan. Go.
Hey, Dan asked about the trees because that jumped out at me. Couple of other things. Electricity streetlights went down by a third. Is it efficient lighting or?
So we had our business manager, Angelica, did an audit of this because we saw some irregularities with the bills, and this is exactly what it costs. And so we were over budgeted in this item, and we got it to the right number.
Great, okay. I also noticed you dropped on engineering consulting as well as federal required testing. If there's federal required testing, why would that go down?
Some of that's the licensing that is now handled in the HR budget, the physicals and things like that they have to do elsewhere. Engineering consultants, we only use that when we have to. We looked at spending, and it was another area we could shave the budget back a little bit.
Great. And then I guess this is more of a question for the town manager. I see the costs of obviously recycle, the refuse collection, and we all know about the trash contract. These are high numbers. I'm presuming, and I'd like to confirm out loud, because I think if people see these numbers, they're going to say, oh, trash is all in the budget, when in fact it's offset by fees. Isn't that accurate?
Yeah, the costs are budgeted gross, so rather than only including the net portion of the budget in the operating budget, you'll see the full cost of trash collection services and the DPW tax operating, and then at the front of the budget in the revenue, you'll see the offsetting revenue budgeted under local receipts.
Okay.
So
because you don't know exactly that you get 100% of the fees, and
yeah, and we will be budgeting just to be so that based on guidance from the DOR, we're budgeting I think around 85%. So we may exceed the 1.3, but the DOR has said that their guidance to any town or city when they implement a fee like this is do not assume full collection.
Right. So this reflects the cost, and then
that is correct.
It's offset later by fees. I just don't want someone who grabs the budget off the website to not understand that there's a balance there. Thank you. That was it for this department. Thank you.
Thank you, God. Matt, sure.
So back to the trees. I don't know if you can hear me. Back. So in Salem, I've seen Mass DCR, Department of Conservation and Recreation, actually planting trees in Salem and maintaining them for at least a couple of months. Have you ever kind of applied for grants or other ways to kind of get free trees so we can kind of, because trees are being either cut down or blown down or whatever on a regular basis, and it really affects the streetscape in neighborhoods.
Yeah, we do worry. We try to, there's a heat index involved with shade trees and all that. We do our best to keep them alive and going.
Right.
The town has applied and received grants in the past for trees.
Right, because if we can have the state kind of help out with funding for that, I think that would plug some holes, so to speak.
We can certainly
for
look
these
into
types
all of those grants.
Periods, yeah. Okay.
100%.
All right.
And we do keep our eye out for opportunities.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, Matt. Members, any further questions, be right with you. I think Bill Bates would be first on this round.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. First of all, congratulations on the budget. I mean, overall 3.5 increase, and I know the Select Board has noticed this too, and we can talk about it more at FinCom, but a lot of the budgets are going up 5 to 8%. This budget is coming in a net 3.5. But a question for the new streetlights. Should we call you if we see streetlights on during the day? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Bradstreet.
Just another observation on my part. Steve King says that he'll put waders on and walk through Woodvale and send a letter to some property owner who thinks the streams are their private pit. He says he sends a letter. Does this town need to go a little further than just a letter to make people, it shouldn't have to be made, but make people conscious of what they're doing is wrong?
Precisely, and it was going to be my turn to talk. And my thought was that somebody caught putting rubbish or any other kind of foreign object into a public water body should have a minimum fine of $1,000 and going up from there.
You've got my vote.
Thanks. So there's two of us voting for that.
Well, I think Stephen King may have something to say, but while he's, or maybe he doesn't, but I will say that the town does have a bylaw that speaks to putting awful, not awful as in the smell is awful, but awful as in OFFAL, which apparently is a old school term for trash and waste and things of that nature.
Cow manure.
It's a question, I don't know whether that bylaw would apply to streams the same way that it applies to streets, but take it away, Stephen.
Mr. Chairman, the jurisdiction of the wetlands and water bodies would fall under...
Steve, could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure, sorry, Mr. Chairman. The jurisdiction of the waterways and water bodies and wetlands falls within the Conservation Commission. So whatever we have in our wetlands regulations would be able to find through that mechanism.
Oh, well, Thank you, Steve. I think Mr. Bradstreet and I agree that it should be as high a fine as it possibly could be in a public water body, especially one where we have invested so much tax money in making it work right. I just think it's outrageous, but that's not my job to be outrageous. Were you going to say other things, Steve?
No, I was going to leave it at that in case there was a follow-up question.
The other thing I wanted to say was, as far as the roads in Danvers, I'd still drive at night. The striping in Danvers is so extremely helpful for me to travel safely within my town. And from the time I was first had a license, the streets in Danvers during snowstorms are the envy of every community in Massachusetts. So once again, bravo to our DPW for doing a great job on our streets. Now, did someone else want to make a question or a comment? Or
I forgot something. Can I just ask one
Sure.
quick question? Dave, Mr. Lane, quick question, because it just remembered me when Bill said about lights on. Someone brought up about the high school lights always being on, like throughout the whole school. Has anybody, maybe you can check into it, just as a concern, save electricity?
Yeah, let me check into that.
Check
'cause we've
into
done
that,
We've
please.
checked into both Holton Richmond and the high school, and we have to keep a certain level of lights on at night, but
Right.
we've done like audits of that to
Yeah.
make sure we're only staying with the minimum.
Right,
We'll
like
take a look
keep
at it
some
again.
on, I understand for safety and for burglary and whatever, but someone mentioned that there was like all lights on. So I just
Okay.
wanted to bring it to your attention.
Time to look at it again.
Thank you.
Let me see, where are we?
Make a recommendation, we hold this item till the end.
Sure. And Steve, holding items, where are we next on?
Next is water.
Water, sewer, and electric.
Yep, so the water budget, again, this is an enterprise fund, so one thing you'll notice, if you go to the next slide, debt service for water, sewer, and electric are funded through the operating budget. For all the other town departments, the debt is funded in its own budget, but because the debt associated with these systems has to be covered by rate, you see it here as part of the operating budget. There are several large operating increases this year, one having to do with sludge removal from our water treatment plant, and the other having to do with the maintenance of the carbon filters at the water treatment plant. Budgetarily, the decline in debt service and the increase in operating essentially net out in terms of budget impact this year, which is, I think, a nice coincidence. We do have some capital outlay, which we can discuss at the end of, I think when we finish water, sewer, and electric, we can go through the capital the same way we did with public safety. But really, that's the story in the operating budget, is we have two budget areas that are up considerably this year, one related to the removal of the byproducts from the water treatment plant, and the other with the treatment process itself. And we'd be happy to take questions about the water budget.
Was there anyone you suggested, Steve, should be at the podium, or is that enough of an explanation?
Well, I think depending on the question,
Sure.
someone will pop up to answer.
Okay, board members then. Time for questions and comments. Matt, do you?
Yeah, can you just expand a little bit to the town manager, through you, Mr. Chairman, about the water treatment plant? And, because Middleton Pond has a high level of organic matter in the water, so is that what we're talking about? The filtration system filters that out, and then that has to be disposed?
Correct.
Is that considered a hazardous waste at that point, or no?
So this is one aspect of the treatment process, are the rapid carbon filters that we have, and they do take out organics out of the water.
Okay.
When that carbon is changed out, it's a special waste, has to be disposed of a special way. Some of it's recycled, but it's not a hazardous waste.
Okay.
And so what we do is replace 2 filters a year. And if you look back through the budget, there's been some years we've done only 1 filter. Mostly that was during the COVID years when we just couldn't get it done. But only doing 1 filter a year, we just run the water quality too tight. In order to have the best water quality, we need to do 2 filters a year.
Okay, so, and I know we have filters out on 114. There are others also at the water treatment plant itself?
Sure, yeah, so at the main treatment plant, we have sand filters and carbon filters. At Well 2, which is located off Buxton Road, we have what's called green sand filters, and that takes the iron and manganese out of our well water.
I see. Okay.
Dave, do you want to, just for 30 seconds here for fun, describe how the water moves from the pond to the pipes?
So, well, we have two reservoirs. We have Emerson Brook Reservoir, Middleton Pond, and the treatment plant at Middleton Pond. The water comes through either one of those two reservoirs into the Middleton Pond treatment plant. Then it gets pumped from there into our two distribution tanks. One's located on Folly Hill, the other's located up on the old state hospital property. The water goes up into our tanks. They set the pressure for the system, and then the water comes down out of those tanks into our system. We also have two wells. One is well 2, we call it, is located on Buxton Road. That takes water and pumps it right into our system when it's operating. We have well 1, which on some years pumps water into our system also. Well 1 is not operational right now. We're going through some studies of the water quality in that well.
He left out the fun. I thought he was going to say, so the water from the pond comes into a holding tank at the plant where it settles, some of the organics you're describing settle out right then. Then that raw water is moved, I think, through the sand first, or is it the sand second?
Sand first.
So then it goes through the sand filter, then it goes through the carbon filter, and that's taken out, 99.999% of things, and then it's treated with chlorine before it's pumped to those tanks that they were describing. So it's, during that process, we end up with a lot of stuff that has to get removed and I think shipped right to SESD. So some of the sludge removal costs are literally the cost to take that stuff and transport it
I
to
see.
Salem.
Okay, great, thanks.
Well, that's the sludge removal line item that you'll see in our budget, which is
That's pretty cool.
and actually, the sludge actually comes out of the clear well, it settles out of the water, and we clean the bottom of that clear well.
Where's well 1, Dave?
Well 1 is it's on, as you're heading northbound on Route 114, it's on the right-hand side, right just past the Ipswich River.
Okay.
So just as you cross the Ipswich River, it's right there on the right.
Cool, that's cool, thank you.
And just one other question. For the work that's taking place in the Maple Square area, North Putnam, Hobart, a small section of Maple, is that a capital project for you?
So Stephen King can elaborate on this more, but there's a whole lot of utility work that's being done by the project in that area. Through the process, North Putnam Street, we did identify that that's an old cast iron 6-inch main that needed to be replaced. So we've chosen through our capital program to accelerate that a couple years.
I see.
And we will pay for the replacement of that cast iron main with a new ductile iron main while they have the road all torn up.
Right.
Gas company's doing the same thing. The gas company's going to do the gas main in coordination with this work. And that's why Stephen and staff did a meeting with the residents that they're going to have to endure another summer and a half of North Putnam Street being torn up. However, everything's going to get replaced. So when we have a brand-new road, hopefully we will not have to get back into that road for a long time.
And new tie-ins to each property?
Yeah, new services, that's very important. There's
Yeah.
a few galvanized old services that really need to be replaced, and it's the town's responsibility to take it from the street, the water main, up to where the gate box is on the sidewalk. We will be doing that. Stephen will also be working with the neighbors. If they have a service that goes into their home that's old, that he'll work to see that they may want to replace that at the same time.
Right, okay, that's great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Now, where are we, Steve?
Questions up here.
Oh,
Maureen?
oh, I'm sorry, Maureen.
I'll let Dan do his software maintenance. The sludge removal, that was my question. That was answered. Thank you, Dave. What's building rental? What is that? Sorry.
I really should let Angelica do it. So this is a line of, we actually rent space, office space from the electric division. So this is $150 a month that we rent office space. And that's part of the whole DPU FERC accounting that we need to show that
Okay.
we rent it from the electric division to the water division.
Okay, I just never saw that. Thank you.
Yep.
And then, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dan?
Thank you, yes. The last water quality report I found online was 2022. When will another quality report be available?
So that'll be published in May.
In May. And just a comment, while every item on that report's within the range of acceptability, many of them are right at the high side. Any comment? I forgot to bring it with me, but
Yeah, so obviously, we can talk about, we'd really want to talk about specifics, which one it is.
right.
Maybe we
So
need to
I'd
get
like,
into that.
hopefully, Mr. Chairman, we can have them come before us after they have the May report so we can review it and see where we're at with our water quality.
Sure, and there's different categories of items on there.
I read it.
Yeah,
I just forgot to bring it.
yeah.
So I won't pick on anything specific, but I
And the
would
ma-
like to see it.
Should, and the manager has noted that.
Thank you. What was the rate increase in water and sewer this year?
On the water side was 4.5%.
Sewer? And when were those rate increases approved?
So that was in June.
Last June?
Last June. The rate hearings are in June of each year. Effective for July 1.
Of this year?
Yes, yep, July 1 of 2023.
And that was approved by the Water and Sewer Commission?
That's correct.
And did they review the budget
Yes,
and they've approved it?
yeah, so they don't have an official approval process, but they review the draft budget with us, and then they review the draft warrant articles, and we take comments from them.
So it's still our responsibility to approve this budget?
Correct.
Even though it's an enterprise fund?
Yep, but we still give it to them, a draft form to review, and take all comments and discuss every line item with them.
And just, Mr. Chairman, did the Water and Sewer Commission provide you with a letter stating what they did based upon the fact that we're the chief executive officers in town?
Not that I've noticed.
So we did when they take their vote, they have a public hearing and take the vote, we prepare a form with the new rate increase, and we did a press release on it and did send that information around. So we did do a
Oh,
press
this
release.
board did not see it?
We can make sure that it.
Yeah, we can make sure
widely
that-
I
circulates.
think, think it's appropriate, don't you?
Sure.
All right, thank you. What'd she say, 5? Thank you.
Given that the sewer budget's 5%.
Thank you, okay. And software maintenance. You went from 40,023 to 72.8, the same 72.8 this year. Is that all related strictly to water and sewer plant, or is that part of IT?
So it's the water items that are done in coordination between the water staff and the IT staff. They develop the software needs and investigate the programs together.
So IT is involved in that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and you're just paying your share?
Correct.
As determined by who?
As determined by the combined efforts of the IT director and DPW officials.
Thank you. No, that's it? Mr. Trask?
Yep. There weren't many things jumped out at me as outliers. Equipment rental went up nearly 42%, but gas for heating nearly doubled. Is that based on use last year, or it's been going up steadily, obviously, you know, 1,400 and then budgeted at 2,000 for FY24, but then up to 4158.
So we do it on an average, but we did have one jump where we added another water booster station.
Okay.
Up at Folly Hill.
All right, that makes sense. Okay. Support services went up by $32,000, or almost 13%. What would those support services be?
Notice they all looked at me for that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
The support services, that's the cost that the enterprise funds pay for HR,
Okay.
treasurer, collector, accounting, et cetera.
Very good. That's all I had for that department. Thank you.
Other board questions? Questions from the public, please. Mr. Bradstreet?
I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but I have a safety issue. The senior center has, I don't know, 4 or 5 posts with single lights on them. I don't know who's responsible for it or where the money would come from. Could possibly somebody find some money, replace the single fixtures with double fixtures to clearly light the yard, possibly with the cones that one of the boards requires so that the light shines down, it doesn't flood the sky, to light up the parking lot. I left one night with another town meeting member, and his comment to me was, I don't believe how dark it is out there. I certainly, at my age, don't want to fall down.
I'm not saying anything about your age,
I
Mr.
did
Bradstreet.
this time. That's my job. But I'm just concerned
I
with
think you
the
had a
safety
promise
issue
from the
there.
town manager.
Yeah, Bill, I think you'll be very happy when we get to the warrant review in April.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
He's working on it.
Mr. Zubrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promised myself this morning that I wasn't going to speak, but,
It's a 2-minute limit, by the way,
oh, come on.
on public comment today. We're dramatically behind our schedule. Why don't you start, and then I'll signal 2 minutes.
Okay, I have 3 items.
Mark, speak right into the microphone, please.
I'm not loud enough. Am I okay now? Okay. Recent years, in the past 4 or 5 years, we've had an emergency, an urgency about finding new water sources. That seems to have gone away now, and I'm just wondering, are there any potential water sources that will become available because we as a town are developing at an enormous pace? So that's one thing.
Can we go one at a time? Because I want to make sure that we respond fully. We are growing at one of the lowest rates in the region. I just want to start there. Our growth rate, and he's shaking his head, less than 1% a year. Danvers is not growing. We are redeveloping. There's no growth here. We have ample water under our existing permit for current and projected use into the future. There is still an urgency to find water sources. We explored a new municipal well at the Rebecca Nurse Homestead in partnership with the DEP that did not bear fruit. We've been engaged for the past 2 years in the North Shore Water Task Force, spearheaded by Senator Tarr. We're working with our partners and water suppliers all over the region on that. The town was thwarted in an effort years ago to develop a reservoir that we obtained the land for when the EPA decided they would not permit that. And we've been having conversations with Beverly, Salem, and others about sharing water resources where it exists. We do not have a supply issue in the North Shore. We have a storage issue in the North Shore. And when we have our water restrictions in the summer, it's not based on anything other than the calendar and the restrictions that have been imposed upon the town by the DEP. So I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
So what you're telling us is that we do not have any need for additional water sources.
Mark, what is your
at this time.
second question, please? There was a
Sorry, hold on,
question.
Mr. Chairman.
question
Mr.
is,
Chairman, no, that,
we
Mark,
have
Mark, I'm sorry.
wells
Mark,
that are shut
Mark,
down.
excuse me, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. 2 summers ago, during a drought, our reservoir was within 3 weeks of an emergency, and we were making plans to find water as needed. This past summer, there was so much water in our reservoir that it was spilling over the boards. So it's not predictable, it's not consistent. If we had the ability to store more, there would never be an issue. So I didn't say we have no problem. I said it's a problem the staff has spent considerable time working on in the past couple of years.
What is the second question,
The one thing I'm getting to is as a result of what's happening with the water supply, we have, every year, we have water bans imposed on our residents. That's all I want to say about that. The second question is, one of the wells that's in Middleton right now is being restricted or eliminated because of PFAS contaminants. And we've been talking about that, and there are other communities in the region that are trying to resolve this issue because they have the same contaminants in the water supply. So my question is, when will the second well on 114 go back in service so it can provide water supply to our residents?
Thank you. That's the second question. Please
Yeah, and
hold.
if I could call Stephen King up. While he's coming up, I'll say generally, we've had PFAS show up in testing at both of our wells. At this point, this may change, but the DEP's position has been that they're measuring the finished water, the blended water, not the source water. So although the wells have shown high levels. Once it's mixed with the 3.5 million gallons a day that we make, we're well below the blended rate per the DP. In addition to the PFAS, we've had operational issues at the wells. And so, again, I would turn over to Stephen to talk a little bit more specifically about the wells. But
Yeah, if we just want to talk specifically about the wells, and I think to Mr. Zubrick's comments about the current PFAS situation, we have 2 wells that David spoke about earlier, well 1 and well 2. Well 1's located on Route 114, right over the Ipswich River. That one is tested above the limits as a sole source. We know that when we do run that well, if we combine it with the other sources, it's well below the DEP requirements for the contamination level for PFAS and PFOA. Well 2 is the same. It could run by itself. It does not have any restrictions on it. We're well below the current Mass DEP regulation for PFAS and PFOA contamination.
Thank you, Stephen.
And I just also want to add, we are monitoring that and making sure that if there are any funds, grants available that are going to help us in making improvements to those wells, we are going to be researching those and going after them.
Mark, your third question, please.
My third question is basically the comment that was made in regard to rental of office space by the Water and Sewer Division from the town. What is the primary use of the new garage the new office space that was built down behind Salem 5 and the garage space that's going on for storage of equipment that you have, designed it for? So I'm wondering, why are we renting space when we have space that we just built 2 years ago?
Thank you for that. Third question, is there an
so
answer?
the facility on Canal Street is used by the Water Sewer Division for their operations. The rental number that was the $150 number that was referenced in the budget, Mr. Lane, I believe, said that's related to FERC accounting because we have services being provided in that office on behalf of the other utilities. That number shows up there. Again, it's $150. Again, to clarify, the 2 Borough Street, the DPW business office, which supports all of our utilities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zubrick. Are there any other public questions or comments on this budget item? Hearing none. Where do we go next?
Sewer.
Steve, any suggestions?
Well, we've talked about water. We've talked about the water in. We should talk about the water out. The sewer budget, up 0.82% this year, driven by the fact that, again, the salary and wage is essentially flat. Operating's up 1.5%, and with declining debt service and the fact that we don't have capital outlay this year, the overall budget is up less than 1%. And if there are questions about sewer or the SESD, we'd be happy to take those.
Thank you. Members of the board, Matt, do you have questions on this item? Comments?
No, I'm all set.
Thank you. Maureen?
Just wanted to look at my overtime, looks like it's up. Can you address that? Please.
Sure. With some of the work that the guys have been doing, one of the things when I came aboard, I forget how many.
Just to clarify, again, overtime is down $4,000 this year.
Yeah. If you, we're using it to, I'll tell you what we use the overtime for. It's out-of-service fire hydrants.
Okay.
And ones that we have to do at night, and we can't do it with the least amount of disruption to the community.
Thank you, Rob. Is that sufficient, Maureen?
Yeah, no, it went down, but it went up from 23, you know what I'm saying? So I just want, we want people to work overtime if they can. We don't want to deprive them of money, but we want to try to, budgets are tight. We don't want to try to, give as much overtime at this time. Let's see. Support services, what is that?
So again, through you, Mr. Chairman, that is the cost that the utilities share for HR, treasurer, accounting, IT, et cetera.
Okay. And then just, looks like out-of-state travel expenses look like they are a little bit up. Can we talk about that?
It's flat.
Every year, some of the employees and the supervisors go to conferences, and sometimes it depends where they are for out-of-state travel.
Okay, no, that's, we want to keep people educated and up to, up to things, but I think with budget restrictions, we should try to restrict that a little bit.
Sometimes these conferences are exactly where they get their continuing ed requirements fulfilled.
And there's no online Zooms or anything that could
We do
reduce
those
that?
too, yeah.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dan?
Nothing.
Nothing? All right.
Yep, support services, you've explained a couple of times, and so I'm wondering, and it's probably an accounting reason, why aren't pension reimbursements part of support services?
The pension categories, their contribution directly to the Danvers retirement system for retired.
So it's an accounting, for accounting purposes, okay.
And if I could jump in just for a second, we handle the support services a number of different ways. Some are direct charge. So for things like legal, we try to calculate the exact number, and those get charged off to the departments. For other where it's sharing another town department, like the accounting department or human resources, it's done on a percent basis. So each utility would be responsible for a certain percentage of that cost. And then there are some things like pension where PIRAC is telling us essentially how to budget for those things. When you look in the debt service budget, you'll see columns for electric, water, sewer, general fund, and housing authority.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Go ahead.
And the only other thing that jumped out was granular active carbon prices shot up. So, or our utilization of them shot up, which is probably the better way to say it. Thank you.
Thank you. Public questions or comments on this sewer enterprise? Mr. Zubrick. Mark, identify yourself and speak into the microphone, please. I know your name, but people may be watching.
They may be. The only question I have is as a comment before I may ask my question is that I have gone through with the sewer and department and the water department in the past. They're servicing us very well. The only thing is that the rates are going up too fast. But that's just my comment. My question is that over the last 2 to 2.5 years, we've had a lot of commotion from the city of Salem in regards to increase in the pilot payment. And what I want to know is where do we stand right now, and has that finally died?
Thank you, Mark.
I'm not sure it will ever die, but the bill that was filed last spring is essentially stalled out at this point. The broader conversation that the town has asked to have is to look more broadly at the intermunicipal pilot payments that are made across the region. And I think the board has heard this before, but for the benefit of anyone, if there is anybody out there watching, within a little 10-mile radius of where we are subject to 3 different pilot payments. One related to the Putnam Reservoir, which is owned and operated by the Beverly-Salem Water Board. The second at the Beverly Airport. And the third now is the SESD. So we belong to a regional sewer district. The airport operates in part in Danvers, and Beverly-Salem owns and operates a reservoir within our jurisdiction. Each of those 3 intermunicipal properties are treated completely differently in state law in terms of how a pilot is calculated and paid. Our view has been and continues to be that the Salem pilot payment is more than sufficient for the property that is impacted by the sewer district. But that pilot exists as a single number in state law. $500,000 shall be paid annually. The airport pilot takes a number that was calculated back in the 1940s and holds the pilot payment constant, takes whatever your current tax rate is, and then arbitrarily backs into a value for that property that nets out the payment. So our pilot payment at the airport has been around $7,000 literally forever. The third, which is the most sensible in my view, the reservoir. Now we dispute we have disputed, although we've amicably resolved it this year, but for more than 20 years, the town and Beverly Salem were at loggerheads because what the statute says is that the pilot payment is to be, you take the current commercial tax rate and you multiply it by the assessed value of the property, which there has a lot of logic. We dispute which mill rate should be used, we dispute what the highest and best use of the property is, we dispute how much of it is actually developable, but the point is, there's a formula in statute that says you should be looking at the value of the property and multiplying it by a commercial rate. Our ask of the delegation has been, let's try to bring the reps and centers together, maybe through the MAPC, and have a conversation about fixing all of those at the same time, so that Salem doesn't have to bother its neighbors, and I understand why they want to review this. But we all know that, you know, a real point of contention, I know a point of contention for Mr. Zubrick, is the way that the airport pilot is calculated. The reason we have 2 seats on that board is that, frankly, in a $182 million budget, having $6,000 in additional revenue, while it helps, isn't going to change the dynamic of anything. If there were an actual formula to determine the value of that property, the town might decide that it makes a lot of sense to give up those seats and collect an actual pilot payment. But at least for the last 30 years, that hasn't been the case. So that was a sidebar, but there is no forward motion as far as we know on the SESD pilot, but there's a lot of inconsistency in how those are handled.
Thank you, Steve. Are there other public questions or comments on this budget item? Hearing none. What are we taking a separate vote? No.
No, put it in the pile of holes.
So it's in the pile, and we are moving on to the electric budget.
On to our third utility. I'll provide a sort of a high-level budget overview. There are some pretty exciting capital projects, as there always are in electric, as well as the everybody's favorite, the pie chart showing the portfolio of where our energy comes from. But at a very high level, what I will say is that as you go through the electric budget, our sales are they have recovered to where they once were, and they're essentially projected to be relatively flat this year. Really no change in operations in terms of staffing. So I would describe the electric budget as a level service budget on the operating side. But certainly, you know, we have the utility director, the director of operations and engineering, and the assistant utility director here, along with the business manager. So if there are questions about the electric budget, they would be happy to take those. And then I think we'd like to spend a couple minutes talking a little bit about the capital budget.
Okay. Board members, are there questions or comments on this panel, the electric?
May I make a comment?
Sure, of course.
A couple of years ago, during this budget hearing, I suggested that perhaps we get an updated, a select board meeting, so we can really delve into this 3 pages. I mean, to look at this today, I'm not qualified to go through it and ask intelligent questions. Well, I mean, we track that. I'm not qualified to ask questions. And I really would like the electric company to come before us so that we have a sense of what this is, what's included. Looks good up there, but I just don't know. I can't go through all this. I suppose I could, but I wouldn't know what I'm looking at.
Well, Dan, in anticipation of needing a vote on this?
We'll have to vote on it as presented, but I would seriously like to get a presentation at some point during before we can reconvene here again next March on what it is.
And just to clarify, there is no vote required today on this. This is a warrant article when we get to that.
Yep.
And the presentation of this budget statutorily is more advisory in nature than it is anything else. But I'm making a note. I think inviting staff or the MLB or both to have sort of a joint meeting to do kind of a deep dive would be easy to do. We could certainly set that up.
All right, thank you.
And if you required, Dan, they could be done prior to the town meeting?
No.
No, you don't need that?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't
thank you.
think so. There's not enough time, and I'll be away, I already told you.
Okay, all right. Where are we? Other questions, comments? Matt, anything on this item?
Yeah, I'm going to try to make heads or tails out of this because it is kind of, as Mr. Bennett mentioned, it's kind of overwhelming, a lot of evidence. And this is a little different than the other budgets that we've looked at in the sense that it's for a calendar year and not a fiscal year, I believe.
Yeah, it's a different budget year, and it is subject to different accounting standards.
Right.
So the way that the budget itself is presented is different because of the way that FERC, and don't ask me what FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you. Thank you, Angelica. Yeah, so as you can guess, if you, anything you want to know about this, certainly we have the folks in the.
Well, we know about FERC because they kind of manage the right-of-ways through town for power lines. I'll just pick one, vehicles and the use of vehicles. And so last summer, I was in Manchester by the sea walking down the street, and I saw a truck, a bucket truck, changing street light bulbs. And I said to myself, oh, that truck kind of looks like a Danvers electric truck. And as I got closer, it was a Danvers electric truck. And there was a Manchester DPW person in the street kind of managing traffic flow. And I asked him why there was a Danvers electric truck in Manchester. And he said, well, we don't have one of those trucks. And I said, well, maybe you should buy one. So I reached out to the town manager, and he said, yeah, that's something that the town provides as a service. I think it's kind of a revenue producer, but it kind of seemed, to me, it appeared unusual. So maybe if someone from electric can kind of describe, is that a regular occurrence? Is it a kind of a time and materials thing? How does it actually benefit us?
Clint Allen, Assistant Utility Director. So the Manchester project specifically, that was, you know, the community was reaching out to see if there were any other neighboring towns that had the kind of equipment expertise to help them out in the situation. We have both, being the electric division. So we offered as a billable service to provide a truck and a crew to assist them. As long as, you know, we cleared it with Jason, we cleared it with operations, that we had, you know, the capacity to do so. So that was a fully billable, you know, community assistance kind of program on overtime.
So we actually were you were realizing revenue, positive revenue stream for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And is that something that's a regular thing in terms of?
That was more of a one-off, helping with streetlights. Typically,
Yeah.
when we help other communities, it's in a mutual aid type of fashion, assisting other utilities that, you know, if they get, you know, devastated by a storm or any kind of
Sure.
other emergency,
Yeah,
then
and
we're more than happy to help. But, and again, fully 100%.
Yeah, and that's
billable.
normal industry behavior. You see that trucks travel to other areas that may have encountered hurricane damage, that kind of thing. So that's, yeah, that's, I think, not a problem with that. Okay, I just wanted some clarification, because again, it seemed unusual. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
This is really good, thank you. Just a couple of questions with regards to operation supervision of distribution. Can you explain what that is, please?
Yeah, so we're looking at the FERC number starting at 580, is that correct?
Yeah, the 580, correct.
Okay, so the
Yep.
580 down through 589, that, basically all those expenses as spelled out according to the FERC accounting codes. This pays for our distribution supervisor, the labor, the supplies for general, our operations, our non-capital work, and our non-maintenance work. So when we have switching, we have restoration, those type of activities get billed to the 580 to 589 accounts.
And that's for our Danvers Electric people?
Correct, yep.
Okay, thank you. And then, because I've seen contractor trucks too, is that in this, in
That
here
is not
somewhere?
included under operations.
So
No,
wh-
that goes,
Under where?
our capital.
Okay.
Yep.
Where is that?
That would be under our depreciation expenses, FERC 403.
403, okay, that's what I was wondering, okay. So that's the other contractors, right?
Correct, yep.
Because I've seen those, thank you. Billing and collection services, can you explain that?
Want to come up, Angelica?
Yep, sorry.
Come on.
Sorry, Angelica, nice to meet you. We got to put you in, yeah.
Hi,
Angelica Medina, Business Manager for the Public Works. The billings and collection expenses is anything related to the electric bills that we issue in-house, when we have to work with customers for non-payment, when we have to terminate their service or set up payment plans or anything like that.
Okay,
It's all
so-
related to the billing that we
Right,
do.
so that additional charge on the bill, I thought that was for customer service.
The administrative, so that does come into our revenues. That's for the fixed cost of customers, like the billing, the bill stock, the printing of the bills, that's all one revenue.
Okay, good. And energy efficiency incentives, can we get any more of those? Please, you know me about energy, I love it. My father was science, so.
Yeah, so we've actually, if you'll notice, it's like it's FERC item 909. Yes,
Yes.
energy and residential conservation services and conservation. So you'll see that number is actually up about 42% from our 23 budget, to the tune of about $154,000. That's primarily, we've increased all our efficiency rebates across the board, but the big driver for that is our heat pump rebates. We're really trying to incentivize customers to electrify their homes, get off the heating oil, possibly get off the natural gas. So we've actually almost doubled the rebate amount from the 23, so now we're offering up to $4,500 for a residential
Nice.
service.
Good. And we're going to continue going strong with all this stuff, right?
I hope so.
I'll take it on a sidebar too, because I work at a bank, and another municipality is doing a program with the bank to get ahead of the curve here, to
Yep.
help people. So I'll talk to you guys at a different time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we are looking into that too.
Are you really?
Like
Okay.
an on-bill kind of financing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yep. So I just wanted to bring that to you. Why office equipment? I just,
So,
I don't. is
what
there-
line item is that?
I don't know, I've got my notes.
921.
Yeah.
So that's up, it looks about like 50,000 from 23. I mean, generally, everything is just the inflation and general costs. There's something specific.
Do we buy new stuff? Is that what it is? Do we need to?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so actually part of that is our new customer portal that we're gonna be rolling out for customers later this year, called Silver Blaze.
Silver Blaze?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. And other town activity, what is that?
That's generally, so if we go to assist another department and we send crews to help, in any kind of a fashion, we'll book it, right, banners, wreaths, helping out with the senior citizen lights. So those will be other town activities that the electric division provides.
And transportation expense, can we talk about that?
What FERC is that? 933. So that looks like, is it just a fuel? I believe it's, yeah, the fuel costs. It's $2,000 from the 23 budget, general fuel, but we are in the process of trying to electrify our fleet as much as possible, so we're trying to get away from those fuel costs and be able to utilize that wholesale energy pricing to charge those vehicles. And the maintenance of the trucks is also, yeah.
Maintenance too.
Repairing, yeah, and repairing the equipment as well.
Yep, and last but not least, communication equipment.
Um,
What is that, like, do you, what,
That, could you get, I'm sorry, Marie, could you give me the number?
let me see. I wrote it down on my cheat sheet, but hold on.
Yeah, that's on
Which one number is?
397, last
So-
page.
387? That's the
397.
fiber build, right?
Yeah.
So that actually is, we are capitalizing that project. That's why you'll see our depreciation expense has gone up from our typical 3%. We've requested from the DPU to go up to 5% for 2024, and that is to fund a $2.2 million fiber build-out. And just a brief background on that, the town is, the electric division has connected a lot of our, in-field equipment and substations using a WiMAX network. The WiMAX network is no longer supported with the 5G coming in. We no longer have the license to the bandwidth. So we are running new fiber installations to connect to all of our field devices and substations.
Great, so we're upgrading, good, thank you, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dan, did you have?
Nothing.
Nothing? Gardner?
I'm comfortable with the budget. I was on the electric division, electric light board for a few years before I became a select board member, so I understand the vernacular. One thing that another selectman brought up was the use of a truck in another area. Years ago, and actually pretty much every budget year, we look for cost savings. One of the discussions several years ago was heavy around regionalization. And while that works, what it works is by combining multiple towns, 1, 2, 3 towns, to kind of buy a common service or a common piece of equipment. Unfortunately, it doesn't work if all of you need the same equipment at the same time. So, for example, a street sweeper probably doesn't work because everybody wants it in the spring. If you have a specific tool, a specific vehicle like one of those road grinders, or in this case, a specific bucket truck, those are the kind of things that help with regionalization. And then the model is, do regions get together and purchase, or do they do like Danvers did, which is Danvers purchases for its purpose and then subcontracts it out. So as long as it's making money, as long as it's covering the cost, I'm quite comfortable, and I'm sure we probably go out and get specialty vehicles from other communities. I think it's a prudent, instead of buying equipment we may only utilize 20% of the time. So I think it's a good thing.
Think you've got anything else?
No, I'm also.
Are there public questions or comments on this electric item? Okay, hearing none. We don't have to vote on this.
Today.
The next item then, Steve, is?
The next item would be, well, if people want to talk about the pie chart for electric, otherwise we can move it to capital outlay, depending on where you are at this point in the day.
Does anyone want to do the pie chart? Anybody on the board?
No.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Clint really wants to share something about the pie chart. Go back. Bring it up. Go back. There we go.
So yeah, I just wanted to make a note of, this is the most carbon-free generation that Danvers Electric has historically ever seen. I tried to color code this so it would be a little easier to follow, but basically all the blue is nuclear, so that's non-carbon. The 3 gray slices, those are the only carbon-based source of generation that we're utilizing for calendar year 24, which you can tell is less than 25%. So we're well ahead of the greenhouse gas emission standard guidelines that the state has implemented. We're clear through 2030, and we anticipate within the next few years with these contracts, we'll be ahead of the 2040 deadline as well. So I just want to note that.
Clint, is this available online someplace in color, or can I get one?
Yeah, it's on our website.
And this slideshow is already on the
That's up
website
to-
as well.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zubrick?
Thank you.
And Mark, please speak into the microphone.
The question I have is, I have been following this Danvers landfill. I call it a dump, but it's the landfill. There's been a lot of backfill that's been put out there, and that supposedly is for a solar array to generate green energy. And that's why this slide is very good. But I'm just wondering, what's the status of the green energy that we're going to be generating from the landfill? And is that already covered in here? So that's my first question.
No, that's your first 2 questions.
It depends how you want to count them.
Okay.
Like a 2-for-1 deal, right?
2-for-1 deal.
Mr. Zubrick, as you can see under the future carbon-free contracts, we do have the landfill school solar slotted for 2025. I believe that's actually going to be looking more like 2026 now that we've extended the fill operation. We realized we could take more fill into the landfill, giving us more usable space for the panels. When the cap is complete and we're ready to go out to bid, we're going to be looking at 2 different approaches, whichever one makes the most economical sense for the ratepayers. And that would be either to do We will construct, own, and operate the system on the landfill, taking the generation 100% in town, or depending again on how the financing comes out, we might have a third party similar to what we're doing on the schools currently, where they will own and operate the panels, and we will sign a, like a 20-year power purchase agreement with them. And it really, again, comes down to the dollars per megawatt hour.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm asked the question, because as you know, I've been involved in electric generation for 45 years, and all I've been looking at is I've gone out to the site that is being handled properly. It's according to the EPA guidelines and all that. And I've had communications with both Steve King and Mr. Lane. The thing is that what I'm looking for is what is the business plan and how soon is this going to take place? This is a very important part of our generation, but it's also a very important part for our expenses that we are incurring backfilling the site for some reason. I don't know why, but that's another reason. What I heard this morning is that we have put in $3.4 million of revenue that came in from the backfill operation. However, there's a $4.4 or $4.2 million a bond that's been issued, and has that been paid back? So I'm just
You're
looking for a
asking for a
business
status report and a timeline. That is your third and fourth questions, and we will attempt to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, that will be covered thoroughly as part of the warrant review. I will note, I'll give Mark a teaser because I know he's curious. We've collected $6.1 million in revenue to date, $3.5 million of which showed up in the current year free cash certification. We will also be recommending a second authorization to extend the project. And again, we'll be providing a full and thorough overview of that during the warrant process in April.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Next, we covered police and fire and school capital requests. If there are questions, and actually rather than wait for questions, maybe someone from DPW wants to do kind of a quick summary of the other, so the water, sewer, and general fund capital requests this year, which can be found, again, on page 46 in the budget book.
Do you actually have that page, Dave?
Page 46.
Thank you, sir.
That's not my 46, Dan.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yep, that's it.
After reviewing all the vehicles in town and coming up with our budget this year for capital improvements for our vehicles, we came down to a dump truck for the street division. Actually, two of them. They're one-ton dump trucks, so they're smaller version. They're going to replacing the oldest vehicles we have that are needed for that. The forestry division, we're getting a brand new chipper for chipping all the brush and for all the tree trimming we do. That one has served us well, the one that we have, and it has gone past its probably useful life. The buildings division, we're getting a new cargo van. We have a lot of trucks, but we have to hold some stuff in some of these vehicles, keep them out of the weather, and it's too much to carry in and carry out at every place we go, and it travels to, so it seemed to me make the most sense to get that. The grounds division, we're getting two new mowers. They're the stand-up kind, which are well overdue. And if we go down to the sewer, We're getting the high-velocity Vector truck, the excavation. That's been, the one we have, I believe, is 10 years old, and it's probably outlived its life by 2 years. Been going through a lot of repairs, and we haven't been able to use it. And the water division is getting a brand-new backhoe that's reused for many different reasons, from all the water breaks, moving pipe, moving water, dirt, and all of it. And then we're also getting a 3/4 ton pickup with a plow. So help us in all our things, and they're all being, replacing all the vehicles we have that are needed.
In terms of the actions today, so but there may be questions on those, but the vote today is for the tax-supported side, so that'd be the $753,000 in total proposed vehicles. The school vans will be a separate article vote at town meeting, and the water and sewer rate-supported purchases are made through the operating budget with the exception of the Vector truck. As is noted in the footnote, SESD retains a fund balance on behalf of the town and other member communities. This is one of the largest pieces of equipment that we own, and we have sufficient fund balance right now to make that purchase through the SESD article, which will also be a standalone warrant article. So the vote today is just for the tax-supported piece, but if there are questions about the tax-supported or the water sewer pieces, we'd be happy to answer those.
Right here. Matt, questions, please?
Sure. Can you just expand on the description for the high-velocity Vector truck that cost $675,000?
It's a excavation tool that we use, and it also, there's a jetter on there. So anytime we have a clogged sewer, storm drain, or anything like that, we use that to jet it out. If there are roots in a line, we can put a root cutter on that, and we can cut the roots out and clear that line. We can excavate in tight areas with underground utilities, right next to gas, right next to electric, all of that. It is for a community this big, it's a much-needed piece of equipment, and it really enhances the safety of all the guys on the side of the road.
Sounds like a Swiss Army knife. Is it used to clean out the catch basins for the?
If we need it, yeah, if we need it. We have a catch basin cleaning for our MS4, but at any time during a storm that we have a basin that's clogged up, we'll get right in there with that.
But we have a separate program, right? We hire a vendor with a clamshell that goes through there?
Yes, and that it's our standard for each year of reporting for MS4.
Yeah, because those in some neighborhoods, I think they become catch basins for trash, so they get gummed up.
They certainly do.
And which is unfortunate because most of those drain out into our public waterways.
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. Thanks. That's all I have.
Anything else, Matt? Maureen?
Yeah, I'm all
Yep,
set.
thank you. Just a question. DPW Street, the one-ton dump truck with the 2 plows.
Nope, it's 2 trucks together. It's
Oh,
a one
that's,
dump, yeah, that's gonna be 2 vehicles.
Oh, I
At
thought it was 2
$75,000 apiece.
plows.
Nope.
Okay, good, because I was like, whoa, that
Those
was
are
a big
expensive
number.
plows.
Okay, all right, that gives me more peace of mind. And the police vehicles we know, and we talked about the school van, which is going to help us. That's it. No, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Maureen.
All set.
Go ahead.
I'm all set.
And no, before you go, Rob, the last lawnmower I bought in Leachman Sales was $139. Now, I'll admit, I have a very small lawn, and I now have a professional who takes care of that. But I must tell you, the $40,000 for a lawnmower. Oh, no, you're getting 2.
2, yep.
2 lawnmowers for 40,
At
so they're
the
only
low,
$20,000
low
each.
price of $20,000 apiece.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Leachman doesn't sell those, not for the last 20 years.
Oh, Mr. Bradstreet.
I guess it's a simple question to ask, is the cost of the new vehicles, is that before or after what we get for selling them or trading them?
No worries. The prices we have there are the actual costs that it will cost us. We'll try to get for a trade-in, we'll get a trade-in value, And if that, we'll review that. If we don't like that trade-in value, we will put it out to auction. And if we don't like the number we get, we'll go back to the trade-in value. So we try to cover all our bases on that.
Thank you, Rob. Any other public? Mr. Zubrick?
Can't resist.
I've noticed. And I appreciate your attention, Mark.
I'm awake.
I know.
The question I have is more of a comment than a question, but this vac truck is a good piece of equipment that's useful for confined spaces that we operate under. However, my question is, the Canal Street yard was bought with the intention of storing the current vac trucks in there out of the weather. What happened to the old vac truck? I mean, how often do we use a vac truck anyway? That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zubrick. Rob, do you have an answer for that, please?
Well, we use it anytime we need to, which is a lot. You know, it's some probably that goes out, you know, every week for any given reason. For storm drains, for sewer backups, for drain backups, any type of excavation that we need. And, you know, throughout the town, we've gotten creative with some of the stuff that it's capable of doing. It is stored inside, but it's highly corrosive. The inside starts rotting out. And it's a 10-year-old piece of equipment that has lasted longer than it probably should. It should probably be on a 6 to 7 year rotation.
Thank you, Rob. Any other public questions or comments?
Motion to approve the capital outlay budget of $753,220.
Is there a second? There a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you like another break before the home stretch, or do you want to soldier on?
All right, if we have 10 minutes?
Yep. Please.
Sure. We're going to have 10 minutes, and
This is
that's
the home
all.
stretch, I promise.
And you got to be. Steve, where are we, please?
Benefits.
Benefits and insurance.
We're on benefits.
Oh, really?
Do you want to start, Steve?
Yeah, so if you want to turn to page 32 in your budget booklet, we covered most of what's going on in this budget at a high level during the summary this morning. But as you'll note on the screen, the renewal that the town received from Maya and Blue Cross for its active health plans was a 4.57% renewal this year. The actual budget is going up by less than that in that particular line item. I'm turning to page 32. So it's a 3.54% increase in a line item that was increasing by 4.5%. So that $140,000 delta between the increase you see and what the renewal was represents the erasure of the cushion we talked about this morning. So when a new hire chooses a health plan, again, depending on what people are choosing, how many, we have employees who don't take health care that qualify for it, that could come back and choose to take that. We need to have the ability to accommodate that. So we've removed some of that. And similarly, as is noted here, the workers' comp account, we have workers' comp unemployment and transfers. We have to budget that each year. We can certainly look at historical trend and make assumptions about what's going to happen, but we never know with certainty. So we're putting a little bit less into that account this year, and that represents accepting marginally more risk in the budget. To combine, that's about a $340,000 swing in terms of appropriation. That was part of what had to happen to balance the budget this year. But we're not expecting issues, but we just want to acknowledge that exists. If anybody has any questions about this budget, we would be happy to answer those.
Board members, please. Matt, do you want to start?
Sure. So on line one up there, the employee insurance, so for FY '25, that's an accurate number, or is it kind of an estimate? I think based on what you had said, you're.
Go ahead.
It's a guesstimate, I think.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's an accurate number based on, again, the known staff plans that we have, the known vacancies we have.
Yeah.
Again, to the manager's point, should there be any shift, single becomes a family, that's where we normally had a cushion that we stripped out this year to balance the budget.
So do you have a different pool of money somewhere in reserve that you can make up, if the actual number was higher, would you be able to draw from an existing pool of money?
Let me take that. So part of the answer to that is in the cushion that usually exists within this line. So as I mentioned, if we were maintaining the same cushion that had been there last year, this increase of 418 would have been $140,000 higher. So it would have been 550. So that's no longer there. We didn't strip it down to zero. So it would be imprudent of us not to have something in this account that could account for, again, an employee who decides to switch to the deductible plan and qualifies for an HSA contribution. We have to have that budgeted somewhere. In the event that the actuals exceeded the budget, we would have a couple of options. Depending on where we were in the fiscal year, we might be able to go to the May town meeting and do a budget transfer from a different department if we had a surplus there. If the delta was small enough, we would tap into the Finance Committee reserve to do that. If it exceeded both of those things, then we'd have to come back and have a conversation about that.
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks for that information, appreciate it, that's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen, you?
Hi, thank you. As we all know, insurances are up, right, everywhere. I have friends that are in insurance too, and my question is that MIIA is the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association, right, Steve? So I'm trying to do my homework here, okay? My question to you, through the chairman to you, is that as we know that rates are going up, I understand that there's different products. I know that we get it through MMA, like I would do through Mass Bankers, like a pool, okay? However, I've got a lot of friends in insurance companies, and I'm always talking to everybody, but they said that you can really still look around. Don't set it and forget it. There's companies out there called like Great American Programs, things like that. Naturally, it would vary on deductibles and coverages and things like that. Have we been looking at that? How long have we been doing this particular benefit, like with this particular pool?
So the Danvers was actually, going back probably 30 years, was one of the founding members of Maya. Maya was formed because towns and cities were having such a difficult time, and I'm going to get the decade wrong. It was probably, I'd say probably in the 80s, accessing affordable insurance. And so the MMA convened towns and cities, and actually Wayne was instrumental in starting that when he was the town manager in Danvers. The towns and cities came together, formed a consortium, and were able to negotiate much better rates for themselves. So Danvers was a founding member of Maya when it was formed. In 2011, the town left Maya, went through an RFP process, and decided to partner with Tufts. Not because they were dissatisfied with Maya, but because at that time, Tufts was offering a managed care solution for seniors, and in a very technical and particular way, that their health insurance was handled through the federal government. Maya was not equipped to do that. Maya lost a number of clients at that time. In the years that followed, Maya built up that staff capacity in their own office. And when we went through the procurement process, the rates with Tufts had become unsustainable. We went through a process, and we were very happy to be able to go back to Maya. They offered incredible rates at the time. We offer two different plans. We have a benchmark plan. We have a deductible plan. When we went back to Maya from Tufts, we went through a 2-year process with our unions and introduced the deductible plan alongside the benchmark plan. So at that time, we did two things. We switched carriers, and we offered a separate deductible plan. We spent, again, 2 years educating our employees about the deductible plan. The participation rates that we have in our deductible plan are multiples of what other communities see. We had a meeting actually just this week with Maya to talk about the plan. They're surprised by that we've been that successful in getting employees to look at and consider that. For a lot of our employees, it really makes a ton of economic sense to jump into that. Healthcare, as David mentioned earlier, landscaping and grass mowing, that's the kind of thing you bid out every year and you go with the low bidder. Switching health carriers is incredibly disruptive for employees. And so you can't do that regularly for that reason, but also there are only a handful of carriers. And communities that have gone out repeatedly to bid in a short period of time, they stop getting responses because it's also a lot of work for the carriers to take on and train and incorporate new customers. So there are no immediate plans to look. What I mentioned this morning is that the GIC, which provides health insurance to towns and cities through the state, saw, I think, a 10 to 12% renewal this year. The average for the Maya communities was 6.6%. So we're well below trend. And I was mentioning the 4.7 is still a tough number for us to swallow, but it's well below trend right now. And I would imagine within the next couple of years, we'll probably go back and have more conversations with our unions about how the plans are working and what ideas we want to talk about to continue to manage these costs.
So is that part of union negotiations that you have to say that we're doing this health insurance too, or?
It's outside of traditional bargaining, but there is a process that's spelled out in state statute. We have an insurance advisory committee, which is essentially the presidents of the unions along with the retiree representative and management. And then there's another term called the PEC, which I can't remember. I bet Jen remembers. She won't remember either, but yes, it's a bargaining process, but it's not it's not through the contract process.
Okay, I was
It's a
just,
separate process.
just to help, anything to do to help our town, to help our costs.
Yeah.
That, whatever that guy told me, what was it called? Great American Programs. I have a couple people looking into it for us, so. But they said, you don't want to, naturally we want to get the best pricing and the best coverage for our employees and their families. But if we have other opportunities, look at other avenues, why not? Let's put like I said, let's not set it and forget it. Let's open it up. But I'll get that information and send it to you and Jen. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Dan, did you?
Nothing.
Okay.
No, I'm all set, thank you.
So let me see, public questions and comments, Mr. Bradstreet. 2 minutes.
My only question is, do they come to us looking to sell their product, or do we have to go around to see who will offer us a product that's cost-wise and benefit-wise is good?
We certainly get cold calls from people who want to introduce products, and we'll take those meetings. We want to hear what people have to offer. But if we were going to make a change, we'd go through a process. We would invite any potential vendors to submit a proposal. We would want to vet that, walk through that, and make sure that it made sense.
It isn't like you get an offer every week, like some of us in our mail offering week after week the same thing.
We get plenty of offers. Yeah, we're not immune from that. We get plenty of sales
Not
calls.
good ones, but you get plenty.
Some are
of
good.
offers. Okay, all right, enough said.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Zubrick?
One question that I have raised before, and I continue raising, is the insurance and the retirement and the benefits related to the large turnover that we've had in employees in our organization? We have 750 some employees, and I'm just wondering, there has been a significant or somewhat significant changeover in hires. They're either leave, retire, or complete their assignment for that year, and then they go off on their own.
So I'm going to add there's a question and a statement there, and
Yep.
like a good game of whack-a-mole, Mark, I will answer your question again, probably for the third or fourth time. The town of Danvers attrition rate is no different from other public organizations.
Okay.
We have plenty of employees who are subject to the pension system, who put in their years and retire as they should. We have employees who resign to take other opportunities. George's name was referenced earlier. She was an incredible staff planner. She took a job with the state that allows her to do conservation work 80% of the time from her house. We would have loved to have kept her. We have other employees who leave, and we congratulate them and send them on their way. So we're a large, complex organization. People come and go all the time. But I resent the assertion you've made multiple times that we have a problem here, because the data does not support the claim that you continue to make, I'm assuming based on anecdotal conversations you've had. Now, with respect to your other question, the town employees here pay the town pays 70% of their health insurance. Employees are responsible for 30%. That ranges, our employees pay more as a percent of their health insurance than a lot of places. Some towns, employees pay 10%. So if you're somebody who's a heavy user of healthcare, I could imagine that working for a community that covers 90% of your healthcare would be very attractive. 80-20, 75-25, it really depends on the community. But that ranges from community to community. Pension is set, that's standard, that's controlled by the state.
My question in itself was, what effect does a turnover rate similar to what we have, I don't care what the rate is, does that have an effect on the insurance premiums?
In the sense that, yeah, I mean, it cuts both ways. We could have an employee leave or retire who is on a spouse's health plan, and when we hire a new employee, that employee might take a individual plan or a family plan. That would be a net cost increase to the town. We might have an employee leave who had a family plan and 4 kids, and the person we replace them with is a 22-year-old who's not married and might be on an individual plan. So it's so case by case, it's hard to say.
The question still is, what effect has this had with regards to the turnover that we've had?
There's no way to answer that question. I don't understand the question.
Thank you, Mark.
Do we think employees are leaving because of our benefit offers?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Barther.
I'm not
The question has
questioning
been
that at all.
asked and answered
I have a
twice.
question, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we approve the benefit insurance package as presented.
Motion, and there is a second. Further discussion, panelists, on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is a vote. Thank you.
Next, page 16 is the Human Resources budget. Back to the theme, well, first of all, we're joined by Philippe Hippolyte, our HR Director. Welcome, Philippe. And consistent with the theme from this morning, the adjustment that you see here in salary and wages is related to the comp and class study, as well as the promotion last year, which we discussed in the budget last year, of Giuliana Vittini, who was our HR generalist, was promoted to Assistant HR Director. And the reduction in operating cost is a slight reduction in medical exams, which, again, this is a small reduction, but consistent with the theme. 2 years ago, we spent $21,000 on medical exams. Last year, we spent 18. This would set the budget at 20. So there is a possibility that we would run over in this account. But as part of the overall budget reductions, this was a line that Philippe identified. That's something that the HR department could contribute toward the overall goal. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Steve. Panelists, Matt, you want to start?
Yeah, I just had a question for medical exams, 53003. Is that specific to the staff, HR staff?
No. Do you want to take that, Philippe? Go ahead. Yeah.
Felipe, would you please introduce yourself and speak close to the microphone?
Felipe Polite, Director of HR. So HR is one of the only departments that support the whole town. So that number is for every hire, for every new hire.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of rolled up from different departments into your department?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
You might want to stay there, Felipe. Maureen?
The salary, you said there was the comp and class and a promotion, so we have an assistant HR director now?
Correct.
Okay. Well, congratulations to her. My other question was training services. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Do we have a person or materials that can train? Like I know in the bank, we have like a training through HR, extra accreditation that they can train in-house.
So that is for our equity and inclusion.
Okay.
And there's a few different modules of training that she's trying to incorporate. So I don't know if you want to.
I'll jump in there as well. Jen Breaker, Assistant Town
Jen,
Manager.
pull it right up, please.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So the training line is both for equity and inclusion. The Director of Equity and Inclusion is running a few in-house trainings. There's also plans to bring in trainers from the outside. That also covers the town-wide training program. We put out a robust training every year, and that covers things from Excel training, Outlook, and then trainings that departments run internally, IT, accounting, HR, DEI. I think that's everybody.
Okay.
Hosted trainings to help staff with items they see every day. We're also bringing in the Ethics Commission. We're bringing in Town Council to do required harassment training. So there's quite a variety of trainings offered through the HR department using that budget.
Thank you, Jen.
And not that it's a lot, but what's personnel administration, please?
So personnel administration is, so one of the things that we're doing is bringing back, doing employee engagement events. So putting on events, so last year, for example, we brought back Employee Appreciation Week, where on the Thursday, what we did was we brought in vendors from outside to show appreciation to all the employees, to all staff. And that covers all that.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mo.
Thank you.
Dan, did
No
you have-
questions.
I'm all set.
Thank you, Guard. Now, where are we? Do we vote on this?
Anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there public comment or questions?
Make a motion, we approve the human resource budget
Motion
as,
to approve. Is there a second? There is. Is there further discussion?
Thank you.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Felipe.
Next is our town clerk budget. And while our town clerk makes her way to the podium, I'll steal some thunder, although it's the same as most of the explanations with a slight wrinkle. The increase, of course, is related to the comp and class study, but there are also some expenses in this budget that are increased as a result of the scheduled elections for the year. And certainly Kathy can take any and all questions that you have about the budget.
Hi.
Thank you, Steve. Hi, Kath. Board members, questions and comments on the town clerk's budget? Matt, would you care to start?
Sure. Can you just kind of go over the permanent full-time and permanent part-time positions? And are you fully staffed at this point? Is this number kind of the high point of the cost for staff?
The town clerk's office is fully staffed at this point. We had a new person come on a week before the election with 18 years of election experience, so we are super excited to have him come on board at this point in the election cycle. So I wouldn't expect there to be any additional employees coming in. Some of what we do is I also have I call her my college intern, who comes in when she can to help us with elections while we are in the midst of trying to get out all the vote-by-mail ballots. So she's on a little break right now because we're in a little lull between now and when we'll be getting out the May vote-by-mail ballots.
Okay. And then just one other question concerning salaries and wages for election workers. Is that because of the November election that you are anticipating hiring additional staff to cover those events?
So my election worker is based on our count of 64 poll workers that we need for each election. So for each election, I budget for $10,200 times the number of elections. So this year we have 2 elections. Next year we have 3 elections. Therefore, my number goes up by $10,200. Although we have been able to kind of reduce that number with the partnership that we have with the high school. So we utilize some high school students for community service who come in and help us with that on election day and before election day. So sometimes I have to budget for the $10,200 per election, but at times we're below that.
Yeah, okay. And that also covers the staffing requirements for early voting in, like in this room?
Early voting is separate, so in-person early voting is a little bit different. The $10,200 is just for election day itself. Those
I
are all
see.
the folks who are at the polls. The vote-by-mail expenses, as well as the in-person early vote, those are handled with, I have some senior workers who help with that. My college intern helps with that. I have some community service folks from the high school, as well as the Essex Tech that come in to help with that. And then all of those expenses, I do a really good job at keeping track of how much we spend on that, and then we get reimbursed from the state after the fact.
Oh, for the early voting component?
For the early voting.
And for the mail-in?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hi, Select Board Member Duggan asked the questions, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for answering the full and part-time positions and the election workers. Quick question for you would be what was it, hold on one second, I got it right here. Was it the machines? Is that what I'm thinking? What am I thinking? Office equipment maintenance, is that because of the new machines, or?
So, under my office equipment maintenance,
Mhm.
and that kind of depends as well on how many elections there are. in some of that respect. I have pull pad maintenance, $300 times 18 machines. I have tabulators, $250 times 11 machines. My copy machine is also in that category, as well as for the September and November election, I have to rent, or I am renting, 8 additional poll pads for the wardens and assistant wardens to process the vote by mail and the in-person early votes.
Excellent. Do we get any state reimbursement on that at all?
I'm going to attempt to do
Yeah.
that, although
Might
the
not.
indication is not for the rentals. And that's something that I think we'll look at going forward. At this point, it doesn't make sense to me to purchase the 8 additional poll pads because you have to pay annual maintenance for those. And if you're only going to use them on on a presidential election year, you pay the maintenance every year whether you're using them or not. So we're still kind of compiling information on the counts for early voting by mail.
Excellent. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, David.
Mo. Dan, anything?
A couple of questions, and I have a question, and I'm running out of people to ask. I think you're next to last. The Secretary of State's office, their unclaimed property division, shows the town of Danvers with 23 items of unclaimed property. Do you know anything about that?
I wouldn't, however, the tax collector would probably know about that.
So I should have asked her.
Correct. Do you need the name?
No, I'm going to ask the manager to ask her.
I think the finance director already wrote it down.
Thank you, 23 of them. It's interesting. Kathy, software maintenance.
I had a feeling that was going to be a question.
Is that strictly your department, or is it IT as well?
No, that's strictly my department. Now, for each election, I have to program memory cards for the tabulators, as well as the AutoMark machine, which is the handicap accessibility machines that people use to mark ballots. So for each election, I put in $3,500 to program those cards for each election. And sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less, but that's the average.
Thank you. All set, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Dan. Guy?
And I'm all set, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bradstreet.
We're very fortunate to have a young lady clerk who does an excellent job for the town.
And is accredited.
And is there enough money in her budget for her to receive new business cards with her promotion, so to speak, the recognition she received? I'd like to see her with a card that shows all that she's worth, not just to us, but to...
Would be a huge card.
I'd have you ask the town accountant, can we afford it? I think we can, or should.
Your question is noted, and we'll look into it, Mr. Bradstreet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Working on it.
Further,
Working on it, thank you.
further we are working on it. Further questions or comments, and thank you.
I just want to note that I print my own business cards to save the town money. I can correct that, no problem.
And let's congratulate her on that accreditation too, right?
you.
Congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you.
And before I just want to say, Kathy, you and Ann make my job phenomenally easy from all of your organizational genius. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. It's a team effort.
Are we,
Mr. Chair, make a motion, we approve the town clerk budget as presented.
motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, it is a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
And now the moment I know some people have been waiting for all day.
All day.
The IT budget.
Dan.
So I'll do my my summary here. Again, we had some employees in IT that received adjustments coming out of the comp and class study that was completed. And as is mentioned here, the considerable increase in the IT budget is a combination of a couple of different things. Number one, one of the board's adopted goals for the year was a continuation on efforts from prior years where we're trying to identify costs that had been in the tech warrant that more appropriately belong in the operating budget. So part of the increase is related to that. Part of the increase is related to the enterprise-wide e-permitting, which we can talk about during Colby's time for this today, that was purchased through ARPA and is now available. We have a consistent product that's available across the organization for anybody doing business with the town. And then the third piece, I think, is related to the questions throughout the day where we're consolidating some costs from other departments into the IT budget. So again, the increase here is notable and sizable. It is related to the goal that was adopted as part of the budget process this year. And I know that Colby is ready to answer questions that the board may have about his operating budget and more broadly about how the pieces fit together between the tech warrant, the operating budget, and the ARPA funds that we were fortunate enough to have access to.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Colby.
I'll note before Colby gets started, just that the IT budget that you're looking at, the 1.1 million, 33% of that is offset through our support services arrangement. So the utilities do cover a third of the cost of IT. This is one of those departments that is supported across the organization because they provide support to the utilities. Part of that is charged back.
Okay. Colby, would you identify yourself and also speak close into the microphone?
Sure.
And I'm
Colby Cousins, I'm the IT guy for the town.
Thank you, Colby. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions about this item. So, Matt, would you care to start?
Sure, I'll kick it off. Welcome.
Thank you.
Save the best for last. Couple different questions. First, I know over the past few years, you and your team have been engaged in a regionalization of IT for some of the other small towns in the area. Can you kind of just give us an update on where that stands?
Sure, that's been going well. We formed that in 2021. That has sustained and it has grown a little bit. We just recently signed on the town of Marblehead as a new partner, so that will bring some increased revenues and some associated expenses that we'll have to plan for as well. But ultimately, that program generates net revenue for our department and the town.
That's great. So that's good. So in terms of scalability, it sounds like you're on track to kind of continue that effort and try to pull in some other towns as well to kind of, you know, if you're a department that actually is running in the black, hopefully, or close to it, that's the probably end goal. Can you? I'm just things that I'm interested in IT from a data center perspective, disaster recovery, kind of intrusion detection, preventing things like ransomware. Those things I would think that your team kind of strives to deal with every day. Can you kind of just give us a high-level perspective about how the IT department kind of manages those types of things to make sure that, that the day-to-day routine where people depend on computer systems, that there won't be impacted by outages?
Sure, yeah. So in 2021, when we formed the North Shore IT Collaborative, we set a first-year goal of establishing a security posture for the region. We had fairly robust cybersecurity in Danvers, but as I'm sure you're aware, IT moves very fast. Cybersecurity moves even faster than that. So over the past 3 years, we've evolved our cybersecurity deployment. We've implemented it throughout the region with all of our partners, and that was a big project with a number of components that all connect to each other and interact with each other. And what we put in place ended up becoming the new requirement for cyber insurance by Maya the following year. So we were one of the only communities, and in fact, our whole region here on the North Shore, that were prepared for those changes in requirements, because those changes didn't come out before budget season, so nobody was prepared to implement anything in time to comply for that first year, or very few organizations were in that position. So I think that's an example of some of our foresight and leadership on the North Shore, and some of the benefits of working together. We were able to get a 25% cost reduction on our bulk purchase, and that put us in a position to deliver services to our partner communities and collect a small margin in return. So we generate net revenue that builds up over time through that program.
All right, that's great. Well, it sounds good that you're ahead of the curve, and I'm sure my fellow board members have questions about software maintenance, so I'll let them ask those questions. So I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey, Colby.
Hi.
Very interesting. You do a good job. Can you just let us know what are those other communities and towns that you have partnered with to help them?
We're partnered with Middleton, Topsfield, Hamilton, Wenham, Essex, Manchester by the Sea, and Marblehead.
Nice. I might have a lead for you. Trying to hunt.
Okay.
All right, because I know that
I'm
they
sorry, Mo, what you-
trying to hunt. you
Okay,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, because they need some, I think, some IT help. So,
Yeah, reach out.
Yeah, I mean, just reach out to them. Question, computer maintenance. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Computer maintenance is going up this year because we're moving some costs that were traditionally allocated in the tech warrant into the operating budget. I've been here about 8 years. We've done a lot of work to get our hardware on a sustainable 5-year refresh cycle. We've done a pretty good job of achieving that. So really, we're investing 20% in refreshing our infrastructure and hardware year over year in that cycle. So those costs have become pretty stable and operational, and it seems like a good time to move them into the operating budget.
Excellent. And let's see, what else did I have? That's really it. I just think that, like Select Board Member Duggan said, we got to stay ahead of the curve, especially with, you're always hearing attacks at hospitals and personal information. So, sensitive information. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Do I have a question? Maybe you want to lead me to my question and conclusion. I'm sure you've been given a heads up about what's going on today.
Yeah, well, I know that you've been interested in the line items, the software line items in individual budgets, and I believe that's because you're an advocate of some centralization of those costs. Is that correct?
Well, I'm wondering if that doesn't make more sense. I'm looking at 10 departments that have software maintenance. The increase from last year, without your department, or 50%, is 16%.
Yes.
Overall. If you throw in water, it's only 13%, but I'm taking water out of there and looking at the 10 general government divisions
So
that
it-
have software maintenance, of which they all say part of that is controlled by IT.
Yeah, so there's kind of two things going on. We're always trying to centralize IT costs into the IT budget, certainly where appropriate, and also where they have the greatest impact. So that's kind of how we're prioritizing that centralization. We're trying to be very deliberate about it. You can see my budget. This year, it's a significant increase because in large part because of those centralization efforts. So I would say that we consistently centralize costs under IT, but there's only so much we can do in a given year without having the IT budget be way out of whack. And there's only so much my team can manage in a given year in terms of implementing new products that we manage. So it's a very deliberate process, but we are on the path of centralizing all the IT spend that makes sense, particularly so we can compare to industry trends and where we stand against other public sector organizations. We want to be competitive, but we don't want to overspend necessarily either. So being able to accurately track our own spending against the trends in the industry, in the public sector, that gives us a little more clarity throughout the budget process, which we're achieving more and more every year.
Yeah, from my point of view, it's hard for me to judge the individual departments' budgets where a lot of it is IT. And are these numbers in these departments, do they make sense for those departments, or are we just taking the overall increase and slotting it in?
Yeah, those are great questions. I think the way we've been approaching it is the most obvious stuff is just coming into the IT budget. And then there's gonna be a point where we're gonna have to get more granular and more detailed about exactly where those expenses belong. Should they stay with the data owner, the application owner, the business process owner, or should they migrate to IT and be managed differently? And we've got a lot of the obvious stuff. We've worked through a lot of the really obvious stuff. So we're approaching now some of that more detailed work on some of those smaller numbers that are spread throughout certain budgets. And in some cases, it will make sense to leave them there. But in some cases, there will be cost or efficiency advantages to us moving those.
And that's kind of what I'm suggesting. I mean, you have some departments where software maintenance has been brought down to zero.
Mm-hmm.
You've eliminated. Mm-hmm. And where else can we do some consolidation so that when the department heads are presenting their budget, they know what they're defending, telling us, and we're comfortable with their answers.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think that every department head has a complete knowledge, and I could be wrong, of their software maintenance because it's IT that's has the ownership of it.
Agreed, and as IT changes quickly, having someone who's familiar with the big picture, I think is helpful in terms of strategy.
I want to just offer too, I think a lot of the departments today were deferring to the conversation for later, but John LaBelle is certainly knowledgeable about the CAMA product that he used in assessing. Jamie Lovell was able to answer the question about QED, which they've been using for a long time and sharing with fire. David Lane talked about Silverblaze, which is the financial package that's being used. So the department, Kathy certainly can speak to the software that she's using. Jill is familiar with Munis. So what Colby's describing is if there are, and so I guess I would say generally, I think departments have a very good handle on what they're using. They may be less knowledgeable about some of the broad invisible support that happens across the network that Colby's team maintains, but they certainly know the products that they're using in their office. IT's there to support them, but not to tell them how to use it. I mean, they know what they're doing. The departments, that is. And so.
Okay, so there was a different conversation today on software maintenance. I don't know if I accomplished anything, but maybe next year we'll get a different look at it.
I think the goal, and I'll just sort of, I think the long-term goal is to get, we've been making changes to the budget going on 10 years now. We still have items, we talked during the budget committee We still have $3 or $4 million worth of expenses that exist through free cash that best practice would tell you ought to be in the tax levy. We don't replace the same truck every year, but we know we replace, that's a good catch. We replace trucks every year. I think the least amount we've spent on vehicle replacement in the last decade is $350,000. So it makes a lot of sense to have $350,000 worth of fleet baked into your tax levy, because the reality is you're never going to have a year where you have zero capital needs. Similarly with IT, the town for many years funded the vast majority of its IT through the tech warrant. Diane Norris was the management information systems administrator, in addition to being the purchasing agent, the budget director, the assistant town manager, and the customer service specialist. So she did a lot. But that budgetary strategy was keep IT isolated in the tech warrant. But that means that, as IT became more and more and more important to the work of all the departments, which is kind of what we talked about today, the idea that all of the funding is dependent on free cash and positive year-end results puts you in a really precarious position if we have a free cash year where a shock to the system wipes that out. So I can't tell you when we'll get there, and we'll try each year to point out what we're trying to do. So it's kind of two pieces. One is bringing it out of the tech warrant into the operating budget, and that's a sizable part of what we're talking about today. And then the other is, and we've looked at this with telephones, we've looked at this with print services, we're looking at it with software maintenance. If we have each department budgeting a small piece of that, it takes a lot of work to figure out what the total spend is. And if if we're getting a monthly bill for a software product, and somebody at the administrative level has to then break that out into 12 different purchase orders and have 12 different departments pay for their little piece, those are human transactions that have to happen, whereas Colby's office administrator has a spreadsheet, and she knows which piece of that belongs to who. We can pay it. We still have the tracking to know what the use is, but it just makes it a lot more efficient. So I will fully acknowledge it's difficult to follow the pieces, and I think we could probably do a better job sort of making that clear.
Because there's no consistency in the increases or the decreases. If I looked and saw a 8% increase across the board, department for department, maybe that makes sense, I don't know, but the big fluctuations was confusing.
And the two big increases, one we talked about earlier today was the cloud-based CAMA product that assessing is going to be using moving forward. The second one, the e-permitting platform that we purchased during ARPA, we had been using a product that was developed by an individual. It was called Full Circle. It cost us about $12,000 a year. I think two of our departments were using it, and whenever we had a problem with it, it was shut down, and we had to find the guy. And if he could fix it, he would, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't. We were getting a lot of feedback from people who do business with the town that, like, we can do online permitting almost everywhere. We can't do it with you. So we used the ARPA money to make the capital investment in a enterprise-wide e-permitting platform, but the annual cost of that is $78,000. So we're up $66,000. So it's a new cost, but we would argue it's also a much better service to the people who are pulling permits and doing business with the town. The other advantage of that, we have a lot of permits that require sign-off by multiple departments. So by having it on a standard platform now, each department can go in and see who's first, who's second, where is it, the notes are there, and it makes it a lot easier and I think faster to approve these things sometimes, instead of taking paper products around from building to building. So, but it is, yeah.
So when I came in this morning, before I had coffee, my thought was that look for an 8% decrease on the software maintenance program across the board. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think the budget is inflated unnecessarily, but it's a big increase. Your 50%, department-wide is 25%. Without your budget, it's still 16%.
And just as an example.
And I heard Jamie say he adds 5% to start with and then goes from there.
Yeah, and I think that's the follow-up question for Jamie is the answer is probably no, because QED is a huge company, but they don't do their renewals till the fall, so he does have to estimate what he thinks the renewal price is going to be going into the budget year. I'll give you one example. Part of the increase in the computer maintenance, which is some of the items we moved out of tech warrant, one of those items, we're spending $30,000 on Cisco switches. So we've connected almost every not just building, but asset in town. We heard Electric talk earlier today about they've jumped onto the fiber project. They want to connect their substations. They want to get out of the point-to-point radio communications, which don't really work. And with the surge in cell phones, don't work half the time because they get chopped up with all of the other stuff that's flying around. So the switches are how that information gets relayed from point to point to point. There's never going to be a year we're not replacing switches. So it doesn't make sense to fund all those through the tech warrant. So $30,000 of that migration is $30,000 that we won't be spending in the tech warrant on those switches, but now they're going to be in the budget, and it'll be different switches every year, but we know we're going to be having to keep up with the switch replacement.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dan. Garrett?
Thanks. I've listened to your thoughts today through the course of the day and wanted Colby to weigh in, but Matt and I are both in the IT-related industries, and this is a topic that comes up in every single corporation everywhere. It's the amount of chargeback. The reality is, when we have, for example, we had the HR director here, and we looked at his budget. We didn't divvy up that budget by different departments because one department has 50 employees and another only has 2. There are things that are common for IT across the board. Network switches, Wi-Fi repeaters, wiring, enterprise software licenses like Microsoft. Everybody uses Microsoft, everybody has Outlook. We're not going to try to divvy it up by department. But there are department-specific purchases which shouldn't be reflected in IT because it's not their product, it's not their ownership. So when we talk about a product from assessing, and it's specific only to the assessing department, they should be noted that that's a cost of the assessing department in their business. So it should be their software maintenance, and it fluctuates every year. The fact that it's not buy a piece of software and it's the same cost along the way, or buy a license. A lot of these license models are by subscription. So if they get another employee, they add more money that year. So I can understand the division of chargeback and saying that thing that is common to everybody can be easily managed by one department. And that thing that is specific to a department should be the cost of ownership by that department, and their software maintenance should reflect it. If I work in an industry, if you buy a SAP license and it's an enormous effort, why should another department feel the pain of that software purchase when it's not for their department? So I understand the questions fully, and why it looked like some were coming out and some weren't coming out. And I think that those department heads who own that software did the due diligence to know that that's the right software for them. And with each software purchase they made, they also made the right deal for their maintenance. So I couldn't see that you could cut 8% across the board, and I'm not suggesting you said that. You said you were thinking that. It's not finite. It's not pie. Different departments have different utilization, and they should pay. And I want to know the cost of assessing. And if that includes a software package unique only to them and costs a lot of money, I want to know that, as opposed to an enterprise license or, like you said, hardwiring things. So I'm fully in support of the way it happened, and I also support the fact that this came out of a warrant because it is a repeating cost. We're buying different switches, we're buying different cars, whatever it is, but it's a repeating cost, consistently repeating cost. It's just buying a rotation of certain equipment. Same thing with laptops. You buy them. You don't charge them against each department. You buy them. So I think there is always and should be a distinction between enterprise level and department level. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say 3 or 4 things which are going to show that I am damaged goods and I'm not very sophisticated in this. Did you ever go into a hospital operating room? I did 3 or 4 weeks ago. You give me some anesthesia, it's like the Michael Jackson joy juice. I'm already seeing the bunny rabbits and the carrots. And they bring over a clipboard with 6 or 7 pages of fine print I'm supposed to sign to say that I know everything that's going on and I can never sue them if they screw up. And I sign it because I'm at the Mass General Hospital and they have a good reputation and a very good advertising agency. So here I am, sitting down around here, and I'm beginning to understand what Gardner just said. as far as the definition, identification of costs, and the allocation to costs among departments so that people will be responsible for what public monies they expend. But still, I come to the thing that Corey's an employee doing the best he can. Steve has a lot of sophistication about this stuff. And so I say, I have no way of knowing whether this is being billed and collected right. And so I'm just I'm just saying that what I do is I rely upon my sense of the integrity of the people who are trying to manage this properly. And everything I've heard, from what I understand, makes sense. But otherwise, I really have nothing. It's like I'm not qualified to tell you whether you're doing it right or wrong. I haven't got a clue, but it feels good. Okay, that's enough for me. Is there public comment upon what has been going on? I don't blame you. I'm glad you're not getting up.
Can I make a motion, we approve the information technology?
Sure.
As presented?
Is there a second?
Second.
And there is. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm going to vote even though I should abstain on
So-
the basis of ignorance. It is a vote.
We probably need to go back and vote on these others, and I can save you a little time if you allow me,
love it.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd love it.
I'm making a motion that we approve the accounting budget as presented.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is a vote.
I make a motion, we approve the assessing budget as presented.
Aye.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote.
I approve the budget of the treasurer collector.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I make a motion, we approve the retirement budget as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Make a motion, we approve
a
the
vote.
police department as presented.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is a vote.
Make a motion, we approve the fire department as presented.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is a vote.
Now, I think I have to do 5 together. I'll make a motion to approve land use community, inspectional services, health, planning, senior and social services, and veterans as presented.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote.
I make a motion, we approve the recreation budget as presented.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote.
I make a motion, we approve public works tax supported as presented.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote.
I make a motion, we approve the water and sewer budgets as presented.
And there is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That is a vote.
So we got left management department heads, town
Just a
council.
couple, yeah.
Yeah,
So I lied
Two more.
before. Now we're at the home stretch. We were at the almost home stretch before.
yeah.
So next is the management budget. This is the budget, town manager's office. There are 2 employees included in this budget. And since this is the last department we covered today, I want to take a moment and say thank you to some employees who are not here today. Ann Freitas and Judy Smith from the town manager's office, Giuliana Vittini from the HR department, and Nick Navin from the treasurer collector's office, all of whom were instrumental in helping get the budget pulled together for today, setting up the logistics for today. They do the invisible work behind the scenes, and so we offer them thanks for that. And that was a nice segue. The comp and class adjustment here is related to Ann Freitas and Judy Smith in the town manager's office based on the outcome of the study that was completed last fall, and several reductions here and an increase. The consulting services line, that's kept in the town manager's budget. We've used that in the past when we pursue grants through the Community Compact Program. There might be matching requirements. We've used this to fund pieces of studies over the years. We're making a reduction this year as part of the budget balancing process. We're also reducing the out-of-state travel cost expense for the department heads, which is budgeted through management. That is partially offset by an increase in postage, which is related to an increase in the rates that we pay. We cover a lot of the town meeting mailings and town mailings out of the town manager's office. So those they roughly offset each other. And if there are questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you. Board members, are there questions? Matt?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, how
Maureen?
many department heads are there?
Well, we'll cover that budget next. This is
Oh.
the manager, so this
Oh.
is the purchasing agent and the executive secretary to the town manager are in the management budget.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All set.
All set.
Dan?
All set?
Public comment, questions? Is there a
Motion to approve.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is a vote.
Next is the department head budget. That's on page 12. As I mentioned this morning, the funding for the comp and class study that we've been talking about all day was funded here last year as part of the budget process. We carried $140,000 in this budget to fund the outcome of that study. So the reduction of $50,000 this year is because that was a one-time budget item. Those costs have all been reallocated to wherever departments those adjustments were made. To answer your question, Maureen, there are 9 positions that are funded out of this department. The town manager, assistant town manager, finance director, IT director, land use and community services director, police chief, fire chief, DPW and utility director, although 10% of his salary is charged off to utilities, and our DEI director. So the net impact here is the reduction of the comp and class plug, and then the normal MCP for FY25. But it's, again, it's a net reduction this year, but that's because we don't have to fund a comp and class study twice. Happy to take questions.
Anything further on that? Are there public questions or comments on the department head panel? Nothing. Oh, did I ask? I'm sorry. Members?
I'm all set.
I'm all set.
Maureen, thank you.
All set.
All set?
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
And a second. And is all in favor?
Aye.
It is a vote. Thank you.
Next is legal counsel. The town contracts with Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, Lehane. Dave DeLuca is our general counsel. Murphy, Hesse is a large firm. We have access in that firm to any specialty that we need. We have a labor counsel who works with us on labor issues. We have access to tax attorneys, land use attorneys. And we charge off, this is one of those accounts, we don't just share the cost based on budget size. We use actuals to determine what the budget each year for each department. The general fund side is a little under $100,000. I will tell you that's a very low cost, much less, as the attorneys in the room will say, that is much less than the cost of an attorney. Some towns still have town council. The communities that I've worked in Danvers and before for over 15 years have always had a firm representing the town, which I think is I won't say far superior. It's a very good model because, again, you have access to whatever expertise that you need. And the one note, we go through David DeLuca. We use outside counsel from time to time, depending on situations. I know electric has a relationship with KP Law because FERC accounting and electric law is an area that Murphy Hesse does not have the same depth of expertise. So we do have a relationship with KP Law in the electric department, but relatively stable, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Steve. I just will make a comment that I watch the legal expenses and the legal services very carefully, and this is as good as it gets. We have great representation. I see great cooperation and communication between our management and our lawyers, and I think that we're very fortunate to have DeLuca and his people available to us as a town. I'm really assured. That being said, panelists, are there questions or comments want to start with?
Yeah, just a question. Can you just expand a little bit upon the general government coverage? So that 99,000, is that like a baseline, or is that a set price for any types of questions or any type of assistance that we would need?
We pay hourly, so this is based on trend and based on usage.
All right.
And I actually should I didn't even bother turning to page 9, but let me do that now.
So we could be either above or below that? That's
Yeah,
kind of a
so
benchmark?
our 3-year we've spent 64,000, 85,000, and 83,000 over the past 3 years. So
So we get a refund or what, so that's just a.
we won't, if we don't spend it, it flows to free cash. That's
Goes the next fiscal year. Okay, great. That's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Maureen?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, dear.
All set.
Well said.
Questions from the public, comments? Nothing?
Motion to
Said?
approve the budget.
Motion and a second?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote. Thank you.
Okay, the last 3 budgets we have to review today are the legislative budgets. We have the moderator budget, the select board budget, and then the FinCom reserve budget. Modest increase on the operating expense for select board based to, I believe, yep, I was gonna say, I was blanking on the word. So the membership, that's our membership fee with the Mass Municipal Association, went up a little bit this year. Happy to take questions.
Any questions from board members?
set.
All set?
From the public? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is a vote.
I think, was that for both?
Yes.
Okay. And last but not least, the FinCom reserve. As we state every year, the Mass General Law sets a cap on what can be funded in the FinCom reserve. Based on our budget, that would be a dollar amount in the millions. We have never budgeted FinCom reserve at that point. Thankfully, we haven't needed it. I would be very nervous to work in a community that needed to set aside multiple $1 million for budget variance. We have used this account from time to time. We used 95,000 of this in 21. I lost my place on the page. 75,000 in 22, and we used 0 in 23. But again, the purpose of this account, if we know that we are going to require budget transfers mid-year, the first thing Rodney does is work with the department to kind of trend out the costs and see if we can make it to town meeting. And our preference is always to do a budget transfer at town meeting. But really, this is here for unusual expenses. For example, the classic item we talked about 10 years ago, when Wayne announced his retirement late in the year, the FinCom reserve was tapped to hire the consultant to do the recruitment for that. But typically, these are things that happen after town meeting and before the end of the fiscal year, when you really don't want to have to call town meeting back together again for a small expense. This gives the FinCom the authority to approve expenses up to $125,000 in a particular year. Happy to take questions.
Any questions from board members? Any comment from the public?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Rodney just reminded me, it's 5 p.m., I'm a little loopy. I would be remiss not to acknowledge the 2 members of our finance committee who have been sitting quietly in the back of the room and paying particular attention all day, Paul Pollack and Wally Typer. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
You got it.
Doubled your salary.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is a vote, and thank you all.
Thank you all. This was a long day, and we appreciate your attention today. You guys deserve to go home now.
Yeah, we're gonna have it Saturday. Do it again.
We're going to do it, see, Tuesday, right?
David, do you want to adjourn us just so we don't have, we don't want to get ourselves in trouble
Oh,
again?
yeah. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second, please? All in favor? It is
We'll have to come
unanimous.
back again.